Hi, Franklin. How is the day? I'm waiting for Broseph to figure out their life. Is that what we're waiting for? Yeah, we're waiting for Broseph. I can see that. I can see them struggling right now. Oh my gosh. Go ahead and get comfortable. If they have to figure out like life, yeah. It's so funny. We're supposed to be playing this game right now and Broseph's downloading right now. It's hilarious. Alright, I'm just gonna like do stuff. Oh wait, I didn't even look at my character. Okay, cool. Okay, we got this. You're down to 9.7. Why down? Punch. Punch. This is one of my favorite parts of this game. Punching the grass to get it grass. To get fibers. Alright, now I can craft a bedroll. Oh my gosh, it goes 2 each. I haven't played this in so long. Oh, I have to turn my whatchamacallit on. Options. Twitch. Log in Twitch. That grass is ass. Hi, Galaxy. How are ya? That's how you collect. Obviously, you punch things. Obviously, you punch things. Okay, there we go. Pop, 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 pop. Use door unlocked, even though it's got a giant gaping hole in it. Never played a game where you punch grass before? It was first time for everything. My chat is watching your stream while I download Broseph. Why are you downloading a game that we're supposed to be playing 10 minutes ago? No. To that grass was what? I know I did. I'll punch this lady in the face. They did. The Broseph straight stood me up. Wait, how did I die? From what? Hold on, hold on, hold on. I know it's been a minute, but like, did they poison you now? I haven't played since the update. I haven't played since the update. As a pro streamer, everything's well planned. I'm so confused how they... I walked away with 30 HP. I'm unimpressed with my punching, so yeah. I'm very, very confused. Hello? I... Yeah, you're doing great, sweetie. We're already off to a wonderful start. I'm just saying. Mm. It'll take a minute because it's your first time. All right, so I'm gonna tell you right now, they did a huge update on this game, and I have not played since this update. So there could be things that were different since the last time I have played, and I will not know until we encounter it. Yeah. But supposedly it's supposed to be great. Once you're in the game, you're gonna log in through. Oh yeah, see, I'm taking health damage. Why? Why? Since when is that a thing? Huh. So they damage over time now with them. It's different. You can pick one of them, or you can, like, make your own custom character. Like, you can make your own, like, new character. Like, my character is my own person. Alright. Trying to, like, hit this lady, and she's just not... Like, it's absolutely insane that they gave me, like, one of these bigger ladies, like, first thing. That's so funny. Alright, pick up the stone. Pick up the stone. Pick up the stone. Alright, I am gonna catch up with chat in a second. I don't think I've even said hello to everybody, because I was just trying to wait for Marissa. Alright. Franklin, hello. Galaxy, hello. Bubbles, Ark, hello, guys. Hello. Do you ever wish you could send a mass message to all your followers or even subs? I get them. Don't make it easy because then everyone would do it, but like once a month limit would be nice. You can, there's technically, or there was, I don't know how easy it is to find. But there was like a send an email to all your subs. All right, so you should be able to do, like you should be able to, oh geez, how I did this. So you should be able to like join online or play online, or, and then you're gonna just look up friendship, and it should have my name. Oh, they don't make it easy, yeah. But I did have what? Whoa! Hold on. Okay, alright. I finally killed this stupid lady after she literally blew up a car. That's new too. Okay, let me look at your screen. Can I see your 7 days to die screen? Just for a second. Okay, so go back. Oh yeah, no, server name. Yeah, server name, friendship, right there. You were right there. Join a game. Yeah, if it comes up, just start search. Yeah, start search. It's right there at the bottom, Broseph. You type in there. Ugh. And then go to the third tab, which should be like the friends tab. Or that one. No, I have a delay because stream, but it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No, it's unpaused. Because I was paused because I didn't want to die. There's zombies in front of me. Okay. So once you're in, I love you guys. We're doing great. We're living our best life right now. And this giant fat zombie, like I have nothing. Like I need a weapon. I have nothing. Yeah, so your first time joining is gonna take a minute because it has to build the world essentially. Meryl in chat. Roseph the Mighty join the game. Okay. So the very first thing that you have to do is you have to hit I. And there's gonna be a little mailbox next to my name, and you're gonna accept it so that we can be in a party, so we can find each other, because we're not gonna spawn next to each other. There you go. Oh my god, you're far. We are far. Alright, so... Yes, yes. Because that means we can't kill each other on accident. Alright, so just start heading towards each other. You have to discover the map. On the compass, you'll see my little marker. So just find my marker and just head towards me. Oh, you can't hear Broseph? Discord did the thing. Hold on.
Being a Discord.
There you go. Discord is fixed. All
I'm
right.
at the Pawpaw residence.
Oh. That's new. That's new. You didn't used to be able to see those things. I'm excited to see.
Oh, I just picked up an office chair.
You probably won't need that.
What if we want? Oh, I'm searching a wood deck. What is this? Sewing kit.
Yeah. You want everything. You loot goblin it up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where is...
Oh, this place is gross.
Oh, I did it. Success. You may now close this window. Oh!
Ew. Oh, I found cornmeal.
So you have to use the extension now.
Oh, so we have to download an extension?
I have the extension, but so that means that they can't just do it in chat like they did before.
Oh, like everybody has to download an extension?
No. It's like the same thing with like the Pokemon community game where it's like it's just like an extension at the bottom of my page. Or like an overlay or whatever. Maybe hold on. Maybe I can put it as the overlay. Hold on. I'm gonna put it as the overlay. Let me see. Extensions.
Ew. I just searched a toilet.
Yeah, you're gonna search everything.
Ew.
I know. 7 days. We need to use PPs. I know. I'm trying.
How do I? Oh, Twitch right there. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go big screen so that I don't like do anything weird. Twitch integration. Yes, log in. Twitch.
Says overlay 1. Done. Okay, so now you should have an overlay. You should have like a straight up overlay. What do you mean Twitch server permission denied?
I cannot.
From what, in 7 days?
Yeah.
Alright, try again because I unpaused the game. It's just a habit of pausing.
Twitch server permission denied. Yeah, does not want to.
Have you downloaded the extension yet, or have you put the extension yet?
No.
Yeah, put the maybe.
Okay.
See, they changed a lot of stuff. All right, keep your secrets. Your secrets.
Where do I find extensions? Good God. Community? No. Settings? We're gonna make it so that y'all can torture us, but we're trying to figure out how. Extensions right there. Okay. And discovery. 7 Day to Die.
Okay, I have a t-shirt on. I'm doing great.
7 Day to Die integration. Activate. Set as.
PP's over here just being idle. I know, I'm trying. Can you see the overlay now? Anybody? Can anybody see the overlay now?
Not found, it says. It says this channel is not currently running official 7 Day to Die integration.
Did you refresh?
Yeah.
Actions.
Says the same thing.
Twitch. Login Twitch. Twitch extension required on your channel. Yes. Success. You might now close this window. Oh, there it is. I heard the noise. There it is. Okay, mine's in. Mine's in.
This is in?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it says cooldown right now.
Mm-hmm.
It covers your screen though, eh?
A little bit, yeah.
Like it covers your face completely.
Oh, the extension?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can minimize it, but it's fine. But you can do it. You should still be able to do it in game, I think. Like you should still be able to do it.
I've activated mine as overlay 1, and I'm gonna see if I can get it to. Still says permission denied.
Do I have to?
That's so stupid.
Hold on. Add in process.
Yeah, maybe it needs a certain permission within your server thing because it's your server.
Yeah, I'm trying. Admin add process.
Make me admin so I can cheat. What's down here?
Okay, so
oh,
now
shit, a zombie.
Now can you?
1 second.
Okay. I'm still making my way downtown.
Walk fast.
Oh, I'm walking fast.
How many hits does it take to kill a zombie?
Oh, quite a lot, apparently.
I think I did it.
That's what I'm saying. They definitely made this a little bit harder than it used to be. Not gonna lie.
Okay, let's try this. Log in Twitch. Oh, requesting permission? Oh!
Yeah, and then it's gonna go, and then it's gonna go when it's in. It's gonna make like a noise.
Oh, there it is. We got it.
All right.
Oh my gosh. Here it is, everyone. Time for torture.
Okay.
What do I... Hold on. Allow visual effects. Yes. Integration type both. Acting preset standard. Use progression. Default cooldown.
There's still a little under 3 minutes left, Franklin, for the cooldown.
Actions.
It'd be cool if you gave me a weapon, though. What's with this integration scene? I can't see shit. I'm saving you from having to look at my ugly mug. I don't know how to make it not go away, but that's like how you have to use it now. I don't know.
So there's a little arrow on the side of it that you can click. On the right side of it, there's a little arrow that you can like just click and it'll get rid of it.
There you go. Alright, I don't have enough health to fight this guy. There's her mug. Sorry.
I'm going to...
I need a weapon of some sort first. Hi, Mug. Hi, Raven. How are you? Welcome in. How's the day? I'm trying to make my way towards Broseph, but I'm also, like, desperately trying to find a weapon right now.
There we go. Perfect.
God. Mopo Shack. Oh, see, that's new.
Oh!
Wait, what'd you do?
I didn't mean to do that. I'll be right back. I accidentally hit something. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god. I accidentally hit something, I say.
Wait, why won't it let me click on you anymore? I went to server browse and it's just...
You have to... Did you look for me again, or did you just go for browse? Okay. It takes a second. Yeah. End of the month is a bitch at my job, so it's been a tiring day. Oof, I'm sorry. Supply disappointment. Guys, there's a minute. There's just under a minute, and then you'll be able to supply all the death to me that you want.
Delicious. Delicious death.
I need a weapon, like, badly. Any weapon would be great.
I could supply you a weapon.
Not yet. 40 seconds.
I can do it.
Ooh. Wait, it adds channel point redeems? Oh, it does! That's so cool. Yeah, you guys have to wait 20 seconds. 20 seconds. There's a cooldown right there on the side there.
How do I put things down?
Don't waste points.
Oh, I see. I just moved mine. Never mind. I will continue to search things.
Alright, use. Yeah, they changed a lot. So, I've played this game a lot. There we go. Now you guys can use stuff. There you go.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's Raven's supplies right here. Let's see. Now that I have no points left. No, it's good. I didn't know. I didn't know that they added those. I'm sorry.
Why am I taking jars of murky water?
Because you boil
From the
them for clean.
toilet.
You boil them for clean water. Oh, good. I have a
I have
weapon.
to drink the toilet water?
Oh, you drink some.
No.
Oh my god. I'm gonna
I
throw
don't
up.
want to.
What is this? Is it doing it for
What
you
is it?
too?
Doing what? No.
Look at Franklin redeemed Trippy, and my whole thing is like all warped, and the color is all weird.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I can see your screen. That looks nice, but no, it's
Oh
not happening to
gosh,
mine.
that's so funny. How long does this
Party
go
hard.
on? 22 more seconds. Are your stomachs connected? No. Supply bad acid. That's exactly what this looks like. This is a bad acid trip right here.
Hmm.
All right, what do
A
I have?
bad
Do I have anything that's... Oh yeah, here we go. This. What's that?
Oh, I got some clothes.
What's that? I have a t-shirt. I'm still running around with my undies hanging out, but I have a t-shirt, so that's great.
Can I put
Okay,
this
cool.
on? How do I put my clothes on?
They said they ate something and that happened. That'd be funny. Oh, you son of a bitch, Ark. I literally am like, where is it? Where is it? So I can't, oh no! I can't see the commands now. Unless,
Oh, it's just a surprise?
yes. So like Ark just did like the scare one. And like they didn't do it in, oh man, this is gonna be interesting.
So how do I put on my clothes here?
Go to go into your tab to go into your inventory, and then when you click on it, there's gonna be like a where. I believe it's W. There's like it'll always give you a prompt for your buttons. I believe epic is the word you're looking for. Can we talk about though? Like, can we talk about how? Wait, why am I in black and white? What? Can we talk about how pissed this would have made other people? not being able to see the commands and like prepare, like,
Other people would be very mad.
yeah.
Oh, I punched the door. What?
Ooh, oh no. Why can I not jump? I'm gonna die because I am stuck. I am actually physically stuck.
Oh.
Yeah.
I run out of stamina fast.
Okay, I really feel like they made this harder. Like, I did not die so much early game when I started last time. Like, I really feel like Alpha 21 is, like, way more difficult. Like, look at all these zombies. Like, these are, like, tier 2 zombies. Like, the fat lady who killed me at the very beginning is, like, a tier 2 zombie. I'm just... It's very interesting right now. Yeah. Where'd all my arrows go? Didn't I have 20 arrows? I have 20 arrows.
A bow already? Holy shit.
I do, but I can't load fucking arrow. Why? Something's not right.
That's weird.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. So weird. It's actually annoying, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm punching boxes and it's taking 5 hours.
It should have a decay rate on it. This is actually
It does.
stupid right now,
I'm
like...
doing it for like 2 per hit. And it's got 200. Oh no.
Played Daisy. I'd play the shit out of this. I love this game, but like I said, they had a huge update like about a month ago that I haven't played since. And this update is kind of brutal. I'm not gonna lie. But why? The bow is all fucked up. Look
Oh,
at, he's not
no.
even holding it out. He's just like drawing it sideways. This is so stupid.
Why was there soup in a purse? Oh no. Supply weapon? Oh.
Hi,
sorry.
Mo! Is this?
What did I
Getting you
get?
done just resubscribed for 26 months.
A
26
pipe
months.
machine gun?
Is this
And a
Pink playing a
pipe
spooky? It's not a
baton?
spooky game. This is a survival craft game. Thank you for the supplies, though. I'll take it.
How do I? Yeah, thank you. For the
Wild
weapon.
Mo, thank you so much. Mo, how was the rest of your Skizzle Rizzle Skyrim the other day?
How do I?
How did you what?
How do I shoot? I'm
Uh,
on. I'm on a. I think I just have to like hold my. I think I'm good. I think I know what it is. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I got this. I should eat something.
Yes,
Wait,
definitely
okay.
eat something. I'm over encumbered, so we have to meet up so we can start building a place.
Yeah, because I'm over encumbered too.
Nice
been
getting back in the
encumbered.
swing and things. I straight shot the top of her skull off, guys. Look at that. Straight shot her dome
Ew.
piece
Oh,
off.
right from her nose up.
Yeah.
Ew. Enjoy your 1,000 PPs. No, 500 PPs for 1,000 channel points. 1,000?
That's crazy.
500? Is
Random?
that good?
Yeah, that's not bad.
I found a cornfield. Corn don't look too good though.
It's
Corn.
It's corn. How do you like your mic? I loved my mic at first. I've been having a lot of problems with my mic lately. And I don't know if it's actually problems with my mic or if it's if it's OBS.
Cotton? Yeah, there's little cotton buds out here.
Yeah,
Corn
you need
and
cotton.
same-
You need cotton
What was
for
that?
cloth.
What is that?
Oh, you left. We
Oh,
have to.
God.
You left.
Oh, no.
You have to hit I. And accept my friend,
Me?
because yes, because you left the game, so we can't see where each other is. Remember?
Hold on.
Okay. My headset isn't cutting it. Yeah, headset mics are not like headset mics are great to start with, and all that jazz, but headset mics are not good long term, honestly. It's a big lump of
No.
nuts. It's
No, you're better off getting
cactus.
like an actual.
Yeah, I mean, my first mic when I first started
I think
streaming,
it's so blurry.
my first mic was like a $40. Like it came with like a mic, a boom, like a pop filter. It was like $40 on Amazon, and that was my first one, and that was good. It worked. First of left you, I know.
Look if I've had too many drinks.
Oh,
not blurry.
are they messing with you?
Double.
Yeah.
Seeing double.
All right. I'm heading towards you. I'm focusing now. And I'm heading
Yeah,
towards you.
I am too.
And all that jazz. Cooldown commands are now active. All right.
I have big gun.
A blue Yeti. That's a good one. A Yeti's a good
yeah.
one.
They actually. Did you know that they're gonna stop calling them blue Yetis?
Yeah, because Logitech bought them.
Yeah.
PP
It's almost as someone in chat was
Bonanza.
saying, it's almost like that, Ark. It's almost like.
What does that mean?
PP banana?
A PP Bonanza. Oh my god, I just got slowed. Thanks. I started with the
that's-
headset mic. The ones with the good mics are uncomfy, and the comfy ones have terrible mics. Yeah.
I'm slowed as well.
Yeah. Some of them are going to affect both of us, and some of them are not.
It's too bad Portly's not here for this.
I know.
They'd be so happy to get to torture both of us at once.
HyperX quad. Yeah, the HyperX is a good
Can I
one.
loot the zombies?
So I hope it was something. I don't know. I have to look up what it does. Hold on. Character.
Ooh.
Oh, is that a dog? Did somebody scare me? Wait, where's my stuff? Here it is. Twitch PP Bonanza. Your chat receives double the point generation. There you go.
How do we do that?
Raven redeemed it.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Oh no!
no.
Oh no, I'm trippy! Oh god, I think there's a zombie. There's a zombie and I'm trippy! Ah! Ah!
Gosh.
Oh, it's alive! What do I use?
Ooh, the searching is really... Ah!
Oh, I died.
It's okay. You should
I
respawn.
don't-
You should respawn by your backpack. Oh my god, I have like I can't move. I'm so slow right now.
How do I respawn?
I got it. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Woo! That's you. It is you. Rip. I
Spawn-
killed you.
Yes, spawn near my backpack.
I killed you.
I-
Okay, I'm walking to Broseph now. 500 meters. And I would walk 500 meters. Thank you for the fast raven. I have to go walk all the way to Broseph because they're doing great, sweetie.
Well, a bunch of cool stuff too. I'm so sad.
I know. No, I know
I
that
think I
you.
got a workbench.
Oh, a workbench is good.
Wait, if I run towards the picture of the backpack on the thing, I'll get my other stuff back, right?
Yes, correct.
I go. I had so much stuff.
I'm getting so close
No
to Broseph
problem,
now.
no
Look at I'm
problem.
300. You can't see Broseph's health bar, but I'm 280 away. I'm getting there. This integration is a trip. Yeah, so you can use the integration on screen, and you can also use these hashtag commands. I keep forgetting. You can keep using these
Great, yeah.
hashtag commands that are on the side of my screen as well. I think is the one I made, is my 7 days to die channel point command still up there, or channel point redeem still up there? I might have to re-add it. How did I get turned around? What was that? Oh, party.
Raid! Fridge raid! Oh my god, hello! A raid event! Creamies, you did wind up streaming! Uh-oh. I lost
Oh,
my
why
backpack.
aren't
Where's
the why isn't spawn working? It might not be available at the moment. I don't know how the new integration works. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah, because we're literally on day 1 of the world. So like it's trying to not completely like, ooh, there's the party pop. It's trying to completely not like screw us over because it's only day 1 of this world.
Oh god.
Yeah, so it'll eventually probably open up the rest of the stuff, but for right now it's oh, wow, okay.
Oh god, you're still alive? Why are you still alive? Creamies! Oh my god! You're not alive anymore. You blew up into confetti. Hi, Woodwood!
I'm getting
Oh, and thank you for
close.
that follow, Nuka.
Getting
Raven.
close to
Creamies is
Broseph.
raiding and running. Okay, Creamies is raiding and running. Enjoy your raid and run. Thank you so much for raiding in. Hello, raiders! We're playing 7 Days to Die, and you can torture us if you want, but maybe
Thanks,
if you send us
Franklin.
weapons instead, that'd be really nice.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you could totally like spawn in some weapons. That'd be cool. Broseph, I'm
Delicious
coming for you.
weapons.
I'm close.
Let's see. Oh, I see you. Well, I don't see you, but I see your color, your green doing on the thing.
Mhm.
Team Broseph, thank you, Raven. Whee!
Buffing you, debuffing Broseph. Oh,
That is so
Broseph's
fun.
shooting stuff. I hear Broseph shooting stuff.
I
Give
like
my
when they
arrows
blow up into
back.
confetti.
Yeah, that's a. Ooh, energize. That's
Oh, you
amazing.
got
Thank you.
energized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should have both have it. Do we not both have energize?
No.
All right.
Oh, I'm out of gun. I'm out of bullets. Oh no.
I'm here. Hi. You have a screamer behind you? So those ones in the white nightgowns are called screamers. They will attract other zombies to your location.
Not when they aren't alive anymore.
Okay. How'd you get a pipe? All right, so I think for now we should go in this little abandoned house and just like start just kind of chilling for just a minute, because we are both overencumbered. Well, I am
Oh,
encumbered.
hi. Aaron's home. Hello.
Oh, and there's a supply box
Woodwood.
in here.
Woodwood, how you doing? Nice to see you. Meh.
Pop. Pop. Shot him. Nice. Good job.
That is so funny. At least I know when they're dead. What this?
So this is a
We have to
loot
beat
crate.
it?
Yeah. They're zombies. They're never alive. That's true.
It's good Woodwood? That's awesome.
Okay, stop. Now you search it. You don't want to break it. You don't want to break it. So I was like, stop. All right, so first thing we have to do is make our little bed. How do I? There it is.
I can hear it. Yeah, is that that's a
Crafting
house
bedroll.
across the parking lot? There's a house across
Craft.
the parking lot with music on so loud that like I can make out the words in here.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah,
All
they're
right, here's that.
partying.
There's our land block. Okay. Here's our bedroll. Okay. Amazing.
Land claim block?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. So that means that like nothing will spawn like in this little tiny circle.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it's trippy.
It is.
We're wavy?
I like
Distort.
how you have boots and a tank top on. That's it.
I am styling.
You are.
This is how I dress in real life.
I don't doubt that, actually. All right. Do we have any? All right. I can make another bandage. That's great. Oh, I can make
yeah,
a stone axe. That's great.
Hold on, I gotta go craft.
Oh, I can make this.
Some grass. I make a bedroll. It's telling me I need to make a bedroll.
Okay. Ooh, this is new. Ooh, this is new.
Tab. Open crafting menu.
Okay.
Bedroll.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, I need
Okay,
to
hold
do-
on. I need to put wood in here and then put...
Oh, this one.
Wait, what?
W is craft.
Water.
Thank
Murky
God.
water.
Is it going here?
How do I put... Does it go in here now? Where does it go now? Here. Cook.
Okay. I have to play.
Turn on. Murky water. 0 out of 1. I'm confused. I have murky water. Cook. You don't have the required tools to craft this. Oh, okay. So in your exploring, have you picked up any cooking supplies? A cooking pot, a cooking grate, or a beaker? Rosa.
No, I don't think so. Hold on.
Okay. Here, I'm dropping... Here, I'm dropping 2 books right in front of me. These 2 little bags. Pick those up and learn those books.
Books?
When you're done. Yeah, right here. I know that's it's bags. It's garbage bags, but they're books.
I have some paper.
No, not paper.
How do I place this?
Place... What? What are you trying to place?
My...
There you go.
Oh, there it goes.
Okay, so this is where we'll spawn for, like, the time being now. Alright, so... Yeah, I think we need we need cooking supplies for this. Okay. Can I make... Lantern block, cobblestone block, and can I make any chests yet?
I found a handy land book, too.
Where?
Maybe I got it already? What's this?
Where?
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Where?
Touching grass. I know, right, Nuclear? Sometimes you just gotta touch a little bit of grass.
Topsoil. Alright, I need to get, like,
Have I read
reacquainted with, like, how to do these things.
But have
Only thing I don't
have read-
understand, go ahead. There's a lot I don't understand right now because they have changed so much. Like, where's my, like, storage container?
Just learned some stuff. I might have just not.
A dew collector? That's new.
Oh, so we don't have to drink piss water?
Well, we're gonna have to drink piss water anyway.
I
So,
don't want
okay,
to.
so I can't see here. I'll look at Brosif's overlay here.
I can make a secure storage.
Type in
chest.
the chat to activate in the extension. Okay, there we go. So anything that has PP, which is like your points to spend, your pimp points, can be used. In terms of in-game, it's gonna be the same thing. Anything that's got the PP next to it. The spawns don't work. Right. I explained earlier that the spawns are not going to work because of the game stage that we are currently in the game. Because it is day 1, we are technically in game stage 0, meaning like we have nothing right now because the game is like kind of taking it easy on us because it's like this is the very first day they have nothing. Yeah, they'll open more later. Yeah, exactly like Franklin said. The later we get into the game, the more like aggressive and the harder the bosses that you guys can spawn will be. But Broseph literally hasn't even played like before, so I'm kind of just trying to give them an opportunity to learn and, you know.
It's my first time.
Yeah. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Why? Why are they are so hard hitting in this one? Oh, there's gonna be so many demo bears everywhere. Yeah, that's true. I'm very confused why there's so many right now.
There's so many items.
There's so many everything right now. I'm like really actually confused. Like I do not remember there being this many this early in the game.
I made storage chests. I put things in.
Oh, you did? Okay, good. I'm coming back in.
I have a torch? What? Where did I get a torch?
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why, guys. I'm sorry. Again, I haven't played since this update, so if things are not working, I don't know.
We're learning.
I think he's
Something
following
is
me up.
making terrible noises.
Yeah, he's following me up the stairs right now.
Gross. Okay. Oh boy.
Oh, we've got a guy, we've got a guy, we've got a guy. Alright, I'm just gonna hit him with... Oh, good job. Alright, you're in the way that I can get him. There we go. Alright, hold on. I have to look at stuff now. Oh, look at these.
killed you.
I love these storage crates, bro, so if you're doing a great job. It's so funny. There's like sideways and stuff. It's great. I love it. And this office chair. Love the office chair. I'm all about it. Hold on, let's put it down so we can use
There's
it.
3 office chairs.
You're doing great. Look at you. Look at you.
We can
Here.
have a meeting.
We can. We can have a meeting of the minds there. Group snakes? Wait, what the fuck are group snakes?
What are group snakes?
I don't know.
Oh, look at you. Tex?
Yeah, you can go outside and punch a bunch of grass.
Oh, look at you.
And oh, Raven got 1,000 PP for being the top helper. Go punch some grass and get some grass so you can make some armor.
Yes, grass
Yes,
makes the best
go get
armor,
go
in
touch
my
grass
experience.
exactly. All right, so
touching the grass.
how come I don't have secure storage chest? Here it is. Okay, I don't know why that was so weird. All right, I'm going to go get some wood.
Yeah, get on fire.
Supply weapon, where? Yes, Raven, you're amazing. What is it? Is it good? Oh,
Look, I
it's
started him
really
on
good.
fire.
You did it. You guys are being so helpful. Thank you. I'm trying so hard to like teach Broseph and like read chat and like also not die because they changed so much stuff. Like I'm going through it right now, chat. I should go further away from the safe zone. Well, can we like we need to like get established for like a minute. Like if you remember when we played with Nate, like I don't care. Like you guys can kill me. Like I'm not gonna get all pissy about it. But at least let us get let us get some stuff. Fuck, where is it? Where is this stupid snake? There it is. Oh, okay. Snakes can't jump like that, but sure.
Snakes jump. Oh my god.
Did you see the snake jump? It was funny. Oh yeah, you can break these down for meat. That's right.
We do need meat.
What is group snakes? That scares me.
Yeah. Apparently there's zombie. There might be zombies in here. It says there's a 2.
Yeah, it's a two difficulty. Is it a knot of snakes? A lot of snakes? Probably.
pot snakes?
that jump higher. I don't know what they do. But I need to get some wood. Alright, I got wood. Okay. Oh, you can apparently break the porta potties? You can get from them.
You can break everything.
Oh, yeah, no, you can break pretty much everything for sure. No, like a comical knotted bunch of snakes, that'd be fucking hysterical, like, if you think about it.
Yeah, look at these little plant fiber outfits.
Yeah.
Wow.
I fucking hate Scare.
Okay, now how do I put you on?
Where? In their inventory menu, there should be, like, a where prompt. Okay, so first thing is we need cooking supplies because we need to start being able to cook food. So that's going to be one of the first things that we need to find. Do I have any food? Okay, can I...
Oh, I keep trying to open it like I'm playing Minecraft.
Recipes.
And I punch it instead.
Charred meat. Alright, cook. There we go. How do I know my PP? Hashtag CP. My mom just texted and asked to come change the battery in her smoke detector. I'm in Missouri. You're like, Mom, not gonna work. Alright, how do I... Here, what do I need? A stone. Okay, it's slowly coming back to me now. Okay. I'm remembering now. Alright, do we have stones? Probably in one of these things. Stones. No. Shift? There it is. Shift, okay. And then repair this. Okay. Okay, it's coming back to me. A little bit at a time.
Oh, look, there's a zombie under. Oh my god, did that just break?
It did.
Well, that's horrifying.
Okay, there we go. Nice.
There's a zombie under us. Not for long.
Ever call someone near the constant beep of a smoke detector, asking how it doesn't annoy them?
Oh, get away from me.
Yeah, this is all new. This is interesting. Locked door down here. 46.94. Nice. You okay up there? Do you need help?
Huh?
You okay? Or do you need help?
Oh, I just died.
Hey, so they needed help. Share with Broseph. I don't want to watch two streams. The sound is slightly off. Yeah, it's gonna be a little off because stream delay and stuff. I mean, really, you should be watching my stream, but it's not a competition.
True.
Oh, I'm over here looking for a dog. It's a fucking scare.
Oh my god. That's funny. Dog.
Doggy.
Doggy.
Doggy. What are you breaking?
Nothing. This door is locked. Why is
Yeah.
this door locked?
So inside the house, there's probably a switch we have to find to unlock it. So let's go. We can, once I drop all my stuff off, which I'll do in just a second.
Oh, we have cat food now.
Yes, cat food is pretty much gonna be our #1 supply of food, which I know, gross, but it is what it is. I didn't make the
I'm
rules.
stuck down here.
Who? You're stuck?
Well, yeah.
No, there's gonna be
Oh,
a switch somewhere. There's gonna be a switch somewhere. Right here.
Oh. This seems like a good defensive spot, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, we can rebuild. Supply resource. Where is it? Here. Amazing. Ooh, that was a good one, Raven. Thank you. Okay. Empty wood crate. Alright, yeah, so this actually isn't bad. Can we push this again? No, we can't lock it again.
Oh no, is that it?
Yeah. But it's fine, it's fine.
Oh.
It's fine. We can rebuild and stuff. Alright, so Broseph was trapped inside the room and starved to death days later. I mean, we could have gotten them out, but it's fine. These doors
No, I'm
locked.
dead. I died. It's over.
It's over.
7
Broseph
days
has
to die, and I did it in half a day.
Broseph has deceased. Okay. So like I said, so we have to like desperately, we need to find some cooking supplies. So we need to start looting. We gotta start looting. All right. So are any of these a 1-star?
I have some arrows. You want some iron arrows?
Sure.
Here, I'll go put them in the. I'll go put them in the thing,
Okay.
the storage, which we are swiftly running out of.
It's okay. We can make more, and then we'll start upgrading and learning more stuff. It's okay. It'll be okay. It's just the beginning stages are a little rough because you have like literally nothing. Interesting. I'd rather you didn't, though.
Oh, I gotta stop punching our storage.
Trippy! Not right now! Not right
no.
now! Not right now!
Why did you do this?
Oh, I got one thing. Okay, so I got our cooking, the grate, so now we just need to find a cooking pot, which should be easy. If that's a fucking scare, I'm gonna be pissed. I hate the dog scare. I can't see anything.
Oh, this seems like. No, that's a 3 skull. I don't know if I should go in there.
Yeah, no, we don't want a 3 skull right now.
What about at the hospital? Anything cool over there?
Probably.
Oh no, spawn snake and group snakes are now available over here.
Shouldn't have done all that acid back in the day. I guess not. Holy shit. It's the color changing though for me that gets me. Wait, do we have any like buff, like do we have any way to make me not be in pain anymore?
I just raided an ambulance. I have some blood.
No, I'll get it. I'll figure it out.
There's bandages.
Yeah. Snakes, why? Why do you want group snakes? Wait, why? Wait. Ah, no! Come on. Shit. I'm gonna die.
What?
I have group snakes.
Oh no.
Trouser snakes.
That's group snakes, eh?
Yeah. I have no stamina. Yep. It's okay. It's fine. You got some points for killing me though, so it's okay. Spawn near my backpack. Look on the bright side. No, I'm good. Like that's what it's for.
Holy shoot.
Like that's what it's for. Did you just say trouser snakes? Did I? You just got bits? Wait, are you spending bits? Wait, it's not points?
What? What do you mean bits? No, it shouldn't be points.
It's just points, right?
Yeah.
Raven, you don't need to be spending bits for that stuff. Thank you. I wish it told me so I could be saying thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the bits that you totally did not need to be spending. Right, so I guess I go back down here and around to get my backpack.
Oh no. I want to get my backpack, but it's surrounded by zombies. Ah!
I know. Sometimes they'll leave. There it is. Thank you for the bits.
They're leaving because they're coming towards me.
Those are more. Thank you. Thank you.
I gotta run.
Guys, it really means a lot. It really means a lot. All the support. Okay, there we go. Level up. Hakamo O in chat. Bits are like crack. They kind of are. So satisfying.
There's so many terrible noises. I hate this.
You'll get used to the noises.
They're just all around. There's just noises, and I'm
Yeah.
like searching things. It sounds like they're like right behind me.
They do have a habit of sneaking up on you real quick too.
I wanted to raid the hospital, but it's like quite zombied in there.
Once we get a little bit more like supplies and stuff, like we need to get cooking supplies is our biggest thing right now. Once we get some cooking supplies and once we get some stuff, then we can like go kill stuff. We can go do all the stuff, but we're literally still on day one. Like we have nothing yet. We got to give ourselves a little bit of credit.
I'd like to do everything right now.
And I cheated just a little bit and I gave us like the highest like amount of like XP generation. So we're at like 300% XP. So like we're going to level up quicker than we normally would.
Good.
Yeah.
As long as I just quit dying.
No, it's 7 days to die. It's literally in the title.
True. Why no scary sounds? Dumb game. What do you mean no scary sounds? Is not an option yet? I'm a little bit behind Pink, so mine might.
Yeah, their world level might be. What level are you? You should be like 3 or 4 by now, right?
Oh, Nuka, thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Raven, are you being a champ?
Raven's being a champ.
Found their health bars though. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing.
I'm over here now. Oh my god,
Ooh.
Nuka, no,
Oh.
I just saw you
Oh.
over at Pink, so
Oh.
it's crazy.
Oh, no, come on.
Wow.
I can't see anything. Why are you taking so long to die? Holy crap. Oh my god. I'm dead. Yeah. They pumped up the health on these zombies for sure. Spawn near my backpack. Read this out loud. Oh, he didn't put it before. You didn't put don't.
Also, I have Pink's chat up.
You didn't put don't.
Also, good luck. I'm standing on a roof. Nothing can hurt me up here. I'm invincible 'cause I'm on a roof.
I'm sorry, it's not funny, but that was funny.
It's super funny. It's super funny.
Oh gosh. Raven, I don't know if you weren't here. So there was one time when Broseph and I were playing Sea of Thieves with our friends, and I literally went in Broseph's chat and I said, Broseph, don't read this out loud, but we're gonna put Yaga in the brig. Right? And Broseph literally goes, Broseph, don't read this out loud, but we're going to put Yaga in the brig. And I'm like, you literally just read out loud the words, Broseph, don't read this out loud. Broseph does use they them pronouns, Raven, just so you know.
Oh, fuck.
God, so funny. So
sometimes.
funny.
Oh, I just sprained my leg.
The worst part is they're like, Broseph, don't read this out loud. But I'm like, so stop! So stop!
What are you doing?
So stop
You
reading
know-
it out loud. Sorry, no, you're good. You didn't know. That's why I let you know.
Oh yeah, no, it's alright. It was really funny because it just shows you just how badly I like read things before I like.
Before your brain
acknowledge them.
processes, yeah.
Yeah.
I found a cornfield, so I have a bunch of corn for us. So that's huge,
Wait,
actually.
you can punch the corn?
Oh yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that. I would have been punching all that corn then.
yeah,
Shit, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I can hear the music over top of my headphones now. They must have turned it up.
Can we import the hot dog monster from the forest?
Oh.
Hilarious.
It's hot dogs! Ah!
I know. What is happening?
The forest has given some of the stupidest, funniest clips.
It really has. It
Oh.
really has.
What just killed me? There was
Oh, were you hungry or something?
maybe. No, I don't think so.
Just
There's
go and
nothing-
punch
nothing
it. That's the
happened
whole game.
beforehand.
Yeah, it's the whole game. You just go punch stuff. Yeah, but if you like, right above your health bar is like your stats and stuff. You might have had some sort of stat that was hurting you that you weren't paying attention to. I don't even know them all, honestly, and it looks like they've added stuff. So. Wow, I have so much corn. It's corn.
A big lump of corn,
It's got the juice. It's got the
The
juice.
juicy zombies. I just said juicy zoo zombies.
You did.
I don't know why I
Oh,
said
wow.
that. It's like I tried to combine zombie and juicy into Zeusy. The Zussies.
The Zussies. Oh my god.
There's so much trash everywhere.
There is, yeah. It's pretty grimy, honestly.
How big is the
The
world?
boxing champ against corn. You can't
Is there
really.
multiple towns, or-
There is multiple towns, yeah. And there's different biomes, which get harder as like you go on. Like there's like there's like the mountain, which is like the hardest because it's cold. There's like the toxic waste, which is like radiated. Like yeah, there's different there's different stuff.
Whoa.
What is this Fallout? I know, right? It's got a lot of influence from Fallout, I feel like.
I like that there's different biomes. This is heck.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna punch plants now. I got so much like I didn't know I could like look at I'm gonna punch flowers, I'm gonna punch some cotton.
Yep, so the red flowers, the chrysanthemums, and the yellow flowers, the goldenrods, make tea, which will give you increased stamina. Cotton makes cloth, which obviously you can make bandages and armor and stuff with. Some say they're still punching to this day.
To this day. Can I punch a pine cone? Oh, well, yeah, but it doesn't. I can't pick it up.
Oh, that's a new feature too. There's gonna be so much of me going, that's new, because I've played the shit out of this game, but I haven't played since this new giant upgrade. This new giant update, I mean.
Ooh. Does it look better?
Yes and no. Like there are things that they've clearly updated, but also one of the reasons that this game I think functions as well as it does is because it's very basic. Like they're not like it's not high graphics, it's not super detailed, you know. Can we discuss a super serious hot take that's been on my mind all day? Yeah. Might be on the line for my TOS. Oh, okay. We can see where this is going. I'm always up for a healthy debate as long as you're not hurting anybody's feelings.
I heard music. Why is music? What's happening? I hear music. What's happening?
One of us has our thing on. Our integration just turned on one of us. This is harsh, but okay. Ketchup on mac and cheese. If you say what I think you're gonna say. Hi, Vicky. A dangerous question. Where's my backpack?
Sometimes, like in general, it's not gonna be like my first choice, ketchup on mac and cheese. But like, I'm not gonna like poo-poo it either. You know,
Yeah,
like,
I
put
like
hot
it.
sauce on mac and cheese.
You enjoy
so-
it? I enjoy it. I enjoy a good ketchup on mac and cheese moment. Hear me out, okay? I'm hearing you. I have so much corn. It's amazing. This
I'm gonna punch every flower in town.
fish stick with mac and cheese on it. I don't like fish. I don't like fish.
Fish
But I could,
sticks are
I
kind of
could see it.
okay.
I could see. Oh my gosh, that's new. Look at it. It's so cute.
Oh, it's a puppy picture.
That's new. I love
Can I cut a
him.
tree down?
I love him. You can cut a tree down. Do you have an axe? You can make a stone axe.
Apparently, I can punch it.
You can punch it, but it'll
like
take longer.
300
That's funny. All right. Where? Use these steroids. Take all. Goodbye forever. Listen, I know. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. What is it that you want from me?
What do you want from me?
What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
What do you want from me?
Alright, I need to go back to the base real quick. Ooh, here's gonna be loot up here, I bet. Bet you I found the main loot.
I haven't gone very far, but I've been like getting stuff. I got an A. Oh my god, what exploded? What is that?
It's not the main loot? There's no way. Brosif, I have something for you. Hold on, hold on. It's very important. Whoa, shit, what can I get rid of to bring to you? Alright, it's very important. It's just for you. Hold on.
Should
Where-
I come to you?
I'm coming to you. Meet me. Meet me.
I come
Meet
to
me.
you. I run to you. Oh, where'd your name go? Oh, it's over this way now. What?
I'm running out of this house. Or I'm trying to, at least. How do I get out? The bottom? Yes, the bottom.
Oh.
Oh, wait. How do you get out now? I think you have to. Hold on. We might have to break the front door. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We might have to break the front door.
Can you come out this? There's a hole over here.
It's okay. I'll break the front door. It will take me a moment. This
Little man.
repair. Okay. Yeah, I'll just
If I
break
can
this door.
punch it from the other side.
It'll go
You're on the
faster. It's okay. Right here. Right here.
I'm coming.
Right there. Okay. Hi. Hi.
Hi.
This is for you. It is just very specific, special for you.
What it is? Oh, it's the gay shirt. It's my Canadian shirt.
Yes, I found it for you. Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you.
There's Burleson. Okay.
It's me. Look at me. I'm so cool looking.
Yay. All right, I'm gonna go drop off some stuff. All right. Here's this. Okay, so first thing is I can use this now. So does that mean that I can cook water? Turn on this. Recipes. Water. Why? What do I need? Cook. Why? What do I need? What am I missing? The cooking pot? Cooking pot required. Okay. Okay.
You need to search some more homes then.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll get there. It will be fine. And then eventually,
Aw.
oops, I didn't mean to do that. Eventually, we will have to, like,
What was
organize
that?
our, what's that noise? It's like, it's nighttime. It's becoming nighttime. That's what that noise
Oh, I
is.
see. So many
Yeah.
like that.
So eventually we're gonna have to organize these. So we have a system. Wanna brag about something? You made 8 cents this week. On what? On crypto
What?
or on like Twitch ads or something?
Well, I did start to organize it, but then it became
This?
double check.
I'm gonna get rid of just one of these chairs. Okay, so it is nighttime, so they will get faster and a little more aggressive at night, which is whatever.
Can we just like sleep through it?
No,
Or...
no, nope, nope.
Oh my god.
Telling the bits, I'm almost even.
So the noise. Oh,
To me, it's me.
I almost punched you, ma'am.
Here. Okay, so, did we finish clearing out this house?
I got some more stuff upstairs. Oh, look at this pretty window. I want this window.
Oh, look at these. These dog pictures are new, and I love them.
Yeah, there's puppy dog pictures.
Yeah, that's new. They just added that. I like it. All right, so I found.
Look at the puppy.
Hold on. Over here, I found where the loot. Here, this is where the loot is probably gonna be up here.
What about in here? There's like a door. Can I set the door on fire?
Probably. Ah! Shit, 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 shit. Sir, why are you crawling, sir?
Door, set on fire, please. I need you to set on fire. Oh, no, it's trippy.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's wobbles.
Oh, a
Oh,
snake.
man. Oh no!
There's snake
Ah,
in my
snake,
boots. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah, there's so many in here. Ah, I don't know what to do. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm trying. Why?
Set
Why do
everything
I
on
keep
fire.
getting? Why? Why do I keep getting fucking stuck? Like
Oh my God.
seriously.
There's so many zombies right now.
Can't see anything. I can't see anything. Yeah, they're so fast at night. Who killed Broseph?
A zombie.
No, I know, but somebody spawned it on you,
Oh.
and so they got points for it.
Well, it says.
Ooh,
that
regen, thank
Raven-
you.
It says Raven killed me with the snakes.
Yeah, you probably got poisoned. Like, a snake probably bit you, and it probably just did damage over time and poisoned you.
Yeah.
Okay, whoo! I made it. I made it alive. Thank you for the regen there, the last second there. That was huge.
I need to go get my backpack. Ah, nope.
Okay. Oh, I'm in the safe zone. Hold on. I'll get out of the safe zone. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get my arrows back, and I'll get out of the safe zone for you. Oh, Broseph is taking them into the base?
No. Just one.
Just a hooker. It's fine.
Yeah, we're just having a good time, okay? Why do you think otherwise?
Do you just put a sock on the door so I know, like, to not come in or something? Jeez.
I put a zombie on the door. I am dying.
You're right.
So I'm gonna see if we have any first aid stuff.
Okay. So we need to make some stuff with grass here, real quick.
We have first aid bandages.
Yeah, that's fine. You can use those, but we need grass to make bandages with. Do I have any on me? I don't. Okay. All right. So this I need to repair. I need a pipe to repair. Oh, supply meds. Oh, that's huge. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
All right, I will put them in here. All right, I lied. I'm gonna start. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I'm gonna make. Oh, oh. Okay, I can't take those yet. Hold on. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right. Need to
I
make
need to go get my backpack.
some storage stuff. You're good. You're good.
I'm gonna
You're
try and
good.
get my backpack. There might be zombies in here somewhere, but yeah. Oh yeah, I hear them.
Okay, it's all good. It's all good.
Come here, zombie.
Okay, what am I looking
Ew,
for?
it's crawling. Don't crawl. That's creepy when you do that. Don't do that. Nobody likes when you crawl. Oh god, I'm dying already. I've suffered a concussion. I am dizzy as fuck.
Yeah. It got kind of harsh here. We might need to lower our difficulty here.
I'm dizzy. I died.
Okay.
Oh god, they're screaming.
We don't
Max
have any
XP
wood.
penalty reached. Cool.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up.
You are thirsty. Health and stamina recovery slower. Yes, I know. I'm trying to cook food or cook stuff. I'm trying. What the fuck was that?
What?
Oh, man.
Oh, jump scare.
I've never heard that before. I was like, are we hacked in this game too?
Can you imagine?
I'd
mean,
be
we can.
pissed. I'd be pissed. I'd be so fucking pissed if I got hacked in this game too, after we got hacked in the forest. I've never heard the boo before. That was actually terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. The boo was scary.
Like, can't we make like so the horde night? Couldn't we just hide in here?
Yeah, but they will they will come to us. Like they will try to break through and break stuff down and yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, I know. It's annoying. Alright, there's one there. There's one there. Okay, so we've got one on each side there, one on each side here. Okay. So, let's put meds up here. Meds. Okay, so meds, food. Food.
Go no cam.
Okay.
'Cause my bra is annoying the fuck out of me.
Okay.
No, it's like pulling on my like shoulders. Like,
No,
super,
it's
super
just
hard.
it's just funny that you're like, I'm just gonna go for it. Like, no shame. Okay, it's fine. Okay.
Can't I search? Oh, because it's not for me. That's why. Rad! Oh my god, hello! And happy birthday! I saw your birthday was just a few days ago. Thank you for the raid. Hello!
Okay, so
My
I'm gonna
goodness.
put armor.
Invalid. Welcome in. I'm playing 7 Days to Die with Pinksel, and we are being tortured by chat. So if you would like to join in on the tortures, please do.
Yes,
That'd be a great
please,
time.
please tortures. It's great. It's a great time.
We love it. We love it.
Okay, so now I can repair
Hello?
this.
Thank you for that follow.
Ooh,
Zamzi.
supply
And
resources?
Welcome in.
Ooh,
Rad,
that's
hold on,
huge.
what were you playing?
That's huge. Thank you for that. All right, I need to just start putting
Outer Wilds.
stuff.
Ooh.
I want to play Outer Wilds.
I've never heard of Outer Wilds.
Yeah, I think I want to play it. Okay. Let's go here.
Is it a co-op game? What is it?
I don't think it's co-op. I do think it's single player. Oh, hold on. Franklin gave me some
If you have
supplies.
if you have a big thing that says cooldown on your screen, there's a little arrow right to the right of it. Just click on that, and it should shut.
But then you started saying it was huge. I set it up for you. I literally set it up for you, Franklin. What you mean?
What do you mean? Oh, there's big music happening.
Big music's happening?
Outer Wilds is amazing, but you can't say anything about it. Single player adventure of exploring. Okay.
We got peeps. Breaking our door down.
Where's my? I don't have
Something special that begins with a T.
I never got to
Oh.
my
Alright, hold on. Shit. Wait, why does this keep happening? It keeps, like, glitching, and, like, I'll have something in my hand, and they won't use it. And I have to, like, switch to something else and then switch back to it. That's so strange.
That's strange.
Thank you for the regen. I don't understand, like, that's new. That's a new issue that I feel like is happening. I'm gonna die, yep.
How am I doing? I'm doing great. Yeah, this is my first time playing this game, and I'm doing exactly as it says in the title. I'm dying 7 days every day.
All the days. I've died every day this day.
Like every day.
Alright. So,
Oh, hi, we're in our underwear now.
yeah, we are in our underwear now. But, oh!
Brad says hello, Pinksel.
Hello. That's different. There's so many. I'm sorry. I'm probably sound so annoying because I'm like, oh, that's different. Oh, that's new. Oh, that's
No,
different.
You sound great.
But
You
like,
sound like you're excited.
yeah, they changed it where now you can see what's on your campfire. That's cool.
Oh shoot! Hello, you're behind me. Ah. They do sneak up on you.
Yeah, especially at night.
Ew, they're
Alright.
eating me.
Yeah, they will do that.
Ew.
They'll do that. Alright, alright. Okay, so I'm just gonna start putting the rest of everything in here. And then I need this. And I need... I'll take that. And... that. That.
Oh wait, every time you die, does it reset your backpack? So like, do you lose everything from the death of before? If you die before
Oh,
get your
if you...
backpack?
Yes, because you only have one backpack. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that to tell you that. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
you
no.
have to recover your stuff first.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I'm sorry. But well,
No.
we're actually like we're getting to a point now where we're starting to make some progress. So,
And we're so early in the game. It
yeah,
doesn't really
yeah.
matter, but
We're getting there though.
let's see.
Okay, my armor apparently is broken, which is also new. That's a new thing. Okay. What armor? How do I see?
Oh, that
This one?
sure.
This one.
No,
Broken armor.
shirt. You got me that shirt, and the zombies ate it.
No, the gay
No.
shirt.
My Canadian shirt.
You're Canadian. Oh no. All right, so let's go get you some grass and let's make you some clothes for now. So you're not
I
naked.
grabbed some grass.
Okay.
I can make some clothes. Good night, Rad. Enjoy your sleep. And I hope that puppy pee goes well.
All right, so garage first construction. Is that what this was right here? Hi, Mark. How are you? I kind of want to trippy then play the Isengard redeem. Oh, the taking the hobbits to Isengard. You could.
How about the Isengard?
You could. You absolutely could. Mark, how's the day? How you doing? Mark, have you played this since the Alpha 21 update? Because it's brutal. I cannot. You try it. You try it. Hydrate. You got it. You try to trick me? You tried to trick me? I did nothing of the sort.
Why can't I?
Why can't you what?
I'm
Why
picking
can't
up
you-
my clothes and I'm pressing W and it's not letting me put. Am I already wearing clothes? No.
You might be wearing clothes. Look on your,
But where would I?
Hold on, I can't.
I'm so confused. Maybe I am. Yeah, I guess I am. But where did I get them? Because I died, and they should all have been. They should have all disappeared.
Oh, well, I think, I don't know. Yeah, when you die, like, you usually spawn back naked.
But I'm wearing my clothes, but not my nice clothes.
Yeah. Just trying to hit the zombie, not the, or the snake, not the sidewalk here. There we go. Give me the snake meat. Okay, we need to, this night needs to hurry the fuck up. This night is,
Night is long.
night is killing me right now. Damn you, Bert.
Literally.
My day was long, even for 7-hour Friday. The week felt long, yeah. Like, it's Friday already, which happened quickly. Like, I'm thankful that, like, we got to Friday quickly. But each day went by really slowly. Okay. Don't play Alpha 21. Do you have it to update? Still learning curve? Yeah. So if you remember, Nate and I played the shit out of this. And I have not played since Alpha 21. And
Holy shit, that thing has red eyes. What?
yeah, it's nighttime.
Oh.
It's brutal. Like, I am not gonna lie when I say it's harsh. I don't know like what changed, but it's tough. They
I've
changed
died,
a
like,
lot.
15 times.
Yeah, I've died quite a lot too. Raven! What are you doing? Thank you so much. Scare 1? What's that?
It says that there's a backpack.
Oh,
in the
yeah, that's
house
right. Does it
beside
the other
me to
way?
Go get, and I want to go get it. There's a backpack for me. One of my backpacks is in this house beside us, and I
Okay.
can't get into it because of the zombies.
Okay, I'll go with you. This is a 2-star, so it's probably gonna be tough.
Yeah, it has been.
Okay. Alright, he's coming. I got him.
Sir.
Okay, I got him. Thank you for the biddies. What's the command to do? It was the way you did it. It was the way you did it.
How do I? Oh, right here. Flat shirt.
Oh, yay! So they just remove
my
the marker. They don't actually remove the thing. We're not friends anymore, Mock. Very sad, but people grow apart. Are we still friends? I don't have any friends. I'm a lone wolf.
I'm imaginary.
Broseph is imaginary, yeah. I'm actually talking to myself right now.
Broseph isn't real. Broseph can't hurt you.
It's all good, Mac. It happened a few months ago. I thought everybody knew, so it's fine. Don't worry about it. Cried enough tears over it.
Yeah, it's time to champ on and make new memories. Ah!
Exactly.
Oh my god!
New memories.
New memories.
New memories. It's because you're too badass. I get it. Yeah, I'm literally too cool to have friends. It's a burden that, you know, it's my cross to bear, you know. Not everyone can be this cool. Alright, so I still need to finish trying to loot the loot, which is going to be up here.
Oh, I think I hear you.
Maybe. Unlike herpes, no matter how hard you try to get rid of me, I show back up. I know. I've literally banned Franklin like 20 times already, and he just keeps showing up, man. He just won't get the hint. He
I am
just
dead.
won't get the hint. Okay.
I am dead.
Are you, like, okay, like, learning and dying, or, like, do you want to cheaty? I was hoping that we could play for a little bit before we cheaty, but if you want to cheaty, we can cheaty.
I mean, I'm okay either way, honestly. I'm not, like, upset.
Okay, okay. Well, because...
It's not like there's serious repercussions for dying.
No, I know, but some people don't, like, dying. Like, some people are like, this isn't fun, all I'm doing is dying.
I've been wanting to die for 38 years, I'll have you know.
When you said someone wasn't your friend anymore, but you never actually said when I was around, I didn't want to assume, but thank you for the clarification. Yeah, it's not... You guys aren't stupid, you know. You guys can clearly tell, like, who's no longer here, you know. I can give you all the benefit of the doubt that you can put 2 + 2 together. It's okay, Mock, it's okay. It's okay. It's been long enough now. Like I said, I've cried enough over it. Like, I'm good.
Shit.
I don't like shit. What does shit mean?
Get away from my backpack, you little shit.
Oh. I thought you were like shit till like something happened. I was like, Broseph, what does that mean?
No, I've been trying to get back to my backpack for a while now, and this one zombie is like, fuck you. And I'm
Franklin
like, fuck you.
really
It's like,
likes
fuck
this
you.
trippy redeem.
It is kind of fun, yeah.
Raven dropped something over here. I gotta go get it.
Can I search? Don't run after me, sir. I finally got my backpack
I missed the silly
back.
Wait, are silly sounds not in there, or are they just not unlocked yet?
Maybe they're not unlocked yet.
Shit.
Oh, I'm level 5 and have 4 skill points to spend.
Yeah, you've probably have lots of skill points to spend.
Oh my
There we
god,
go.
I haven't spent any skill points.
There we go. Nice. Okay.
We have no more door.
I know.
What's in here? Is this medicine? Okay, hold on. Let's put. Gotta put all my things away before I lose my backpack again.
Yeah. Okay. So much this game. Was Dirgy? Aww. Yeah, Dirge would be fun to play this game.
Dirge loves this game, yeah. Oh, not cotton. Don't put cotton in there. Yucca. Hop. Egg. I found egg.
Egg.
Egg. I keep finding dyes too. That's very exciting.
Yeah, dyes are cool for clothes.
Mhm. I think I'm gonna wear these scrap boots actually. Why can't I put it on? Why is this being so weird?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I killed
it won't
Dirge
let
like
me,
4 times in a row by taking stuff away, like no melee. So he grabbed a gun and I turned off range and then slowed him and whatever else. Yeah, I mean, there's that's how you do it.
Yeah, it won't. I think something's glitching out with the clothes.
Why?
It won't let me switch my clothes or anything. And when I die, they don't disappear.
Like, what do you mean that won't let you switch your clothes?
Like it won't let me. I'm holding. I wanted to switch my boots
Uh-huh.
to the other ones. Oh God, hello. And it won't. It just won't let me. It's like nah. Like it's not acknowledging that I am pressing it or anything. I don't know why.
Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you, Raven. Enjoy Fallout.
Goodbye, Raven. Have a good rest of your evening.
I mean, this was just like where we're going because we have to make our way. I don't even know where it is. It's got to be close to us. We have to find a trader because that's how you get quests.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know where to find a trader.
All right, I'm gonna head in that general direction and see what does pull do? Pull brings any zombies that are in the general vicinity and brings them to us.
Gross.
Yep. It's not a fun one.
No. Oh, is this weapon stuff? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I want to. Is this one better? Okay, that's better. Ooh, the general hospital is 5. So, shit.
Yeah, I tried going in there. I made it through the front door, and then
Yeah.
I ran away.
Yeah, I was gonna say. We did not spawn in the friendliest area, honestly.
Oh, what else? We got new actions on mine over here. We got spawn coyote. Ooh.
Okay.
I do like coyotes. Supply meals, supply meds, supply mods. Ooh, it's all the supply stuff.
Yay!
Group coyotes. Oh. Okay.
Shit. Shit, why is everything breaking so fucking fast? Including
Yeah, my
me.
weapons are all broken.
Dang, they really were like, so we're gonna take this game and we're gonna amp it up to a difficulty of 12. Like, why? Oh, fuck, I forgot this is things. I have a boat.
Oh, I can make a bone knife. Need more bone. Where bone? Give me bone. Their bones.
A businessman attack. Exactly what I
Make
don't
a
need.
bone knife.
A bone kniff. We've got 2 seconds. Shit. Okay.
So what?
Till an attack spawns in.
Oh. Oh.
Why?
Oh.
Like, I feel like this is... Who's gonna blow this car up? Hey, DJ! Yep, I'm gonna die.
I would. How do I? Okay. How do I repair resources?
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Don't die. You're too cute. Lol.
Oh, fast. Thank you for the fast. See, the thing about the spawn things, though, is... Oh, yes, regen. Thank you. There we go. Okay. No, don't go up here. I'm supposed to be safe from you up here.
Yeah, that's cool.
God
oh
damn.
no. Oh no. Trippy. Oh, it's Wobble Pops here, I tell you what.
I know, I know. And I've got a horde of zombies over here to deal with.
I come to you. I have bone knife, I stab. Oh,
You're doing
my
great.
knife already covered in blood.
Oh, fuck, I have no stamina. I have no stamina. I have no stamina. I have no stamina. Okay, hold on. Woo! Okay, little stamina here.
Hi.
Okay, we got. Okay, he's dead. Okay, he's dead.
What's
GG's.
that?
Oh, that's a loot box. I'm sorry. I should have let you seen it. So sometimes they'll drop
Oh.
little backpacks, and those are their loot. It's loot. How's stream been so far? It's been exactly what the name of the game says. We have died so many times.
I died every time.
So I used to play this game a lot last year, and then they did a huge update for the game like a couple months ago, and I haven't played it since this update. And it is kicking my booty, to say the least.
I poked that guy so much the top of his head popped off.
That does happen from time to time. It's fun.
Gross.
There it is!
Oh,
Dance party!
Woo!
Ooh, hurt spawn vultures, supply explosives, groove vultures, supply candy. That's new. It's Wobble Pops. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
I tell you what, eh?
Alright, can we go in the hospital? No.
Oh, you can go in the back way. 'Cause
Yeah,
I got in.
okay, I think we should go into some of these houses first. Let's go into, because we
Need a
need,
pot.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need a cooking pot, so let's go into houses first, and then
I
after,
just got a pipe rifle.
oh, nice, that's actually nice.
I like this music.
Hello to Broseph too. DJ says hello, Broseph.
Oh wow!
Some of these don't work for me for some reason. Are they red or are they blue? Well, because red is bad and blue is good, right? That's all that means? I don't know.
Oh. Son. I want more music. Bring back the music, please.
What just exploded, though?
That's a really good question. Are you inside the house?
I am.
That's you.
Okay, now we can go in. Give me my arrows, sir. Okay.
Give arrows.
Oh,
Oh my god. Oh my god. Hello. Can I help you? Ooh, I'm very low on health. I will need a second. Oh, she's still alive. Oh my god. And now her head's off. So
amazing. I love that.
Oh, and
Shit.
I'm dead.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay.
I died.
Yeah, once we get we'll have to go back to the base where we're safe, and we'll go through our skills and stuff, and we'll get some skill upgrades going and stuff. Oh, she's straight eating. Okay. Oh, that's your backpack. Okay. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it. I put it back.
Touch it.
No, I didn't. I didn't touch it. Please give me a cooking pot. Like, that's really all I'm asking for is a cooking pot right now.
Yeah, how do none of these houses have cooking pots?
They're hard. Sometimes, like, sometimes RNG will really be mean and just not give you the one thing that you need. Like, I remember when I played this last time, it took me and him, like an IRL, like, week of playing this game to be able to find, like, the beaker, which you need to make, like, chemicals. It just took forever. Like, sometimes the game literally just mean like that for no reason.
That is silly billies.
It is silly billies. It's very silly billies. So I don't know if I told you. So stuff like this on the ground, like you see these like plates in this glass, it makes noise. So you can break those. So that way, like it makes noise, like will attract zombies and stuff. So if you're like trying to sneaky,
don't hit them. But
yeah.
If you don't want to sneaky, then do hit them.
Yeah, but you can also break them down, which is nice. DJ, how was your day? Hopefully you had a nice fried dizzle. Oh, hi.
You're Sammy.
Okay, waiting. 16 seconds. Damn it.
Oh boy, why am I so weak? I go deaf so fast.
Craft. Suffering with calculus. But other than that, you're pretty good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I had kind of a weird day at work today. So like the whole day has just kind of felt like, you know when like your schedule's like off and the whole rest of the day just feels like off. That's how today has been. Like, so on Fridays, I go into work at 5 o'clock in the morning, which sucks, I know. But I go in at 5 because that's what time our truck shows up, like with our stuff. And for whatever reason, our truck didn't show up until 8 a.m. today. So it was like, yeah, so my whole day was like, just like put off by like 3 hours. So it was just like, the whole day just felt behind, and I felt like I was running behind the whole day. But I wasn't. Like, the truck was behind, you know?
Everything was throwing off.
Yeah. So, like, it felt like my day was taking so long. Yeah, we have a screamer. Oh, no, we don't have a screamer. It was a scare.
Oh.
Okay, so here's probably going to be the main loot room. Of course it is, because my weapon just broke. Okay, there we go. Normally when I'm going to class and my classes gets canceled, it gets my day weird. Oh. Yeah, it's one of those things where like you don't really like realize how like dependent you are on like the normalcy of like a schedule or whatever.
Routine is very important.
It is very important. Oh, fuck. Okay, he's dead. Okay.
Oh.
I know, it just knocked you down. I'm sorry, but he literally fell, like, on the ladder.
No, it's all good. I just wasn't sure if I had hopped up it right or not.
Alright, so this guy's gonna not wake up, okay? Oh, here's this. I see this. There it is. Loot. Loot. This is weird. Like, where's all the loot stuff? Very confused. I'm not gonna
Maybe
lie.
we're on, like, extra hard.
No, we're not. I specifically set it to normal. I thought about doing scavenger, which is, like, easy mode. And then I was like, I don't want it to be, like, too easy. Like, I don't, you know, like, I want it to still be some challenge, which is why I didn't just straight go into, like, God mode.
How do I go down this hole?
Crouch.
How do I crouch? See?
C?
Yeah.
Control? Yeah.
It's not control. Oh, it is control in this. Okay.
Yeah.
I was pressing shift because I'm a dumbass.
Not a dumbass, just didn't know.
Little, slight bit
Little
dumbass.
bit of dumbass. Little.
Little bit.
Little ass of dumb.
Little.
Like, so it's being class, but
Oh,
I'm on the bus going home and it bugs me the rest of the day. Yeah, or like when you go, like if you like go home early for like the day or something, and you're just like, what do I do? What do I do for the rest of the day now?
And look at this cat picture. Oh
I know,
my
they're so
God.
cute. They're all so cute.
I love him.
Alright, I am going to go back to the base and drop
Oh my God, there's a kitten.
stuff off. Also, don't forget you have like objectives. You have objectives on
What?
your yeah, on your so you should be like build a bedroll, make a club, and then it'll tell
Oh.
us yeah, and then
Craft a stone axe is what I'm on.
I'm on craft a bow and arrows. I need to find a feather, which I need to just go back to the I just need to go back to the
There's
base.
feathers at the, yeah.
Yeah.
There's feathers at the base.
Yeah, I just need to go bake.
Okay, stone axe.
Okay.
Wood, fiber, stone.
Craft a building block. I did all that already. Like I literally built 5 building blocks and built on our house.
I know I grabbed a bunch of. Oh, we have a bunch of stone. Yeah, stone. Whoops.
Okay.
Fiber.
Fiber.
Fiber. Craft stone axe. There. Craft plant fiber pants. Well, I've done that.
Yeah, but we didn't do it in order, so we have to do it all again.
Boo.
I know. I know.
Oh, here. Look in the clothes. Look in the clothes. There's something you might like. I'm putting it in right now.
Okay, I will have a look. Can I see? Can I see?
It's in the clothes one right here.
What is? The hoodie?
Yes.
The hoodie?
You want?
I want.
You want hoodie?
I want hoodie.
Do you want to wear my hoodie?
I do want to wear your hoodie.
Oh my God! What if you wore my hoodie? What if we pushed our
What if we pushed our-
sticky dates together instead of days to die?
There's a recipe. There's a recipe in the clothing thing for you.
Oh, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, food. This can go there. This can go here.
Old sham.
Ooh,
sandwich.
Raven! Look at you with your 1K bits batch. Now you have a Terry!
Oh,
I have the Terry emote. Raven, thank you so much. That's the one complaint I will have is that it doesn't tell me when people are using bits. So I can't say thank you for the bits. So please know that I'm not like meaning to be offensive. It's not telling me when bits are being used. So I apologize.
it's being rude.
Yeah, it's not telling me when bits are being used.
Where do we put weapons?
Probably one of these over here is fine for now.
Okay.
Did you get it? The candy? Candy? No?
Candy? No.
Candy? Wait, do I have to leave my safe zone? Hold on.
Does it give you actual candy? I like candy. I like candy.
How do I do it? How do I get it? See, it was so much easier when it was all just like like the commands. Now there's like this extension that I can't see that what you guys are using. Well, that was a ripoff. I mean, maybe it'll show up. Like maybe it'll drop a box.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, because we're leaving the safe zone so they can use the stuff again.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it meant something was dropping.
Let's go in this house here. I don't know. Maybe it'll drop. Spawn coyote.
Oh no. Oh no!
DJ!
Coyote, don't you know I love you?
Oh, Broseph died.
Oh. Don't you know I love you? Oh,
Broseph
apparently I've
died.
died 14 times.
Oh, wow. The extension works. Yeah, but it doesn't show me everything. Like, apparently Raven just redeemed something that it didn't give me. Sorry, Broseph. It's okay. Broseph will live. Well, they won't live. They'll literally
Well-
die, but... Oh, look, here it is. Here's my... Oh, this is armor. Gotta read your son bedtime books? Oh my gosh. Do you read Everybody Poops?
Everybody poop.
Oh, I might die. I might actually die here. Hold on. Shit. Yeah, I might die
Get
here.
on fire!
Yeah, I'm gonna die here.
Don't die.
No, I'm dead.
I protect. Oh no. I protect your body.
How did that... Wait, I killed the coyote. I'm so confused. I don't understand how this new extension works, guys. I'm so sorry.
How come
I don't
died?
understand.
What is this position? Where are those knees? What is
I
he
don't
doing?
know.
Ah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh man, I kind of want to go and like join that party across the street. They're loud.
I know. That's why I'm so confused. It was definitely the zombie at the front door that killed me, not the I don't know. I don't know. That's your
What's
backpack
happening?
right there. What do you mean what's
Oh.
happening? Yeah, that's your backpack right there.
My backpack is almost empty other than a light, apparently. Cute hoodie.
Thanks. My boyfriend bought it for me.
Thanks. It's my boyfriend.
It's my boyfriend's hoodie. Alright, let's go inside. Where's this kitchen? I need to go into the kitchen in this house. I need a cooking pot. Give me a cooking pot, you sons of bitches.
Are you looking for pot?
I am looking for pot.
Priorities. God.
Behind you, turn around.
Behind you
Oh.
as well.
Oh shit. Okay, he is dead. Okay, amazing.
Nice.
There's
Oh,
a hooker.
hello.
There's a hooker.
Okay, calm down there, titties.
Hits McGee. Jesus
Uh-oh.
Christ.
I gotta take a step out.
Yeah, I died.
No. A tough house.
It's a 3-star, yeah.
Very squishy.
It is very squishy. All right.
Oh, hello. Oh, I think we're lagging out.
Lagging?
No, never mind. It wouldn't let me repair my knife, but then when I go to use it, it says it needs repairs. So.
Oh, some of them, like, okay, first of all, you can't repair when you're, like, doing an action. So, like, if you were still, like, swinging to, like, kill a zombie, it wouldn't do it. And some of the repairs, like, are, like, couple seconds of, like, an action, if that makes sense. So if you...
No, but
like,
it doesn't even have the option, is what I'm saying. So I'm standing here totally still, and the repair isn't even like it's blanked out.
then you don't have what it needs to repair it. Is it your bone knife? Then you need a
Yeah.
bone. You need a bone. So, like, you need to go chop up a zombie or something.
Gross.
Yeah.
I need more bones. I need more boners.
Ooh, Nyx! Nyx! Dropping some goodies for us. Hello, Nyx.
Aw.
Welcome. Thank you.
Oh, look at you.
Hi, Nick.
Ark, look at you. This one's yours. This white one here is yours.
Oh, where am I?
Oh no, where are you?
Oh, Jesus, hello.
Broseph needs to bone. Broseph does need to bone.
You better give me bones, sir. When
Hi,
I'm done hitting you in your face, give me bones.
I'm coming. Oh, you got it. You got it. You're good. There you go. You're good.
I love it. One little step, just for
Good measure. I'm a
Do it.
married man, sir. Hello. Hello, Sab.
Nix, thank you so much. Look at this. What is it?
Explosives, I think.
Explosives.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Did any of us get a cooking pot? Did you get a cooking pot in here? I didn't get a
Or
cooking
did
pot.
not.
God damn it.
Have we been upstairs?
They're usually in the kitchen, but they can be anywhere, really. But
I found shoes.
oh my god, shoes.
Oh my god, shoes. Let's get some shoes.
These shoes are $300. These shoes are $300. These shoes are $300. Let's get them.
Let's get them. Let's go to the mall.
Let's go to the mall.
Let's get some shoes.
Guys, you know the most important question of the day. What did everyone have to eat today?
I had a ice cream sandwich.
I have ice cream sandwiches. I have Oreo ice cream sandwiches downstairs.
Oh, I would die and kill for Oreo ice cream sandwiches.
I hate it here. You don't tell fibs, Franklin.
Oh, hi.
A brownie? Ooh. Have you not eaten all those by now? I don't know. I don't know, Ark. Currently eating some pasta with cheese and a sausage.
A sausage.
One sausage.
One single sausage.
That sounds good.
I got you some boots.
Aww. Dirty rice and pineapple chunks? Oh, that sounds good too, actually.
Oh, you're eating your rice again? Yes, that rice sounded so good.
Oh, why is this a thing?
Are you upstairs?
I opened a closet and there's a fucking mannequin in it. It scared me. See?
Oh yeah, look at that. That's creepy.
Just open it and I was like, why? Why are you here?
What do you want?
Oh, lordy coming.
Hello. Oh, Lord.
Oh, lordy coming.
He's missing a hand.
He is. I chopped it off. Okay, he's dead. Alright, so we need to... Okay, this is what I think we should do. I think we should finish looting this house, and then I think we should go back to the base. And then we should go through and we should start spending some skill points. So we can start leveling some stuff up. Let's see, my dinner is leftover McDonald's from lunch, Jimmy John's, along with a pint of ice cream and a brownie. Oh my god, that all sounds so good, though. That all sounds so good, though.
What's that? A backpack. What's in you? A book. Just like dumps.
Nick's clutching the second 2 hours in the stream.
Really?
Yeah. Ooh, mystery supplies. Ooh, a book. And a food. Oh, Broseph, this one's yours.
Hi, thanks. Oh my
Hi,
goodness.
DJ.
What? Soup?
Soup.
Beer?
Yeah. Oh, beer gives you stamina, but I believe it distorts your vision. I believe.
Notice me, streamer. Oh, hello. How can I notice you today, my lovely man?
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Notice me.
Okay.
Here, hold on. I have boots for you. I'm putting them in here right now.
Okay. These boots are made for Christopher Walken. And that's just what they'll do.
Walking.
One of these days, Christopher Walken is gonna walk all over you.
Walk all over you. That's my worst Christopher Walken.
I didn't know what that even was. God. One day
my
they'll walk all over you.
Well, bro, walk.
Walk
Christopher Walken. I like to walk.
all over you. Funny. You guys are so funny.
So
This is so funny.
funny.
All right, I'm gonna use my upgrades, skills.
Yeah, I gotta do the skills thing.
Okay.
I hear big noise. I found potato seed. Seed. We can have a we can have garden.
We can. We can garden. Yeah. Yeah.
I heard dog. That was dog.
That was dog. Yeah.
Barbecue smoking. Oh, do I want barbecue chicken breast or a smoky? I think a barbecue chicken breast. We had smokies yesterday. I think barbecue chicken boobies. Oh God, so many noises.
Oh,
How
that
do
was a scare.
Oh no, distortion. Is federal spending skill points? You earn skill points when accessing your inventory and navigating to the skills menu. Okay, inventory.
Okay, there's some food cooking.
Skills.
All right, we need a fucking cooking pot. Like we are literally stuck until we get a cooking pot. Like I'm not kidding. We're literally stuck until we get a cooking pot right now. We can't cook any food. Like can't make water.
Okay, I'm gonna take Lucky Looter
Okay.
as my first. How many skills points did I say I had?
It should be in the top corner. Yeah.
I could just max my Lucky Looter out right away.
You can't because you have to upgrade your like generalized skills first. So like your Lucky Looter is intelligence. So like you might need to put a couple points like into intelligence and into your Lucky Looter. Shit.
Oh.
Oh shit. Oh, I fucking blew its head off. There you go. You're learning. There you go, DJ. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus
I can't
Christ.
see. Oh, there we go. How do I find intelligence and stuff like that? Oh,
At the top, it's
strength,
like, yeah, so-
fortitude, agility. Oh, it's all
Yeah.
separated. Yeah.
Yep. And then so the very top row will be like your general skill, and then it breaks down. Yeah. You get it now. You guys are killing me right now. Nyx, thank you for the weapons.
Is that all my points? Yes, points available 0. Okay, I'm at level 4 perception and
Okay.
level 2 Lucky Looter. So,
Where'd this go? Thank you, Steph.
aw, staff. There you go.
Thank you.
Look at other. Oh my God, there's 4 options.
So that's a crawler,
Oh.
yes. You guys, you, just because I'm reacting like, oh my God, guys, I hate you. Like, you guys can still, by all means, like I am not upset with you guys for using the stuff. I'm just reacting to the zombies right in front of my face and stuff. So like, use your points, use your whatevers.
I'm very upset.
I'm really kind of still sad that Raven's, didn't get.
work?
Yeah, like apparently he gave us candy, which we didn't get.
Oh, I'm eating candy in real life. So it's almost like you did give us candy, Raven. I still want barbecue chicken breasts, but those all sound amazing.
Ah!
Okay.
Whew. Okay. Why are you hitting me?
Who?
You.
Me?
Yes,
I
you.
wasn't.
You
I was
walked
hitting the
right,
bird.
you walked right up to me and hit me.
I didn't think I could.
You can't,
I was-
but like, why?
I was breaking the bird underneath your feet. There was a bird.
Oh, that's so
I
funny.
thought I would get meat from it.
You will, but it was just like you literally just like walked right up to me and just started punching. Like it was just funny as all. Like
Well, it's just a good old game of
A skull punch?
skull smash.
yeah,
A
skull punch.
Oh no,
Thank you, Ark.
Nix.
Oh gosh, that's so funny. Brosep's just like, hi.
Boom. Can I set the grass on fire?
I don't know. Broseph is an abusive boyfriend, honestly. I don't know. I don't know about this friendship anymore.
You like that sweater, bitch? No.
I gave you my sweater. Show me dick pics.
Show me dick. Oh no! Ah, where is it? Where is it? There's a snake in the grass.
There's a snake in my boots.
There's a snake in me boots. I killed it. Nix, I killed it. Now I'm gonna keep smashing it.
Okay, so that. How do I have so many bows? Like this just keeps happening.
Was there a... Oh, I was scared. I thought it was a dog. Why does this keep gaining health? Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna keep hitting it. Strange. Nix, why you scare?
Why you scary me?
When you scary me. I want to go down the slide. Whee! Down the slide. Come down the slide with me.
Okay, hold on.
Whee!
Oh, there's so many supplies over here. Come get all these supplies that we're getting.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I come.
This game really wants you to be Katniss. It does. It wants me to live out my Katniss ever dreams, just the way I like it.
Ooh, a group of vultures. No! Hello. Oh, ammo. Thank you.
I really
More
like that
ammo?
it like adds its own channel point redemptions and stuff while you're playing. And then I assume
Yeah.
it'll remove them when you're done playing too, which is fun. Okay, we
Yeah, I hope
still
so.
have to find a goddamn cooking pot. So, Sawab Vulture? You okay there, Franklin? Sawab Vulture.
Swab.
Okay.
Okay. So we've been in this house over here. New vote. What's the vote on?
Ooh.
Ooh. They're all pretty good, right? Yeah, they're all pretty good. Nourishment, critical, immune, resourceful. Uh-oh. I heard an ambi.
Listen, fingers do what they do. It's true. That's true. DJ, thank you for the armor. I don't know if I said it or not.
I like that I can search the white minivan without actually going into the store.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna go in the door, but there might be other stuff, but we got resourceful.
Okay. Resourceful's good. Oh, we also got slow.
Oh no.
Oh no,
Oh.
Franklin.
What have you done?
Can he get out? Oh, he can hit me though. That's wonderful. That seems fair, huh?
Oh no, everything's trippy.
Okay. Jeez. Oh, okay. Okay, this is fine.
Wait, why am I not holding my... There we go. Wait, why didn't it reset? Oh no, it didn't. I thought the door reset, and I was just like, what? But it didn't, though. It just...
Oh my god, new actions! So many group chickens?
Group chickens? Wouldn't that be a good thing? Wouldn't you be able to, like, get chicken meat then?
Yeah, yeah, I've just never heard group chickens before. Oh, no,
Are
no,
they gonna, like,
where?
kill us?
Fuck, fuck, okay, fuck, fuck. Oh, shit.
No, no.
Ooh, I got her? No, she's not dead. Okay, hold on. Now she's
So
definitely
tricky.
dead.
Okay, there. I'm not on acid anymore. That's good.
Okay. It's all good. It's all good.
No more acid trip for me.
Oh, I forgot that there's even Pokemon in this chat right now. It didn't work. Yeah, sometimes if you do it too close to another person's redeem, DJ, it won't work. So just try it again.
Cooldown.
Yeah, just try it again. Or use the extension.
Although there's just cotton just growing in these people's yards.
Yeah. I haven't got any of the group ones to work. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff that has changed since the last time I played. And I honestly don't know, like, what some of the changes are.
The group work, because the group snake worked.
Yeah, the group snake worked.
Maybe just cool down again. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, it could be something wonky too, with less like. I don't know. I don't know. All right, I was going in a house and I just totally forgot and got distracted punching grass.
Oh, Franklin spawned a mama. Jeez.
Franklin. Oh god, it's screaming. I have blueberry seeds.
That's huge.
Oh god, I hear.
Mama!
Yeah, I kinda start a garden.
Ooh. Yeah, we can do a garden.
I want this house. It has a pool.
We can move houses. We just needed something right then and there because we needed to do some stuff. You did not
It
weaken my
also
range.
has-
Oh my god.
It also has a giant hole in the wall.
I mean, we can fix holes. That's fine.
Swoosh. Are you a zombie I can stabbing? Are you dead? Sir, are you dead? You cannot breathe here. Well, I mean, yeah, it's water. Oh my god, it's a half zombie. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's a half zombies. Look at the half zombie.
Yeah, the crawlers
Oh my
or
God.
whatever. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was not expecting that. And now I'm cold from getting in the pool for like 5 seconds. People who made
Shit,
this
oh
were
shit,
never
oh shit, oh shit,
children.
oh shit, oh shit. Shit. Woo!
I got a flashlight. Wait, that doesn't matter. This isn't the forest. There seems to be like a little secret door under here too. Can I swim lower? Why is there a little secret door? What's
Fuck,
happening
fuck,
over
fuck.
here? What is
Oh my god, I'm stuck in the thing. Ugh.
I can't crouch to go in there. Interesting. Very curious about this hole that I found in a pool. I drank the pool water.
Guess I'm on cooldown? Oh, is it a personal cooldown? Well, certain things also go on cooldown too. Oh fuck.
Is there a personal cooldown? I don't know.
I don't know. I screwed myself though by walking through the barbed wire there.
Ah, no.
Four turn in a row, nothing worked. Yeah, but are you doing ones that are available, or are you just doing any that you're seeing? Because they still have to be available. Like they still have to be like able to be used. There is a 5-minute cooldown because I just died, so your guys are not gonna be able to do anything for a minute. So don't waste points or anything because you can't do anything for a second.
Oh, hello.
Some of them, oh, there it is. Okay, see, I told you they changed the other thing, and I can't change Can I change any of the prices? Let me see. Boats.
Stab you in the butt. Ew, I got more pea water. Ew. I hate it.
Yeah, see, I can't change, like, I can't change any of the stuff.
What's that? Bandana. Wow, free bandana. Why is there so many holes in the walls in this house? What happened here?
Oh, okay, extras. There it is. Okay, okay. How do I add these then? I'll have to look at, I'll have to like actually like look later. But apparently there is. All right, so there is a menu that I can go into. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. So that's new. That's all new. Did you hydrate? I'll hydrate just in case I didn't, DJ, because I don't remember.
Well, this guy hit hard. Owie, 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 owie. I gotta run. He's slow, but he hit the big truck.
He hits a big truck.
He hits. Oh no!
Oh no. You
I
are.
set a zombie on fire, and then I hit him some more, and then he killed me, and I don't know why he was so
Oh,
mad.
he's a big boy. How'd you get a biker on you? Did somebody spawn this on you?
Oh, no. Wait, where's my backpack?
Right here, where I am. On it.
Oh.
I don't have stamina.
Hello. Yeah, big biker man. He did big hitties.
Big owies. Okay.
I have so much stuff. I might have been cucumbered a little bit.
A little cucumber.
It's a little cucumber. Nothing major.
Okay.
Like a smidgen. Like a hint of
The
cucumber.
Rodriguez residence. 0 stars.
Mm.
Please. Oh, cooking pot! I win. I win. I'm the best.
Yeah! You did it! You did it!
I'm the best. I did it.
You are the champion, my friend.
Oh my gosh, now we can make water. You don't have the stamina for that, but it's okay. I haven't seen a lot of guys your age. Ow.
Oh.
Listen, I have the stamina of this fucking rabbit right here, okay? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Oh, look at you.
I don't.
Freaks me out whenever they say, "Ah, look at you."
Yeah,
It
I
sounds
don't like-
someone literally right beside me.
Yeah, I don't think I like that. Like, I don't think I like the new talking sounds.
Little much.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of those. I have the stamina of a dead rabbit. Yes. Sad. Did I fucking stutter? Oh, look, it puts the cooking pot. That's so fucking cute. I can't right now. Water. Let's go. Okay, so now we can cook murky water and make what you call it with it. Clean water.
Clean pea.
Clean pea.
Time for some clean pea, everyone.
Okay, I will say
Delicious.
I do like that. I like that they added to the whole, like, you can see what's on the fire now. I do like that. I'm a fan. I approve.
Oh yeah, nice little fire. Yeah, yeah. Super
Yeah,
cute.
that's new. They didn't have that before. That's cute. I like that a lot.
But hold on now. Why would?
Why what?
Well, I wouldn't put the utensils right there because
I agree because they get hot.
super hot.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I agree,
I'm like,
but
that just looks like a hand pain waiting to happen. You know.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Prosef, there's something very important in the armor for you there.
Your jacket is cool as hell.
Thanks.
What is it? Is it the sunglasses?
It's the sunglasses.
Oh my god, yes.
It's the cool dude sunglasses.
I'm a cool dude in my Ganadian shirt with my
Ooh.
cool ass sunglasses.
Thank you for the mods.
Yes.
We are.
Oh.
It's a scare. I know. I already know. I don't even have to look. I don't even have to look. It's a scare. All right.
Did you make that
What?
jacket? It looks like it's made out of like road signs.
I didn't make it. I found it.
Not road signs. Road
Yeah,
signs
I know what you're talking about.
and-
Yeah, no, it's arm.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Reverse. Fuck, I hate reverse. Reverse literally just turns you around like dead in your tracks. Like it just literally takes whatever direction you're looking in and just turns you the fuck around. It's so obnoxious.
so
It's so it's especially like in the middle of a fight. Oh my god, people use reverse all the time. It's funny because there's certain people who have like certain like redeems like
that they do.
yeah, like Poorly used to do the supply books and reverse all the time. No, reverse straight just turns you around, but it's actually like in the middle of like a fight and stuff. It's actually really annoying. Yeah, it's useful when you're running away. Yep, precisely. All right, so we have a cooking pot, so that's huge. All right, so do we have dirty water? We do. I'm gonna make a bunch.
There's so much dirty water. I've been in
Boiling.
every toilet in town.
Amazing. Continue to do that.
Every toilet in town.
Okay.
Erin brought me surprise candies that are really good. Might be my new favorite.
What is melee? That's anything that's in your hands. So that will do like my fists, my hammer, my knife, anything that's in my hands is melee. So not my bow or not my gun.
Things that go hit, not throw.
Hit, not throw. Exactly. The up close owies. Okay, I need stone.
Oh no.
Are we hurt?
Was that hurt?
Oh, who hurt us?
Raven hurts.
Raven, you hurt us. Raven hurts us. It hurts precious.
It hurts the precious.
It hurts us precious.
Oh, I look pretty cool with my sunglasses and my hood and my
I feel like I just
Canadian
punched
shirt.
you. You did just punch me.
Wait, I think my boots match your outfit.
Oh yeah, probably. You are so stylish, Rosa.
I feel very stylish. I feel like
You are.
like a super cool dude.
You're living your best life right now.
I want some grass pants in real life.
Oh, I have to place a building block apparently to advance my next dumb quest. Okay, I'm gonna place one single building block
Oh,
with
what's
zero
mine?
context whatsoever.
Oh, I didn't have anything. Garage first construction? What?
Upgrade frame shapes.
What if I have a tab? No, I don't have any quests anymore.
Use mouse wheel to equip the stone axe. Press and hold to upgrade. Oh, I don't have wood. Hold on.
How do
I keep
I'm
hitting
thirsty?
this. How do you know if you're thirsty?
Yeah.
It'll in the bottom corner. It'll say like it'll have like your stat will be like the water will be low. Thank you for the scare.
Oh.
Gather small stone. I really. Oh my god.
Ah. It's your...
Broop. It's like you were going over there. Now you're not. Spawn tourist as spawn toast. Oh, I wish it was spawn toast. That'd be great.
I guess I'll go smash some more stuff.
Yes, Broseph smash.
Broseph smash.
Broseph smash. For real again, but I don't trust myself. The funny thing is like if you guys use the extension, like I have no clue until like it tells me on screen who did it. So like you could be on the DL just like fucking with me and I would have no idea.
True.
Alright, I have to build a campfire, even though I already did it.
Giant hole in the ground here. Do I want to go down there? have with me?
Locate the trader. All right, we're doing good now.
Did you locate the trader?
No, that's what my current quest is. So now we're like on track. So we're good.
If I go down here, what if I can't get out after? Ugh.
You should always be able to get out. You should always be able to get out of anything.
Oh god. Is that scare? Nope. Shit, 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 shit. Get away from me, sir! Get away from me, sir! I don't want any of what you're selling today, sir.
When I try to grant access to your Twitch, but it doesn't seem to offer insight how to do that. Did you ever get your candy? No, I don't think I did. Did you have to spend bits on that one? Because if you had to spend bits on that, I want to, like, fix that somehow. Why is the coyote running away?
Hi, Lucas8 has a zombie killing. Amazing. Although it's more the zombie killing me. But how are you?
He straight ran, like, he was like, I'm good.
Maybe because he knows he shouldn't be a bad doggy. He chose.
His people need him.
correctly.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh no! Oh my god, there are so many zombies coming at me right now. Oh! Oh no! Oh no, I have no way out! I have no way out! Oh no! There's a door, there's a door, there's a door.
Ah, I thought you said it didn't work, Franklin! God damn it.
Oh, Franklin! Door locked, door locked, door locked, door unlocked! Keep running, keep running, keep running, keep running. Door locked, door locked! Oh my god! Oh
Okay,
my god,
I have.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. There's no way that I've shot this vulture with my bow and arrow this many times for it to not die. I have 11 left.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna die, but at least I set them all on fire first. I set fire to the zombies!
Shit. I can't see. The thing about Trippy, though, is it makes it so, like, I can't tell if I'm shooting straight or not.
Oh, I made it out. Holy god. Oh my god, there's so much yelling and so much
fuck.
color. Ah!
Reverse.
Ah! Okay. Okay. Okay.
Ha! Screw all y'all. Try to bring me down.
Janitor attack? Is that what's happening to me right now?
Oh, yeah, probably. Hey, I tried, kept you alive. Did you? Did you? I couldn't, I honestly, I was so hard focused on not dying that I couldn't even see anything that was being redeemed. Don't jumble my backpack, please. Don't jumble.
Holy god, look at all of them.
Oh, I gotta jump?
Be on fire! Be on fire! Wait, is someone near
Who
me?
gave me jumpies? Jumpies is
Oh,
nice.
why am I dying? Why am I dying? Why am I dying? Why am I dying?
What does it say in your bottom corner? Does it have like a poison or
Maybe?
a cut? Do you have an abrasion? Are you bleeding out? You might be bleeding out.
It's probably a little bit of everything, honestly,
That too, yeah.
at this point. But I did have jump for
Backpack.
a second. That was fun.
Hope it doesn't ascend and you become a goddess. So there is a Chidi mode, which after we've kind of like, you know, dug our feet in a little bit, I might oh Jesus. I might try to play in creative here.
Spawn mama! Oh my god. Franklin, why?
I know, Franklin was like, oh no, my Twitch doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, you moved it.
Oh. Maybe I should
Where's
consider
the
going
house?
home and getting bandages.
Jeez.
Oh, I got reversed!
I know, so did I!
Who reversed me?
Nuke, Raven did.
Raven!
It wasn't, it's working now. Coincidence. I believe you. I believe you. Wait, what?
Wait, what? What chip? I survived. I'll
Some,
have you know.
some,
Thank you.
some affect the world,
no.
some affect each person. Did they get my candy? Yeah, maybe Broseph got the candy. Broseph, did you pick up a thing of candy somewhere? Let me see.
I feel like I would have yelled, "Hey, candy!" If
I
had
feel like it
candy.
too, but I don't know.
I might not have paid attention though. There's a good chance because, like, we know that I have literally no ability to pay attention to shit.
That is a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so weird it didn't show up.
Yeah, that one's a big bummer.
That's
That's like
the nerd candy. I'm eating it right now. It's so good.
that's annoying. I wonder if it's like somewhere. Like I wonder if it's dropped somewhere. Like it dropped and we like didn't see it and it's like somewhere. You know?
Would we be able to see it? Like in the
If
like
we're
on the-
if we're close enough, we'll like it'll come up like on our screen.
They're really good. Have you ever heard those nerd ropes? Like they're
Yes.
like gummy ropes.
Yes, I actually really like nerd ropes.
I have that, except they're not ropes; they're chunks of gummy with cluster. Like
Yeah,
with,
I've had the nerds
nerds.
clusters. Yeah.
Uh,
Those are good too. Think about going getting White Castle when we get to Louisville. Ooh. I haven't had like actual White Castle like from a White Castle restaurant in I'm not exaggerating when I say probably in 25 years.
I've never had White Castle.
I personally don't love White Castle, but I don't like onions. And like onions are on their burgers. Like it's like kind of like their whole thing. When you're with the Poconos?
Polka nose. Polka.
Poke your nose.
Ear.
It was overwhelming. Oh, it was whelming. Just perfectly whelming. Yeah, like it's mid. Like it's mid. It's fine, you know? You've had crystals, though? I have not had crystals. There's a lot of restaurants I haven't had. Like, I haven't had...
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, it's a person!
Like a Carl's Jr. situation.
Oh, sir, you are too toasty to be killing me. Come on.
You get roasted.
Get roasted.
Give me these
They
stones.
let you, like, listen to yourself be eaten for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, teach you a lesson, old man. Wait, how much longer? 45 seconds of fucking jumbled backpack still. The worst routine. If you've had Hardee's,
no,
yeah, I've had Hardee's. I've never had crystals. Even though I've lived in Tennessee now for 2 years, I still haven't been to Waffle House. Which just, like, seems like an abomination, you know? I pass a Waffle House, like, several times, like, a week. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
I think I'd like Waffle House. We have Pancake House here, but... it's pretty good.
Oh,
Oh no, jump scare!
I don't like that one. That one was loud. It's good when you're drunk. Yeah, it's just gonna like it's gonna be like Denny's. Like it's just gonna be another Denny's, you know?
I love Denny's.
Yeah, me too. I fell through the fucking floor. What a chump. What a chump.
So can we, like, kill every
Wow,
zombie in
what's
the
that?
area?
Wait, where is
Or do
that?
they just keep respawning?
Ooh.
What?
Oh, Raven, that's huge. Thank you.
What was it?
Supplied treasure. They gave us monies.
Money! Thank
Yeah, so when we
you.
finally make it to the trader, we can buy stuff.
So is there a trader in, like, every town, or...?
Every town, no, but there are multiple traders. I think that there's 4 or 5. And you do quests for them to get money, obviously. But then it's like how you like level them up so they can sell better stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So that one doesn't work too. Which one? Do you have weather turned off? No, it's foggy. Is that what you just did? Because I was in the house, so it wasn't affecting me in the house. Yeah, it's foggy.
Foggy out here.
Okay, I need to go back to the house. Thunderstorm? I wonder if... Oh my god, I'm so slow. I wonder if that's another, like, world level thing.
Oh my god.
Like, maybe we can't get a thunderstorm yet. Oh, shit. It took my bits. Why is it doing that?
Gross. I think it's raining. It's raining out.
So it's
Maybe the
affecting
thunderstorm's
you?
coming. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got rain. Might be. Raven, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I can turn it off. Like if we feel like it's not working properly and it's taking bits, then I don't want it to do that. So I don't know how.
I don't think I can set fire to zombies in the rain. Oh no. My strategy.
Oh,
Ah!
use progression. There we go. Sets if Twitch actions are scaled by action stage or always available. Okay, so I turned that off. So now you guys should be able to use anything. Oh, sets the number of seconds between actions a viewer can activate. Okay, so I turned that down so you guys have no spam delay. Okay.
An aloe.
Okay, shorter cooldown. That seems ill-advised. I mean, I guess that's true, but that's fine. Okay, so hopefully maybe that hopefully maybe that fixed things? I don't know. Raven,
Yeah,
please
hopefully.
please let me know if there are any more that are bit controlled that don't go through, because I'm gonna actually contact them. I think that one worked. That one worked. I got that whatever loot one. Like, that's a thunderstorm. It's for sure a change to the weather. Like, for sure it changed the weather. I just don't know if it, like, technically counts or not.
Holy.
Because it says, yeah, see, 18.3. Like, look, see? Look at right there. It says it. I don't think you can see in the bottom corner. It says it right there, 15.5%. Like, it says it.
Oh, painting is cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I
Right,
like
we have stay still, so don't move or you get hurt.
What?
Yeah, stay still. Well, I have stay still. I don't know if you do.
No, I don't think so. I seem
Wait.
to be able to move around without anything happening.
You receive healing when you stop. Oh, you receive healing when you stop moving. Okay, cool. I didn't see the coyote. Big head. Oh, wait, where's something to show big
no.
heads? Big heads is funny. Oh, hold on. I'm in a safe zone. Hold on. I'm in the safe zone. Let me get out. Okay, now you can spawn bad things on me. I was in safe zone, so it wouldn't spawn enemies in. I did. Yeah, that's why, DJ. Because I'm close. Right, that building right there is my base. Here, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you just so you can see. If you look at the thing on the side, see how it says ready? Well, now I can't because now I'm gonna die. There's a big head bear. I'm gonna die for sure. Yeah. I was trying to say, when you're in the safe zone, you can't spawn enemies on me, and I was in the safe zone because I was putting my loot away. So that was Big Head, Big Head and Spawn Bear is what that just was.
I think I'm at like a library or something. There's a bunch of books.
So, as you'll see, well, there's a cooldown right now, so I can get my stuff. But it'll show you if I'm in a safe zone or not on the side, so you know that you can't spawn things in on me. Big Head Bear, I love you. Yeah, that one was pretty rough. That one was pretty rough.
I'm so tense right now. There's a zombie like right near me who's like passed out.
You got this. I believe in you.
I'm getting all the books.
We want books because that's how you learn. So you learn skills.
I think I hear a zombie. I think I woke it up. Shit. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm trapped! Oh god, that thing looks big. What is that? Why is it so big? Oh no, that's huge. Oh, it's Big Head. That's why.
Yeah, because Big Head's turned on.
Giant scalp sticking through my door. I was so confused.
That'll do it.
Hey, run. Can I get through? I want to get through. I can't get by them. No, I'm trapped forever. I'm trapped.
No, we lost Broseph.
I died.
It's okay, because now you're going to be back here with me.
I want my backpack. There was some good stuff in there. I'll spawn on bed for now, though.
Oh, hi. You just
Oh.
went, you like showed up and you're like, ugh.
That's how I wake up every morning.
Honestly, same. How do I get points? You get points just by being here, DJ. You get points for being here and being in chat. You get points if you spawn something in and it succeeds in killing me. You get points for rating, subscribing, giving bits, or anything like that. Or there should be a channel point redemption. There should be a channel point redemption that'll give you points as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's lots of different ways for you to get points. Okay, head this way.
Buckethead.
Buckethead. What does Buckethead do? I don't even know what that one does. You see zombies and animals with bucket heads. Wait, I want to find one. Where is he? Where is one? That's so funny. Oh, ha, 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 what?
Oh no! What?
It's the chicken in the buckets. It makes a donk sound when you hit them.
Oh, or fast. Near. Fast I go.
It goes bonk, bonk, bonk when you hit them when they have the buckets on their heads. Oh no! Oh, that was so funny! Oh, I'm not even mad because that was fucking hysterical. Just the bonk, bonk, bonk with like all these fucking chickens. God damn, that was so good. That was I applaud you with that one. That one was good. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, too funny.
I'm gonna try and get out of here.
Whew. That was a good one. That was a good one, Raven.
Fast I go. Near. Whoever spawned fast, or whoever did fast, thank you.
Oh,
Awesome.
that was a good one. That was too funny.
Okay, I want more books though. There was so much books in
Imagine
here.
that birds all got together and devised a helmet. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, that was. I'm not even upset about that. That shit was so funny. That shit was so funny. Oh my gosh. The bonking though killed me. Like I was doing okay holding my own, but the bonking just broke me. Gotta go spread
shit,
the
there they
wealth.
are.
Okay.
Gotta go. Ah!
So
I'm trying
there's
to get more books in here, but
so
it's
there's supposed to be a way that you can like spawn on like the other person. But I don't remember
like
how
you
to.
can warp to them.
No, like so like somebody in my chat could like spawn something on you.
Oh yeah, you have to do like hashtag whatever it
Like
is, and then
one or
2
whatever,
A
yeah.
or yeah,
Something like that, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why Silly Sounds isn't working. I wonder if Silly Sounds is gone. I think it's gone, yeah. That sucks, because Silly Sounds was fun. Silly Sounds was a lot of fun.
I got some books and schematics, but there's more there still. But there's a bunch of zombies in there.
Jeez. Okay.
I get all the books. I learn everything.
Learn all the things.
Oh, I want this pink truck. I want this pink truck to work. This is our truck.
That would be
This is our
really
truck
cool.
Right here. I want that truck.
Come back, Coyote.
Coyote, come back. Oh, cooter.
Coyote.
Coyote. You've got to yeet it? Oh, I don't know how to yeet in this game.
You just have to drag it out of your inventory.
I guess so.
Fuck, I can't hit this dude.
So normally, Raven, normally what yeet it is, it means like whatever I'm standing on, I have to like throw myself off of. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I think I peed.
I think I pooped.
Shitted and farted and pid.
I shitted and farted and pissed. Oh, a wolf? God damn.
Oof.
Fuck. Oh my god, why? Why do I never have stamina?
No stamina.
I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Stay still? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have to stay still. Oh, maybe I do.
No, stay still gives you healing.
Oh, it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it... I was confused. Oh, thank you for those bits, by the way, too. I just realized that the jump scare was a bits one. Thank you so much, Raven.
I wish it would say, like, oh, why is this one so huge? Holy shit! Wait, who spawned a dire wolf?
What?
Fuck, 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 die, please! I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, yep.
Oh, I just got reversed.
A dire wolf, yeah. A dire wolf.
Is it dead?
No, I am dead.
Oh, no. I think I'm headed towards it.
That's okay.
I would set it on fire.
No, no, like, it's good. It's good. Like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. None of these, like I said, I'm reacting because, like, things are appearing in my face, but I am not mad. Like, you guys, that is what the redeems are for. You're fine.
I'm gonna set it on fire.
You're fine. So when I'm like, oh my god, who did this? It's not like, oh my god, who did this? Don't do this to me.
You don't have to admit you did it. You
Yeah,
just keep doing it.
yeah, you can still keep fucking with us, but it's just, I'm just reacting to shit appearing in my face and killing me. Like, I'm not upset. Like, I want to reiterate that I'm not upset and you guys can continue to kill me and all that stuff. Candy didn't work on Broseph 2. Weird! What does Candy do?
Oh. Maybe
Like-
candy just doesn't work. Sorry about that. Yeah,
But I'm
maybe
wondering-
candy just doesn't.
But I'm wondering if candy isn't what we think. Like, I'm wondering if candy isn't, like, actually giving us candies, but if it's, like, does it give us, like, an XP boost or something, you know? Like, is it something that we're not thinking?
Is it a treat, but not necessarily like
Yeah. The Dire Wolf 8 Pixie Scores like Dragon. Oh my god. It's a crate of candy. Huh. So candy
Yeah,
is broken. Supplies a single candy crate. Okay, so candy is broken, so don't use candy, guys. Don't spend any points or any bits on candy, because obviously candy is broken.
Nyx just sent a terrifyingly gross vulture after me. Oh my god, Nyx! All I heard was whoosh, whoosh of like the wings.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what?
No, my fucking thing broke. Come on. Wait, you're joking me. Get out of here. This is... Oh my god.
Haha, I lived. Nice try, Nyx. You did not
Dead.
get me with that vulture.
That... Oh, yeah, no, I'm just gonna stay. I'm just gonna stay and take this, because there's no way. Yeah, the demo. Yep. There's absolutely no way I can kill a demo right now. Yeah. As soon as I saw him, I took the death. There was no way. I can't kill a demo without like a machine gun right now.
I'm gonna change my Twitch integration stuff to because I think I want you changed yours so that it doesn't anything can spawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if I can.
There's a setup to that. Oh. Were you gonna try to blow me up? Hold on. I mean, I had no health though from before. Like, I had no health from being stuck in that room. Damn, do I have any skill points to spend? I do. Can I play a demo? Oh my god, get out of here. Get out. Get out. No, you don't really have to get out, I'm kidding. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. One more point. And... that one. Okay. Thank you. I don't know what that was. Hi, driver. I don't die enough. Let me turn off the protections. Brosif and I don't care. Like,
No, yeah.
like honestly, I just want you guys to have fun, you know?
I'm not even dying to like the things people are doing. I'm dying to like just the game.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna die either way. We're good. We good. We good. I'm gonna hunt you all down later though.
I know, right? Ooh, we're almost to be able to build a car. Or a motorcycle, I think, is the first step. The first step.
Wouldn't you download a car, would you?
Oh, I would download the shit out of a car. You don't know my life. Woof. How do I get rid of? Oh, you got it. You never get rid of it. You cannot get rid of it.
No, no,
No,
no, no.
no, 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 no.
No, no, no.
Guys, my friend is making fresh bread. Oh my god, I'm so jealous of fresh
What? Who's
bread.
getting fresh bread?
Franklin's
Give it
wife
to
is
me.
making fresh bread.
You need to let me come over for bread now.
No, that'd be really cool. Like I said, this game kind of... Now I can't get rid of the integration thingy. That thing on the side will always stay up. On my screen, that thing will always stay up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's on our screen too.
Yeah, that's physically on my screen.
It's right there.
Got it? Yeah. Yeah, that, well, I guess it's technically there. That thing is on my screen.
Did you just try to jump scare me? I'm in the safe zone. I'm sorry. Wait, does safe zone matter for jump scare?
Scare? Shh. shouldn't matter.
I don't think so. Just respawning. Okay, I need to take a 2-minute.
Okay,
Because I gotta go piss, girl.
go piss, girl.
Go piss, girl.
I actually kind of need to go piss, girl too, but we're good. All right, we need to.
Go
We're
piss,
on.
girl.
We're
Bladder
on.
health is important.
Listen, before you go, just so you know what we need to do. When you get back, we need to start building defenses because we're about to be on day 3.
Okay.
All right, I will
be
go
right
piss,
back.
girl. Let me go into the house where I'm safe, and I will go piss, girl.
We're all taking a go piss, girl. Chat, I think that you should also
Deafen?
take a moment
Oh,
to
no.
stretch and go pee and get water and then come back. Oh no, we're deafened?
Yeah, we're deafened.
I can actually hear the neighbors now. All right, I'm putting up the BRB.
Okay.
When we get back, we're gonna build us some defenses. So stick around.
Stick around. You don't want to miss it.
You don't want to miss this after the break.
After these quick messages from our sponsors. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Are you a human who has
Disgusting bodily functions? How dare you? All right. Okay, chat. Hopefully I won't die. I'm in the safe zone, so you guys can't spawn anything. You're gonna go hydrate, boy. I'm gonna go piss, girl. So I will BRB.
BRB. See you in a minute. Oh my gosh, I'm back. I beat Pink back.
No, you didn't.
Ah! My game is frozen.
Is it actually frozen or is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, that's that's interesting. Oh.
You're
no,
paused.
I'm an idiot.
I literally just pulled your stream up.
Oh.
Alright, I need to make a door. I need a new door here.
So
Wood.
okay, I would like to hang some grates out here so I can shoot down at things.
Okay, now here's the question. Do we want to like stay where we are for the first horde and like kind of bunker down, or do you want to head towards the direction of the trader and potentially like bunker down over there?
Do you know where the trader is?
Yes, I have the quest that it's marked.
Oh, then we could do that. We'd have to bring all our stuff.
We would, but we have like, so what we're gonna do is, so we would like load up with stuff now, you know, not load up our pockets, but like get ammo, get food, get water, etc. And we're gonna go out into the world, and we're gonna like basically fight and find a new place. Then once we've found our place, we'll put a bunch of storage containers down, and then we'll like make the trip back to kind of transition everything.
Okay. Let's see. Got my pipe rifle. Pipe machine gun too.
Mhm.
Quite handy. Yeah, well, I'm gonna bring a pipe machine gun for sure.
Okay. Oh, you're in there? Okay. Because eventually, like, I don't think... Do I have the,
What kind of... Does it say what kind of bullets they use?
Yeah. It should say, if you, like, click on it... Oh, maybe it doesn't.
Magazine
Oh, I thought it
size
did.
15.
Yeah, if you click the book next to it. Homemade rifle firing 7.62. So, like, there's, like, a little stats button, and then there's, like, a book button next to... At the top.
That was-
At the top of the...
Oh, wait, where'd my gun go? Oh, it's right here. I'm so stupid.
Okay. Okay, let me think for a second. What is this called?
Okay.
It's Forge? What is this called? Oh, it is called a Forge. Oh, it's different now. Interesting. These are all new. The Dew Collector is new. Okay, so we have some stuff we've got to build. Okay. Okay. We got some stuff ahead of us. Man, I haven't started 7 Days to Die in a long time.
Should we learn these mods?
If it has a book symbol on it, you learn them. No, you don't learn those. You don't learn those. You install those right on your stuff.
Oh.
If it has the book symbol on it is what you learn. But those, okay, so like, oh yeah, that's fine. So your armor pocket mod, like, will give you deeper pockets. So, yeah, you can put those, like, you can put those on stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
What I
Alright.
put it on? Oh my god. There's so much to this.
Yeah. There,
Does
I
it,
mean,
like, go on
so, okay, so you hit tab and then you go to the second
this book here?
thing. So you're in your character and then you're just gonna,
Oh, character.
yeah. And then you're gonna take one of your armors, click on it, and then if it has modify, there should be mod spots on it. A 4x4 and a robot.
Oh.
A robot. I got the robot. I got the robo turret while I was gone. I got that. That's actually not a bad idea. I should put that down.
Your minor setback has created some experience debt. Gain experience, work off the debt.
Yeah.
Listen.
Yeah.
You don't give me
Bullies.
that kind of
They are
attitude.
bullies. Bullies.
I'll work off your debt.
Why can't I? Okay, whatever. All right, what time is it? It's midnight. So they're gonna be tough zombies here. All right, chat. Can we try to be nice so we can at least make it to the trader, please? Please. Pretty
Beg
please,
my
I
mom.
beg. I beg you. Ooh, a fast. Thank you, Franklin. That's a big help.
Fast.
Fast.
This is fuck. This is fuck boy.
Wait, hold on. I don't think... No, I can't. I can't yet. Can I? Can I build a... No, I don't have any skills. I don't have any skill points to spend. Because I think you... If I remember, do you need to... Yeah, here we go. Okay. So my next skill point will be to be able to build the spikes. I want to spawn everything now. That's what they're for. You can... That's... I mean, you
Do
can.
what you feel in your heart.
You
Right.
can. I'm asking nicely, but you... I am here to provide entertainment to you guys. And if you feel entertained by murdering me, then
Are
that's
you
your...
not entertained? Oh, I didn't
That's
see
your
more back.
prerogative.
Good for me. The music is very chill for how horrifying this is.
Oh, yeah. It's very just ambient noise, really.
Okay. Well, off I go. Whee!
Well. Ooh, give me this. Can I do anything with this? Here we go. That's gonna be huge
Oh
later.
no! I'm out of stamina.
Okay, that's fine for now. Gonna have to mine
We
and
get
everything.
slowed. We got slow, didn't we?
I didn't get
How
slow.
do I have not any health? How did that happen? What's
Are
happening
you...
here?
You have a concussion, first of all.
Oh. Interesting. Can I just eat and be healthy?
No.
No.
No,
What do you
there's
do
different...
to
There's
help?
different... So, how far are you from the base?
Like, far enough that I'm lazy.
Okay, that's fine. So just keep an eye on your health, and eat and stuff if you need to eat. But so there's different medicines for different things. Like you use like a splint for a broken bone, a cast for a broken bone. You know, like it's you use certain different things for different things. Painkillers for head injuries.
I see.
Yeah, it's stupid dark. And there's rain.
It is
Okay.
very dark.
Journal entry, cold weather. Wait, why cold weather so early? What? They changed
Oh, no,
so
I'm
much.
freezing.
Yeah. Here's the thunderstorm. Okay. They really changed a lot about this game. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Like, I am blown away by how much has changed.
Oh no.
Like, when is the last time we played this? February? January? Like,
Oh
they
my
changed a
God,
lot.
That is huge boomies.
Yeah. Here's a house, so let's go inside this house and get warm.
I'm very cold.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in this house if you get here.
I'm trying. Ah! So loud.
You can turn your volume down if you need to. I have my sound effects down just a smidge.
I can't really do anything right now because it is dark and there might be a zombie anywhere near me. So
True.
I'm stuck with the noise for the moment, but I might. Oh my God, I might be turning that down. That's like loud.
Where are you coming from?
Ah.
Oh, jeez. I have a head injury now. It wasn't like this. Yeah, well, because that's what I said. This is a very big update. Like, this is like they completely changed like everything. Like this was huge. Like we had been waiting for this for like a really long time, and there's a lot of choices. I'm not mad about it being harder. Like that's not what I'm mad about. But it's a lot of just like why did you change this kind of thing? Oh shit. Oh fuck. I'm fucked. Okay, hold on. Wait,
What's
how'd you
wrong?
get so close?
Oh,
I'm-
Bambi.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Why this? Okay, so there's a lot of things, like, I don't understand, like, why are they making us go so slow when we've taken damage? That's one thing that I don't understand why they changed that. It's like you take damage and you suddenly, like, you can't move.
Yeah.
And
That's a little bit much high.
Hi. And that's one thing that I'm like, why is that a thing? Like, why do I have no option to, like, not have to be here anymore? Like, you take damage and you're fucking done. Like, you cannot
You
move.
slow right down and then
Yeah.
you're done.
Yeah.
Hmm.
See? Look, I got hit and now I can't move.
Okay, I gotta change the. No, I was in the middle of changing audio. Oh, you piece of. Okay, spawn near my backpack, but don't spawn me near the things. I want a second to mess around here. Audio. I gotta turn that down.
Alright.
The
Alright.
ambient.
Get in here. Close this
There we
door.
go.
Are you kidding me? Thank you.
There we go. I think that's better.
Jeez. Okay. Every
Or
zombie going
breathing,
straight.
fun clothing.
Seriously. You can come in the house if you can do
That's
it without
so really loud. Oh no, there's zombies right at the
All right,
door
hold
there.
on. Then don't come in.
Oh, they're following me. It's okay.
And I also feel like they took away the ability to jump on a lot of stuff. Like, I used to be able to get, like, you know, kind of the high ground and be able to shoot down at things, and now I feel like I can't anymore.
Ah.
I'm out of arrows. No, I'm not.
Stop trying to come in. Think still saving the day? Yeah.
Trying. Oh my gosh, there it is. Finally, give me all my arrows back. All right, let's go in this house. Let's loot this house. Let's get warm. Anything else?
Oh, a magazine.
Oh shit, where'd you come from, sir?
Sir. Sir.
Ooh, okay. Okay, let's go in this house. There we go. Close this door. There we go. Nice.
Oh, the fire was on. Wasn't it? No, never mind. That was just me standing there.
Yeah, I was like, you had
Can I
the
get
thing.
this to light up?
No,
No.
that'd be really cool, but no. It's okay. It's okay. We just need to warn. All right. So
Making
I'm
it a
not
little
cold.
toasty.
Yeah. All right. So what is broken? What if my armor is broken? This.
I don't know if
Scrap.
I've learned something or not.
I need scrap. Huh?
Can you tell me
It'll
if you've learned.
it'll be an open book if you've learned it.
Oh, so it's closed, so I haven't. Okay.
Yes, correct. So right now, in this early in the game, it's gonna be pretty much all learning. All right, it has stopped thundering and lightning, so we are good to go. So this stuff right here is how you mine. We don't really have a lot of options right now, but if you have scrap armor on, which you probably do, that is how you repair it. So take it.
Ah.
So you have to. It's annoying. You have to take it off, put it in your pockets, and repair it, and then put it back on. Which I know is stupid, but yeah. GG's. Nice defending the family. Yeah, so get a little scrap. And then, yeah, so you have to take it off of your body, put it in your pockets, and then repair it. And it'll go back on. It'll go back on you when after you've repaired it. Very, very frightening. Galileo. Oh, you did it.
Galileo, Figaro. Figaro.
Spearing a dude in the booty.
Oh, I just ate a sandwich and died.
How?
I just ate a sandwich and then I was dead.
What?
What just happened? Was there anything near me?
No. You might have still been taking damage from that zombie before, and you might have been like low on health and like not able to you probably couldn't counter it fast enough, you know what I'm saying?
Probably, yeah.
It was a gas station egg salad sandwich. Well, it was definitely a nasty fucking sandwich. They're definitely gross ass food, but it is what it is.
Oh.
Right, can I just go across? I think I can.
Oh yeah, that party across the way that I keep talking about that I can hear is like huge. There's probably like 60 people there, and they've got like a whole bunch of stuff set up and like music and
Really?
food and balloons. Yeah, Aaron thinks it might be a grad thing. I think it might be a wedding thing, but
Could be a graduation.
we're not
Could be a
sure.
wedding. Could even just
So
be
we
like
think
a
that-
birthday. Who knows? Could be like a big
I'm gonna
birthday.
say-
Could be like a 30th or 21st or something. You died
I'm
of
gonna just, like,
dysentery?
dance my way over there and
Just
like
shimmy
head
on in, yeah.
Just act like I know everybody as I walk in. I thought it said it was gonna put me near my backpack, not 8 billion miles away.
Yeah. It's like if it's not safe, it'll put you like in a safe zone. It's annoying.
The safe zone 8,000, 2,500 miles away.
What is this? Could be a small town Friday night in Peggerland. It could be.
Oh, guess what?
What?
My friend's daughter. She's like 9.
Uh-huh.
She it was her last day of school, and they do this thing, this little board that she fills out and says like on her first day this is what she wants, and on her last day, and they take pictures of it. It's a whole thing. On this one she wrote what do you want to be when you grow up? And she wrote, I want to be a streamer like Auntie.
Aww.
Don't do it.
But also no. But also
aw.
you don't want to be a streamer like Auntie. That's cute though. Wait, what's
This is
still
cute.
broken? I'm so confused.
Okay, I got my stuff, and now I'm gonna.
Oh, this?
Oh my.
Cloth.
A new vote has started.
Okay,
no.
I see.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's celebration, bucket heads, and dance off.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Here's Snick.
A sneaky snake?
A Snick. I got Snick. I killed Snick. I like that you get leather from snakes.
I like that it says you cannot breathe here when you
Oh my
are
God.
under the water.
No, I'm not gonna die to a boar. There's no fucking way I'm dying to a boar right now. Yep.
Oh no.
I don't understand why you get hit and you can't move.
Yeah, it slows you right down. I'm just walking around sadly holding a sandwich. Well, now I got my fire out, but... Safe house? Oh no. Boar? Uh-oh. I might have fucked up. I might be in a bad place. I'm trapped. Oh no.
Oh, you're here. You're here with me.
Hi.
Hi.
Where are you? Oh my god, they're all
Trying to.
bucketheads.
I know. I'm
Yes.
trying to get back inside and get my shit. Yeah, you're right there. Here,
Oh,
there. Here, the
that is
bonk. The bonk.
Bump. Bump.
Yeah. All right, my shit is inside. Here it is. Okay. Aya, thank you for the lurk. Lurk, but I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate you. Shit. 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 Oh my god. No, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Let me out.
Donk. Oh no, why am I so slow? Why am I so slow?
Shit!
Okay. Killed those two. Oh. I want to go up there. Be away, because I think you can move that out somehow. Maybe jump.
Come on. No, I'm dead again. There's no way. This is crazy. They made this really challenging.
Thank you so much. Oh my god, this looks amazing. Thank you. Well, they're like really mad at this wall.
Oh yeah, they'll like try to break stuff down to get to you.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, that's a tiger! Ah! A lion! There's a lion after me! There's a
Oh
fucking
my
lion
god, did
after
somebody
me!
spawn a lion on you?
Oh yes! Ah! Oh my god, 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 oh my god! No! Help me! Help me! There was a lion after me, but it was a fucking boar that got me. Those boars, though.
I know! That's I'm like, why are they so hard?
Boars. Chill. Oh my god, Chimkin.
Oh my god, I have no arrows left.
Oh, it didn't spawn me too far away this time, despite the fact that there's like a lion running around.
Oh, how did you get up? Don't come up here, I'm safe up here.
Oh, there's so many. Oh,
I
can't go
know.
over there. Oh my
I have
god,
my
there's
ammo.
so many!
Don't have any ammo.
Oh, they're
No, I
coming at
don't.
me! Ah!
I know, I don't know why. There's so fucking many right now. Oh my god, the snake is what's hitting
The
me.
snake
Yeah.
has a bucket on its head!
Yeah, the snake is what's hitting me out of everything. Like, get out of
And
here.
it has a tiny little bucket on
I
it. Tiny
know,
little
that's the
snake
funniest
head.
thing.
Oh, why can they punch farther than I can?
I don't know, but their punches, like, do so, like, break bones and, like, give you concussions and stuff. Good night, Arhan. Thank you
Yeah,
for popping
And
in.
they're barely smacking. Like, they're open-handed, like, barely whapping you, and all of a sudden, you got, yeah, like a full-on concussion.
Yeah.
I'm dead. Again. Died in my underwear. Again.
Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna go slow. I get this so I can make some bandages. Okay. Back. Nope. Nope.
Oh my god. Maybe I can get to my backpack, question mark?
Why can't I make bandages? Cloth. Shit. Okay. Oh, fuck. Nyx. I'm dead. Yep, Nyx spawned it. Oh, a radioactive guy. Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh!
Wait, is my stream still going?
Yeah?
Why does my stream deck say I'm not live?
Oh, no, I can see you.
Huh. Weird.
I see you.
Weird.
I have a broken bone for the next 2 hours. That's neato. I love that that's 2 hours real time.
Yeah. Yeah, I see you. It's just weird. Yeah, my stream deck says I'm not live.
Oh, I'm so slow now.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Cool. So my stream deck is just losing its mind, I guess. Okay, I need to make some bandages here.
Hi, Cheese Wawas. Sorry, I literally just ate some food right as I saw your message come in. We getting stabby?
Makuhita.
Mm.
Button. Okay.
Oh, I'm like grunting and groaning on my broken leg. Spawn normal. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, my little broken leg. Ah!
I know, it's when you like when you are down, it's very hard to get back up. Like
Ah!
okay.
Ah! There's pink in her underwear.
I know.
Ah! Me hobbling by. Ah!
My backpack's right there. I'm just trying to get there. Okay. Rosa's got a
Yeah.
gun.
Rosa's
Rosa's got a gun. I know it.
Nobody gonna stop me now. Oh, you're alive still. Jesus Christ. Okay. Chill, bro. Bro, chill.
Face. Faced. Where's my stuff? There it is. There it is. Grab. Okay. Alright, I've got my stuff. I need ammo. Oh god, I need ammo bad. Yeah, I have no ammo of any weapon. Okay, I need ammo. Alright.
Oh, Nix, those were yours.
Okay, he's dead. Okay, I need cotton.
Okay.
Cotton.
Just
Okay.
think of the immortal words of my generation's greatest poet, Chumbawamba. Chumbawamba was a group of poets. Of peoples.
That's
I
true.
get knocked down, but I get up
But
again.
I get up again. Oh, thank you for ammo. Oh my god, thank you for ammo. Yes, thank you.
You're gonna keep me down.
Okay. Oh fuck.
I hear
Woo!
shooting.
Life is different when you got a gun.
Yeah, no, legit though. That's legitness.
I'm a big helper. No, you are. That was huge. Like that was huge. I'm not kidding.
Mm-hmm. I'm going as fast as my weak little broken leg will take me.
Alright. Can I make a splint? Splint.
It's fine. It's just a flesh wound.
Do you have any duct tape?
No, I left it all there at the thing.
Oh, you haven't picked up
I
any?
got the bare basics for the travel.
If you find any along the way, I can make a splint. So if you find any duct tape, I can make you a splint for your broken leg. Okay, we are continuing this way. We're almost there. We are 400 away, 400 meters away.
What?
And I'm here causing chaos. That's what they're there for. I'm not mad. Anytime that you guys kill us, like, I'm not mad about it. No duct tape in there.
Oh.
Dang. That'd have been huge.
Nice. I shot her arm off!
It's so satisfying. Yeah, can you grab anything that's left in this right there?
Got it. Steel and concrete mix.
Yeah, we want all of that. That's good loot.
Nice.
Okay. Alright, we need to continue this way. We're getting so close. We're getting there. Alright, I'm gonna guess it's on the other side of this hill over here. I think you might have just shot Broseph in the back. I might have. Oh,
my
shit.
God.
Turn around, turn around, turn around!
It's still pulsing.
I know, but I was like, and we were just like, do, do, do.
Do. Out for a daisy walk.
God, it's so funny. Oh, fuck.
No.
Oh, he's gonna blow up, he's gonna blow up, he's gonna blow up, he's gonna blow up.
I shot so
R.I.P.
many times and
Broseph.
I died.
R.I.P. Broseph.
What was that? Is that demo?
Yeah, that was a demo. There's also a bomb blitz. Ooh, I don't want to know what that does, but I also kind of do want to know what that does. A cop. Where's the cop? Oh, fuck. I'm out. Oh, I'm out. I'm out. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm out. Fuck. Yep.
Oh, I think it died right as you died. Okay. Well, I'll wait here for you.
Zombies are fun.
Gross.
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 Okay. Backpack is over here. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Backpack. Taking. Okay. Swapping weapons for this one.
Whoops, I did not mean to shoot that. I should get out of here.
Celebration. We like
I don't think it
celebration.
worked.
No.
I don't think it worked.
It'll say like Broseph has activated, whatever.
I have a horde coming though. I got a vote up.
Oh, I had a cooldown, that's why. Oh, okay, you have a horde. All right. How long do you have for your vote?
30 seconds.
Shit. All right, we gotta get somewhere. We gotta get up somewhere. Remember when Broseph was here first time and murdered you, then felt so bad for forever, and now they're here getting murdered with me and they understand?
Now I'm here.
This is not gonna be high enough up. We're gonna get killed.
Yeah. Yeah. What about...
Ooh, maybe.
Oh, hello. Am I out of bullets? Are you kidding me? Thought I had a bunch. Hold on.
If you hold R, you might have a different type of ammunition.
No, dang it.
Yeah, you might be out. Dang, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm out.
Especially if we're about to have a
Oh, that sucks ass.
Grace. Is that the name of...
Whale.
Is that the...
Grace.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Is that Grace?
Oh!
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so you have to kill the big one first. Shit, they can get up here. Can they? No, they can get... Oh, they can. Okay.
But they can't seem to stay up here, so, you know... Oh, no, this one's up here now. Shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out
Yeah,
of here.
if you just... Yeah. Alright. So you have to kill the little ones first, because... Yeah, and then the big one. Oh, shit, you're up here too?
So many. Oh, no, I fell down.
You can't... Yeah, you can't... I don't think you can do anything during, like, an event like this.
No, you can't.
God, the reload is so stupid right now.
Why does my character want to fall down so bad? What's happening?
Because it's probably doing the thing where, like, you're moving, like, a little bit every time you swing at somebody or something, you know?
Was that it?
Yep.
Oh, okay, that wasn't so bad.
Yep, and then just get the looty loot. Ooh, I have a vote? Oh, mine's a silly. Okay, mine's a silly vote. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm curious what Grace is here. Ooh, lots of
Shotgun
ammo.
shells.
That's
Oh.
great. All right, what can I get rid of that I don't need?
Be a good place to get
Two
into and
pills.
hide. $10,000.
He's already dead. Oh yeah, there's a thing below. Oh, there's the loot right there. Or that's the lockbox right there.
Oh
Hold on,
my
can we
gosh.
get in here somehow? Come on, silly sounds. One more vote for B, one more vote for B. 6 seconds,
just-
quick, guys. There we go. Did Broseph get it in time? Aw, they didn't get it in time. It's okay.
No!
It's okay. It's
Celebrate.
okay. So silly sounds isn't
Celebrate.
gone. It's just a vote. All right, let's head. I'm so encumbered. We're so close to the trader. Let's just go. Just don't fall in this crater. Thank you
Oh,
for the
they're going
fast.
fast.
Thank you for the fast, because I am encumbered.
Yeah. Oh, that is a big crater. Holy.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd that go?
I think it's just a little divot.
Like a little belly button in the ground.
Yeah. All right, is this gonna be Joel? Is Joel gonna be our first trader? Probably. He usually is the first one.
Oh my, hello. You want to be on fire? Oh no, you want to be dead. Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh my god! He was not dead! he came, oh, there's silly. He came back to life beside me. Scared the shit out of me. I was mining this piece of rock here.
Trader Joel. Let's go. All right, we made it. All right. Let's go up here. Come on. All right. Oh, this is all different in here.
But yeah, it is. I remember seeing it before on your screen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
This looks fun.
Mm.
I want to live here. Vending machines?
Yeah, so vending machines, if you're on a shared server, you can put stuff down to sell to like other people. So really nothing, honestly. Yeah, see, we're at the point where we really need everything. So I can't really sell anything.
You have a great day now.
Alright, so let me get...
Never sell
Can you
anything.
help me
That's
with my
the way.
I look
No,
forward to seeing you again.
We have to
Next one.
sell
Oh, there we go.
sometimes.
Oh, I fell down.
Yeah, this is all different now. That's cool. Okay. Let me look at our map.
It's got clothes for sale in here? That's so funny.
Hi, Moo. I probably should order myself some food, shouldn't I?
Yes. What are you going to have?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really hungry, if I'm being completely honest. I'm not really hungry at the moment.
Thank you.
And hydrate, DJ. Okay.
Say hi, Dwayted.
Hydrated before you died, waited. Moo, how are you?
Hey.
Welcome in. Gonna get some shrimps? Ooh.
Shrimp? Yes.
All right. Did you see anywhere that you wanted to potentially build? I didn't. I didn't see anywhere that was like even worth really.
I mean, I think a barn would be a good spot. What happens if we just stay in here?
You can't. He literally has hours of operation. He'll straight up kick you out on the streets.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Boo.
Yeah. Like I've gone to like go buy something from him and I've been like a minute late and he will close and like lock, like he'll just like spawn on the street, like you're just out on the streets. And you can't like come in before he's open and stuff. Like yeah. Oh, he's
Yeah.
not
Oh
dead.
my god. Stay down.
He's dead. He's dead.
Sir.
Once you get the XP for it, the frog. Once you get the XP for it, it counts. Okay, so let's go.
Why don't we like build like right over here? Then it'd be like right across from one of the
Nyx!
traders.
Oh my
and-
god,
Oh
Nyx!
my god, Nick! Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
Look at their burning butts. Look, it looks like they're scratching their butts. Can you see on my screen?
I see it. I
Scratching their
literally
butts.
saw. I literally just saw.
Look at them itching them cracks. You need to wipe better, sirs. Look at you. Oh, that last one.
Okay,
was
want to
left
say
with,
hi
like,
before I
full
try
hand
sleep?
Right up in there.
Oh, you get a Charmander. That's a good starter.
Oh, yeah, that's a great one.
All right, so. We have to head back home. Or what we can do real quick is just build a little thingy right here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna drop that for a second. Craft this. Swap this. Do this. All right, so I'm gonna put this down for a second here. So we are not over encumbered and we can get back home.
Ew. This one has some growth.
Is he Uggy?
He's got growth
He growth?
and he looks moist.
Oh yeah, no, we don't like them. Those are ickies. Oh my gosh, fat man, just die.
Oh, who are you? Ma'am. Go back to the hospital.
Oh,
Nix, did you just kill me?
I just
Hold
watched
on.
Broseph just poof into a backpack. What does 500 PP mean? It's how many pimp points you have, I'm gonna guess.
Big peepee.
It's the currency that is in this game. And you can either help us or hurt us or
I'm gonna spawn on my
do
bed.
lots of different stuff to us.
Just
Yeah.
grab a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna head towards back home, I guess.
What's the most important thing to grab?
Food and water, really.
And medicine, probably.
Mm. I'm dying. We're all dying in a way. Yeah, we're all dying. I'm dying all the time. Mystery supplies. Oh, moo, let's go. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. And then, ooh, oh, those are new. Oh, there's so much new stuff in this game now. The herbal antibiotics are purple now. That's cool. Alright, so drop that. We'll drop that.
Very cool.
We'll drop that. I'll drop that. Drop that. Drop that. What else do I not need? That. Okay, so now I can go back and get this stuff. Perf. Okay. So. Wait, what is broken? My hood? Yes. Here, I don't have cloth. What do? What do you mean, what do? What would be, are you asking what would be helpful? To help
What
me?
do?
Oh, that just means that that's just giving you points. That one is just giving you points to spend. That's what that channel point does. That's pointeroonies. Pointeroonies for your spending pleasure. Okay. Those can go. I don't need those. That can go. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff dropped off for now, so I can get back home. How to spend? So you can either use these little hashtag commands that are here on the side of the screen, which might be hard to see, or there is like an integration that is on top of the screen. If you're on mobile, I don't know what it looks like on mobile, I'm not gonna lie. This is brand new. They just did this update. I haven't played this in like 6 months. So there's a lot of stuff that they've added that I don't know. So I don't know how it works on mobile. But yeah, you can just use these like commands right here. Like it's like hashtag supply stuff or whatever. There's nothing on mobile. Okay, so then yeah, so then on mobile you have to use, I guess, like the hashtag commands that are on the side of the screen right there. So any of the red ones affect me negatively. Any of the blue ones affect me positively. And any of the white ones, like, affect, like, the world, I believe. And obviously, if they're gray, you can't redeem them right now. For whatever reason.
I'm nice and cucumbered. Off I come.
I know, I'm so cucumbered right now. So I'm trying to get back home.
Didn't you drop anything off in the chest
I
that
did.
you made?
I did.
Oh, still cucumbered?
No, well, I mean, yeah, because I keep picking stuff up, but also,
Oh, yeah.
like, I'm gonna drop stuff off to go back to pick stuff up to go drop stuff off. Like, we have to build. Wait, do I have a point I can spend? I do. Okay, so I can get this one, so I can make bicycles now. Amazing.
Hey!
Yep.
Nix. Maybe. It was you.
Okay, that one. Perfect. Supply 4x4. Did it work? Oh, I don't think that one... You might not be able to do it during a vote, maybe?
Yeah, votes might.
Yeah, you might not be able to do it during a vote. But, ammo supplies, either A or C would be great.
Yeah. That's shig.
A or C would be
Would be
great.
good.
That, learn
I'm
that.
so slow.
I know. We're just gonna pass each other. Ammo supplies. Nice. Thank you.
Ooh.
And I will just take Brosif's since they are very far away right now.
I'm very far away.
Yeah.
Well, kind of far away. Making my way back.
Okay, so
Probably
now
downtown.
you should see, now it says ready, so now you should be able to do something. I think because it was a vote, I think that's why. You should be able to now, I guess. I would guess. Because it says ready. Yep, see, I heard it. Supply 4x4. Car parts. Let's go. So we have almost all the pieces for a car when we get there. To be able to build a
Ooh.
car. Yeah. So that's exciting.
That's very exciting.
Thank you, Moo. Yeah, so it just has to say ready before you can use it, I guess.
Me still grabbing stuff as I'm already horribly encumbered and like going so slow.
It's such a
already.
problem. It's such a problem in this game. It really is.
There's just bags hanging out everywhere.
Like, one of the very first things I maxed out was my carry space. Because it's not weight, like, carry weight. It's how many spaces you have.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to, like, unlock all of your spaces, whatever.
What the hell?
Hmm.
Why didn't it automatically? Hold on a second. Why
I don't know.
didn't
I don't know what that one does.
The gun?
No, the ragdoll. It didn't work, though. See, I don't understand
Oh.
how sometimes they don't work. Or sometimes they take a second to register. I don't know. I don't know. They changed. So as I was saying, Moo, I played this game a lot last year. Like I put like probably like 300 hours into this game last year. And I haven't played in about 6 months. I haven't played since probably about January or February. And in April, they had a huge update, and it's all different now. Like, it's all different. Like, everything that I knew last year is, like, different.
Jumbled
Who
backpack.
jumbled my backpack? So, okay, so I think, hold on. I think it has to be, oh, it's weapon with no S. It's weapon with no S. That's why. Okay. Because I was like, why isn't anything working? But that's why. That's why that one didn't work. Weapon with no S. But yeah, see how supply 4x4 is grayed out because you just gave it to us. So, okay. I was trying to say, like, why is that?
shotgun shells? Why doesn't it reload?
Hold down R. Well, that's because it's not a shotgun.
It's not a shotgun. I just realized that. It looked like a shotgun.
Supply a weapon.
I
Do you
don't
not have enough
read.
points? You might not have enough points, Moo.
We know this. I don't read. Why am I holding the animal fat as if it's just a food I can just eat? That's so gross.
Because it's what's in your hands. How do I know? Hashtag CP. Yeah, so you don't have enough points. Okay, that's why. So you just gotta wait. Just gotta wait for some pointies. That's why. Yeah. That's why. That's why. So you can either get some with some channel points, or you can just like hang out and chat and just wait till you get some points. Whatever you want to do.
Oh my god, someone stop me from picking things up.
It's so hard. It's so hard, I'm telling you.
A sandwich! Delicious. I'm gonna eat it.
Eat it.
Eat it. Nom nom nom.
Oh, look at you.
There you go.
Nom 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 nom. What is broken on me? This looks like my body is broken. It's
So
flashing and saying broken.
yeah, so go into your. Oh, my shoes are broken. So go into your armor, and one of your armor pieces is broken, so that's what it is. Your body's broken too. Yeah, my everything is broken. My life is broken. I feel. Yeah. My existence is broken. Okay. So now I should be good? Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's rain.
Blame it on the rain.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am Lord. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just straight killed that rabbit, but I need the meat. I'm sorry, chat.
No.
That was brutal, but I need the meat. A throw in chat. Do it, Broseph. Throw.
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 Throw. I can't. Throw.
Oh gosh, thank you for the food that I can't carry. Shit. All right, hold on. What can I get rid of? I get rid of that. Did that. Then I can get rid of. It's just that, and then I'll take that. Perfect. I like how the steroids was like a liquid, and I took a bottle of pills. Ooh. Magician. Okay, hold on.
So, like,
let's get
I don't know. I
this
feel like
one.
this barn would be a solid place to wind up staying.
Okay, if that's your vote,
We can get way
I
up
support.
high, you know, and like we could like open up the whole bottom so we could let enemies in and to just shoot down at them.
Mickey, you have to
like, a
organize. I
great
know. Let me get
flooring.
back. Let me get back home, Moo. Let me drop my stuff off, please. All right, so mark it on the map with a shared waypoint.
I don't have a map.
We do. Hit M.
Oh. Oh my.
What
gosh.
does the shack near do? Wait, is that
Quick
something?
waypoint? Shared waypoint.
Oh, shock near. Oh, so what shock near does is if there's any zombies near me, I'm trying to talk over the raid stuff. If there's any zombies near me, it'll electrocute all the zombies that are near me. It helps. It helps me. Hi, Mark. Hi again. How are you? Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. How was your Ghost Recon? I'm gonna do raid stuff. I'll be back in just a minute, Broseph. How was your raid? I was gonna say, how was your raid?
watermelon?
How was your stream? How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid.
Yes.
I appreciate you. How was it? How's it going? Chat has killed us so many times, but we're vibing, having a good time. I missed. My Ghost Recon was Recon. No, you're good. You're good. That's why I was like Shack, because they've added stuff, Moo, like I said. Like, there's been so many times since I've been playing today that I'm like, oh, that's new, that's new, that's new, that's new. Oh, that's different, because they changed so much stuff. I'm trying to help. No, you're doing great. I appreciate you. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play pretty much everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz while I work my way back home. Who just gave me supplies? Wait, what? Where did they go? Where'd they go? I don't see them anywhere. But I'm gonna get back home. But here's a very quick video. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring.
Why did you hold it like that?
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my mom. He's still rolling. I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Oh my
hot dogs. What is happening?
There's a defrib.
Oh, what is this?
Defrib.
Home, we home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga.
But I...
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
First you're like, ew. Then you're like, ew. Thank you so much for the raid, Mock. I appreciate you.
Yeah, storage chest.
Okay.
I need...
Okay. So are you currently at the place that you would like for us to live?
Yeah. I marked it, I think.
No, you did not, but it's okay.
Oh.
Or you didn't do it as saved, I think. All right, base. Okay, so we're gonna do that, and then
Yeah, I did it as...
share. Okay, it's fine.
I don't know what I did.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. I did it. It's fine. We did that. All right, so we have to go. All right, can I make a bike yet? Can I make us a bike yet? Did you read my messages? You can call her pink, but if you call her cute, she turns pink. Shut up. Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut up. Don't say nice things to me.
No.
No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't listen to Broseph.
Do it.
Don't listen.
Pink deserves all the nice things.
No.
Oh, a splint. Did you throw a splint at me?
I threw a splint at you?
Did you?
No, did you?
No, I found a splint. Oh, I must have grabbed it from our thing.
You probably did. Alright, I'm going to
I need more wood.
cucumber. Okay. Alright, eat this. And I'm gonna eat this. Okay. I am heading to our new home, I suppose.
Fantastic.
Give smoochies. Kisses, kisses.
Mwah.
Kisses.
Mwah,
Kisses.
mwah.
Kisses.
Kissy wissies.
Kisses.
I found cash. I found $7.
$7? You know what the funniest part about this game is that you sell cash money to get this other fake currency that's in this game.
Oh.
So you're gonna
that's
take your
funny.
cash money and you're gonna sell it for these little coins. I can't remember what the coins. They're like Jimmy's or something. I don't remember what they're called. What are they called?
That's fantastic.
Dukes. They're called Dukes. My $7. I know, right? It's worth what? Where is it? Nyx, you are trying to get me killed.
Okay. I am gonna need to go get my other backpack and more wood as well.
Okay. Well, wood is easy. Wood you can literally just like punch some sticks. Which sounds stupid, just punch some sticks, but yeah. All right, did you put some storage containers down in there?
I put one. That's why I need wood. I put
Okay.
one storage container down and it's full.
Okay.
I just I dumped it. I dumped all the stuff.
No,
in,
you're good.
and
You're
then
good. You're good.
I ran to
You're
get
good.
wood.
Oh, a feral.
Is that a stick?
Oh. No, please, please, please. Ugh.
Ooh. I almost fell down the ravine hole. I almost fell in the butthole.
Please don't fall in the butthole. I don't think I can get you out.
What? What if we used this to make zombies fall into it?
Ooh, Shockneer! Let's go, Moo! Let's go! That was dope. Thank you. That was clutch. That was super clutch. Super clutch. No, don't boo. Don't boo you. Listen, I have given you guys essentially free reign. Okay, I have turned cooldowns off. I have turned like level caps off. Like, you guys have essentially free reign. Like, come on. Look at her dancing. Look at her dancing. Look at her dancing.
Oh, look at him!
She has no head,
Oh, yeah,
though.
look at him! Look at that one dancing over there.
Nobody's combat. Exactly. No, Nyx has been Nyx has probably killed us a couple times each. Nyx has killed us a few times, and I think Raven has killed us a few times. Alright, I want to go this way and see.
I am once again cucumbered.
Amazing, I love it. It's the best way to live life. Back with your shrimp! What's up, DJ? Welcome back. Oh, crack my neck. Oh, no. This one I don't actually love. Oh, that was a scare? You actually got me there, Nyx. You actually got me with that one. Oh, I can't pick that up. Never mind. You cannot breathe here. Yes, that's usually how water works. I wanted to see what it did. Yeah, this one's the new popular one. This one is the new favorite, it seems.
It's pretty fun.
Oh, oh no, no! Oh shit, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. Oh shit.
Oh no, a bear!
I know. Yep.
And rat vulture.
Yeah.
Ah!
Yep. 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 Oof. Oh, it's locked.
Run, 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 run.
Where's this bear? Where's this bear? He's stuck. Okay. Oh, he's not stuck. Okay. Oh, I'm... Hi, Chaos. How are you? Or Queen of Chaos. Other Chaos. Chaos 2.
Other chaos.
Of the other Chaos. Oh my god. DJ. DJ. I thought you liked it here.
DJ, why have you done this? Oh my god, look at the bear.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
huge.
I know.
That's Franklin's favorite.
Oh, I was
it-
doing
it
so
disappeared
good.
As soon as it killed
Yeah,
you.
if they're spawned in, they kill. Yeah. You're doing good? Good, I'm glad to hear it. Okay. Where's my backpack? Here's my backpack. Oh, I like it here. I'm just teasing. Like I said, everything that I say when I'm getting killed is all out of anger while I'm in the process of getting killed, not because I actually like don't want you guys to like play the game or whatever. It's none of that.
Play the game.
Wait to see if you get approved for studio apartment. Oh, fingers crossed for you.
We're in Arizona.
Okay, so is this where we're living? Is this barn?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's zombies in it.
Okay. Supply poopies. Oh, you're in it. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was just dumping whatever I
Yeah, no,
kinda,
you're
like-
good. You're good. You're good. That's what
There
it's
you
gonna
go.
be there for.
There you go.
Okay.
Did I get oh hold on, did I get more wood in my journey?
Oh, here we go.
No, I still only have 5.
What is it? Oh,
What
thank you for
is?
the weapons. Oh, that one's yours. I'm sorry.
Oh!
A new
What
vote has
is? Hold on,
started.
what
Okay,
is?
cool.
What was that? What did I just
Ooh, a crossbow.
Ooh. More ammo for the good guns.
Y'all.
Okay. What's this? Oh, a little double barrel shotgun.
Oh, nice. That's
Nice.
nice. That's nice.
Yeah, thank you. Who was that?
I don't know what the vote is meaning. Okay, so critical immune is new. I don't know what that means. Resourceful, I think means that, like, we get all of our stuff back quicker, like all of our stuff regains quicker. And jumbled backpack literally means exactly what it says. It's gonna take my nicely organized backpack and it's gonna fuck it all up. Ooh, Moo got
no,
some
it got
PP for
very
being
dark.
helper. Well, it's because it's turning. It's turning.
God, hi,
That's
sorry, I thought
me.
you were a zombie. Oh
I-
my god.
Cannot believe this.
You scared the poop out of me. But look at this is a nice place, right?
Yeah. Why did they change the lighting so badly? I wonder.
I don't know. It's very dark.
All right, so there are things that we can put down that will put light down, so like that's fine. But yeah, this isn't bad. This isn't bad. We could probably hunker
can
this
go
down.
up? There's an up.
Yeah, we want to go up on this ladder for sure. Yeah, we definitely want to go up. But the problem is they can also climb ladders. So
Is there something we could kick over before we go up for the night? Right after we go up, I guess.
no, but I think what we can probably do is go up this ladder and then go across here and kind of like filter them over here, if that makes sense, and let them like fall down.
Yes.
So, okay, so what does critical immune do? I don't even know. Let's look. You are immune to criticals such as sprained limbs or bleeding. Oh, so that's nice. So that's actually not, that's nice. That's not a bad thing. Okay. So yeah, so that's what I think we should do, is I think we should... All right, let's start breaking some of this other crap down here. This can
Why
go...
is this thing still moving? Is this thing alive?
What thing?
Yeah, the boar's alive. There's a boar sitting here.
Oh, he's like chilling.
He's not chilling no more. I may or may not have set him on fire.
Oh, wow, okay. You are loving, like, the fire life, aren't you?
I may or may not have a problem.
It's okay.
Oh yeah, look at it. And then we can like be over top of them here, shooting down. Oh my god.
Well, no, because the floor is breaking. Boost range, it is. It's gun range, yeah. It's only temporary, though. Okay.
I like hitting things with my fire because it doesn't wear out.
Yeah, I see that.
Very handy.
Yeah, everything is temporary, unfortunately. Nothing is like a permanent thing. And I don't know, oh yeah, you can see. Everything that it's right down here is like the counters for everything. So like there's like 2 minutes left on the thing of the critical immune thing.
Oh yeah. Be neat.
Mm.
I better have got meat from that, I swear to God.
There's
Oh, I
a
did.
lot of changes that they've made that I do like, but there are also some other changes that I genuinely am like, why? Like, why is the damage so increased?
It's hard out here for a pimp.
Hmm.
I wish that I could interact with the power box.
Yeah, agreed. All right, so I think that'll be okay. So I think that if we
I like the cattle
Stay
feed,
here.
make cows fat
where did it
again.
go? Oh,
Contains
did
the most
anybody
meat.
see that shit
One.
just squeeze through the window?
What just happened?
This crate right here, like, I don't even know how to explain what just happened. This crate, like, spawned in and, like, squeezed through the window, like, I'm here!
Funny.
Like, I clipped it. Where did it go? Here it is! Like, holy shit. Oh my gosh, that was so funny.
Oh!
I know.
That just fell out.
Yeah, it turns into a
Yeah.
backpack when you search it. You have no shoes on, you know.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, okay, this isn't a bad idea. Okay. So, I think yeah, this will work. This will work. Okay. Let's go drop stuff off. Let's start hunkering down, do all that stuff. I'm literally putting everything in this dumpster right here. It's perfectly fine.
Oh, let's throw
Um,
things in the dumpster.
Yeah. Storage containers can stay storage containers, which is great. All right, so I just want to see where the lock button is, but I don't want to push it because I don't want to open this door.
No.
But I want to see where it
Apparently
is.
it's permanent.
Did you get anything good for the armor crate? I did, actually. I did.
Hmm.
Did. I'm gonna upgrade those. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We don't need it. Okay. Bless you. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to. So what we need to get our bedrolls. We need to get this
build another
stuff that
place
Moo
to
just
dump
gave us.
stuff.
Yep, we can do that too. So we need to get our bedrolls, and we need to bicycle parts. That's huge because I
Let's
can
make more bedrolls.
I can almost yeah. But those will like try to spawn us there because those are counting as our spawns.
Right.
So we just want to grab them. Thanks, Moo. Bicycle parts, yeah. Once we get back, so once we like go back home and then back again and get all of our pieces, I'm gonna see if I can actually build us bicycles now. You're saving for something good? What are you saving for? That's huge. Fertilizer is huge. That's how we can make ammo. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
But that was cow feed.
Yeah, but it drops down to nitrate powder. I don't know. It's
Oh.
video games, okay? Video game logic. Video game logic. I don't have answers. All right, how do we get
Okay.
out? How do we get out?
Well, then here, I'll bash up this stuff too then.
Hmm. So there's something here. How do I get there?
I wish it would start on fire and break up
Why
faster.
don't you jump here? Hydrate and a stretch.
Hydrate and a stretch. You know what? I'll have some water. It's been a while.
Time to water your broseph, guys.
Don't forget to water the broseph. They're thirsty bitches.
Don't forget to water your broseph.
Actually, I should probably water some plants in here too soon.
I like how you were going taking so long because you're using that's. There's like certain tools for certain things, like.
Yeah, but this one doesn't break.
Oh, see, this is cattle feed. This is different. Cattle feed is giving us corn,
Oh.
corn seeds. Yeah, that was fertilizer. That was a purple bag. That was different.
I've been collecting seeds.
It's okay.
I can't
Alright.
wait to grow a garden.
How about we get? We can do a garden. We can absolutely look at. We can turn this into a garden for sure. Look at this.
Yeah, look at
This will be
or over
easy.
Here.
This will be easy piece. Okay. Stop getting distracted. We have to go back home. How the fuck do we get out?
I need.
Here, it's right
I
here.
need to get wood first. Hold on.
No,
I need to
no.
break some stuff down for wood.
No. We need to go back to the. Wait,
No,
do you
but
not
I'm
have?
full. I need. To
Oh
drop
my
stuff
gosh,
off.
you're full again.
Well, because
Okay.
my backpack was full before, and I
Okay.
went that, and then I
Okay.
filled up
This
on
is
my
wood.
back,
This is wood
and-
right here. This is wood.
And look at all the stuff I. Oh, this counts as wood. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, I guess they changed that. Pallets don't count as wood anymore. What?
Oh no.
Yeah, because I just got trash from that. Why am I not getting wood from that? Yeah, I got wood from that. I did. Okay.
got wood from that.
Hold on. Do I have do we have any stones? Do you have any stones? Because I need to repair. I need to
Yeah.
drop your stones because I need to repair my axe and then I can cut a tree down.
How do I drop? Do I
Just
go like
drag it out of your. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. I haven't seen those in a game before.
What?
Is that new? Sledgehammers don't harvest as much as the axe. Yeah, I know. My axe was broken though. See, now it is. There you go. Thank you for repairs. Yeah, my axe was broken.
Quack, 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 quack.
Supply tools. Thank you for the repair. Thank you for the tools. Give me a second so I can get my tools. No more
I'm your
broken.
tool.
Oh, you are a big tool.
I had tool.
I need to get better axe. I need to, like, I can't wait till we can get a forge and stuff. Yeah. We're getting
Did you get
there.
a lot of wood from dropping that? I just knocked down a whole tree.
Yeah.
Surely I can build.
That's the most
of
way to get wood.
70.
Yeah, that's the most way to get wood. Alright, secure storage chest. Got it. Okay. It's 5:25. I go sleep, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. Alright, where's the tools that there's DJ's tools.
Okay, I made 4. Come on.
DJ! This is huge! Thank
What
you
did
so
you
much.
get?
I got an auger.
Ooh.
Oh my
DJ.
god, this is huge. Huge.
Where
Huge.
huge. Where do you want storage to be?
We can we can do these on the outside for now. That's perfectly fine until we like actually settle in and build. So I'm gonna put another one here.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we
so
can
there's
put
another one up there.
I built 4, so I can just smack them down.
Supply
Can you
utility.
pick them up after, or do you have to build new ones?
You do have to build new ones, but these ones are whatever. Like once we get a couple more levels, we're gonna build the big ones that can be labeled. But we just can't build them yet, so that's why. What does utility give? It gave ammo, some gas. It gives lots of different stuff. All right, cool. Drop all that off. Keep that. Okay, I have thrown everything I've got in there. Actually, I need this because I need to do this. Mystery supplies. What is them? Dynamite. Okay, and books. Oh shit! There's a bear. Arc.
Oh god.
Arc Y.
Arc
Y.
Oh no! I got its attention!
Yeah, you did.
Arc, why would you do this? Base building is
Fuck,
boring.
fuck. Why am I stuck?
Because you know how you think sucks.
Oh my god, I'm dead. Yep.
That was rough.
We weren't even base building.
Oh, I should have spawned on my bed so I could grab more stuff. Okay.
It's fine. I'll spawn on my bed because the only thing that was in there was my armor and supplies and stuff, so. Grab
You'll
that.
be able to grab it when you get
Grab
back
that.
anyway.
Okay. Pick up my bed. I must repair this before picking it up? Repair what?
The bed?
Yeah, apparently the bed got damaged somehow.
Oh. Just punch it till it's totally damaged then, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, sure. Wait, why is this doing this? Where? W. Okay. Why? Why do I have to repair the bedroll? That doesn't even make sense.
Mm-mm.
What is SP?
SP?
Special points. Special points. I don't know what they do. I don't know if they're worth more or anything like that, but SP is special points. But they changed so much stuff since the last time that I played Ark. Good night, Moo. Good night. Kisses.
Good night, Mo.
Good
Why
night.
am I not?
Cool, I'm special now. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know what the difference is. So if you do CP and you like see what your CP is, it'll tell you how many of them are special.
I'm putting a land claim block down here.
Yes. Yes, do that. So special is like when you have killed us. you get special points, but I don't know. Yeah, for what you get for murder, but I don't know. Like, what I'm saying is, like, I don't know if they're worth more or if they do anything different. Like, do you need special points to redeem certain things? I don't know. But yeah, special points are when you kill us.
I honestly didn't think the bear would be that rough.
The bear is rough. The bear is
Bear's
rough.
Huge.
Yeah. The bear is tough. The bear has killed me almost every single time. Until I get the M60 machine gun, the bear pretty much kills me every time. You have points and you're happy? Yeah, you've killed us a couple times there, DJ.
Yeah, a few people have got, like, Nyx has got us a few times.
Mhm.
Ark, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
Give me all your corn.
Your death count is 3. It'll say somewhere, I think. I think it says it in the... I thought it showed the list somewhere. Oh wait, hold on, is it here? Yeah, here it is, leaderboard. DJ has 4 kills, Raven has 3, Nyx has 3, Franklin has 1, and Ark has 1.
Oh, Franklin and Ark. Y'all are slipping.
Ooh, Moo.
Slipping.
Moo is in lurk mode, and they're getting bonus points for being the top helper.
What?
Yeah, so you get extra points for being the biggest helper, and you get extra points for like being the biggest nuisance as well. So I need to summon more bears then. Listen. I guess so. I think my favorite part about this extension so far has been that there's the extension that you can use like on the website that like is like bits, so like obviously it's like still helping me gain like revenue and stuff like that, but also it's mobile friendly, so like mobile users can still do the commands. But like I also like I don't know, like I just think that it's really smart the way that they've changed it and altered it and all that stuff. Like I just think it's really cool. Fast, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, fuck.
Fisted boy.
So back punching corn. Fine. This will be our beautiful cornfield once I punch all the current corn.
The dead corn, yeah.
And the grass. So can I, like, drill this up? Like, can I make the dirt into more dirt? Like, make it nice?
There is, like, fertilizer. Like, there is, like, planting crop thingy things that you can use. But if you have seeds, I've never tried because the base that we had the last time was like on the top of a building, so I never even really tried. But I imagine if it's dirt, you can just build on the dirt. Like you can probably just plant right on the dirt, I would imagine.
What happens if I just punch the dirt a whole bunch?
You'll probably break it and it'll go down. Yeah, it's breakable.
Yeah.
Like, everything is breakable. It's just gonna dig a hole. And it's like... think of it, like, in Minecraft terms, where it's like, everything is, like, a square. So it's like, you're gonna punch the dirt, and it's just going to make a square.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Like, it's, like, when I said this game is very simple, I mean it's very simple. It's very Minecraft-esque. Everything is in squares, everything is in blocks. You know?
Nice. Good. I like it.
Hmm. I'm almost back, by the way.
Wait.
Ooh, I wonder. Probably not. I wanna like.
Hmm.
I wanna like do something with this crane. Like, how does this crane work? I wonder.
What do we have the most seeds of? I want to try this, but I don't want
We
to.
probably have a lot of corn seeds, honestly.
We have 4.
That can't be right. Like, I've punched so much corn. Big head. Alright, I like big head. That's not bad.
The dead corn just gives fiber.
Yeah, no, I know, but like the corn should give other stuff.
Hmm. Oh, there's 8 more. Okay, I'll go try planting this. Let's see what this do. Oh, yeah, there's a little square.
2,
Yes, I see.
3.
It's all red. I want. Yeah, there's gotta be something special I have to do with it. Oh, what about right here?
Yeah, you might need like the actual
Yeah.
like what you call.
Yeah, I can't just plant it.
Yeah, you might need to make the actual like thingies.
That's fine. This is fine. Fine.
Okay, now we're back.
Oh, actually, look at this. This is like a garden right here, isn't it?
Yeah,
Pretty
that's
shape.
yeah. So you really can't just plant?
No, it's just red. And goes womp when you say plant.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if, like... I don't know. Maybe you have to, like, put down plots?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like there are plots, but they're I don't think I can make it yet. Hold on, let me look. Farm plot block. What do I need? Craft.
Yeah,
have-
that's
okay, hold
probably
on.
the only way to do it.
So wood, rotting flesh, clay, wood, yep, rotting flesh, clay, and nitrate. All right, can I make? I can make one. How many? Like, what does it need? What do I need more of?
No grass will live in this section. I am the grass killer. Oh, Ark! Ark's thing.
Oh, it's nitrate.
Crate
Oh.
4. Is this
Ooh, Ark, thank you for a
Arc,
sniper rifle.
Ooh!
Yeah, I know that like you guys can't choose what it is that you're giving, so I'm like always like, oh my god, guys, thank you, but still, it's a big help. All right, more nitrate, perfect. More wood. Okay, so everything is all disorganized right now, which is fine.
Good gate. It's a fine gate right here. I like this gate.
It's a good gate. Are you
Fine.
gatekeeping?
I am keeping the gate.
I can take away, but I can give too. Thanks, Ark. Okay, so here's the problem. Putting this down, it's going to raise it, but it'll be like it's this. But when you connect them, it'll spread this. So like it won't be like a square and square and square. So as you see, hold on, because it's still crafting for me. Oh, here you go. Here's another one. So as you connect them, see it opens.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So we can like over time just fill this entire thing in.
Okay, and then yeah. So
When I
collecting
said
wood
earlier, like this is huge. Okay. So if you look at your map, let me see. Okay, perfect. Look at your map
Oh.
and zoom in. So
Like this.
right to the north of us, do you see how there's like a black dot and a brown dot and a black dot and a gray dot? Those are all your different mining nodes that you can mine.
Okay.
The
Oh, yeah, yeah.
white one, I think it's the white one, is what we want. That's nitrate. That is how we make these guys.
Okay.
Yeah, nitrate is also what we got from the fertilizer when I was like, no, this is huge, this is a big thing. Yeah, it's because we got
Oh, yeah,
nitrate.
Don't we need it for ammo?
Mm-hmm. Yep, but we can't make ammo yet because we can't make a forge yet.
Oh, then.
But we should still be planting in the meantime to make that stuff. Alright, what am I missing now? Thank you. Okay, what am I? Why is my eyes like not seeing?
Group bears is not funny, wood chip. That music is ominous.
Yeah.
We could drive this truck. Sitting here.
Okay. Don't forget to build another bedroll. Just
Oh,
Heads
right
up.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do that right now. Did someone want a bear?
Oh,
Or-
it was a scare. Nix, thank you for the scare. I'm gonna put it actually just right here. I guess it's probably fine.
To be fair, I always want a bear, so.
Wait. Can I not build in your...
No, I could build in yours. I can't either. Maybe we just can't build up here.
No, I just put mine down.
Oh, I did.
What? I don't know. I don't know. It just happened there. I don't know. So over time, I think we should fix in here, and we should make this our storage room because it goes further in here. Oh shit. Well, see, the one thing I hate this. Oh yeah. Oh, we filled this up too. Don't forget we filled our dumpster up too.
Oh, right. Yeah, the dumpster. Oh, yeah, look at this. Goes right into here. Can we get up there? Oh, yeah. Okay, there's the ladder, but it doesn't go all the way to the ground.
You can make more ladders. Hold on, I can make ladders.
Like,
Do we have
'cause, like, we could-
thingies? Yeah,
we
hold
could
on.
Get up there for like the big night.
Okay,
Oh, there's
hold on.
zombies here. There's zombies.
Wait, why? Did we have a vote? Did we
No,
have a
there was
vote
just
and
two
somebody?
vents.
Oh, okay. I was like,
No,
we have
they
to,
were just sleeping.
because
They
I
were,
have
like, laying there.
I have a really bad problem with not paying attention to like when a vote goes off, and then I'll like be like, oh, what happened? Oh, I'm so dead. How did I just? Yeah. What? How are you on me? I literally moved. Go away. I'm dead. I'm gonna die right here. Yep. It's a good thing I
Okay.
put. That's a good thing I put my bedroll down. Like, I literally, like, moved to the other side of the barn so I could, like, get out of
What
the
is
menu that I was in, and she was still on me. Like, what?
How come every time I jump?
Because somebody activated jump on you. So you have the jump bonus.
Oh, I was so confused. I was like, why do weird things keep happening? Where are my goddamn bears? You're not getting bears. No bears for you. You are the bear. Oh. Hello.
Hello. Okay, now please, everyone just chill the fuck out for 2 seconds so I can build the ladder that I've been trying to build.
I will shoot thee.
Okay, I have to break this, 'cause it's in the way.
Can
Do we have a vote? Is that what that noise was?
I don't think so. I don't
Oh
see
no,
any votes.
it's celebration. Celebration.
Oh.
Celebration.
Celebrate good time.
Celebrate good times. Okay, now we have a ladder. Oh my gosh, we're serious
Oh,
right
no.
now?
I need to build a second ladder for right here too. I think. Maybe we can just get up on that. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna go get some wood. Wait, where's our wood? I have to go this way. Don't
I have some if you give me literally just a second.
Yay.
I will put it in the dumpster, and there's a lot of it. There's 439, so you're good. It's in the dumpster.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now we have this letter, which is great. Okay. So we just, like I said, they can go up ladders. So we just have to remember that during Horde Night, that they can get up here. So. Alright, I'm gonna just, I want to like break the things that are already like on their way to being broken, you know? Because there's like no point in... See, like all these are breaking under me.
That work? Yes.
Why can't I connect to this one here? Oh, I can.
I
Hold
put that
on.
in the wrong spot. Damn it. I put that one in the wrong spot. Ah!
Wrong. What? In the wrong spot.
I put the ladder in the wrong spot. It's just like in the air. Which is a piece of ladder in the air. Yes.
Okay, and then you have to do this. Hold on. Do you have wood? Do you have wood? Oh my god.
No.
I gave you the wood. What do you mean you don't have wood?
Oh,
Wait,
sorry.
did you make
hold it
wood
here.
pieces?
Here. I made wood ladder.
Okay, listen. So this is one thing that Nate and I learned that's a huge thing. Don't make pieces out of other materials. Like, only make the regular building ones and then upgrade, because the regular building ones can be removed until they are upgraded. If you use something that's like if you build like a wooden block or a stone block, etc., those you have to do what you're doing right now. You have to break it down by hand. If you leave it in its quote unquote building form, you can continue to pick it up and put it down until you upgrade it.
Oh,
So,
weird.
yeah. So that is something that the game does not explain, but I fucking wish it did. So, yeah. So don't build anything that's like a specific material. Like, just keep it as like the regular like building blocks, if that makes sense.
Oh, Nick, you said I have to find the block. Nick's just dropped some armor.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
behind
where
you.
it went.
It's behind you.
Oh. I will grab it. Oh, I can grab it now. Aw, thanks. Oh, how do I get off? Oh, uh-oh. Oh. Oh, can I climb around? Oh, nope. Okay, try this way. Can I not climb?
Oh, no, that's me. See, that's why it's a good thing, because I built it backwards, not realizing that I was facing the wrong direction. See? So it's a good thing that It's a good thing.
Let's see what you got. Ooh, steel gloves, military vest, and night vision goggles? That's sweet as heck.
Okay, so there is a break in the ladder, but it still works. You can still climb it, no problem.
Good.
So whatever this crossbeam is doesn't let you build, which is kind of funny. Oh my god, here's the loot. Here's the loot for this building. That's so funny. Oh, gross. Gross, gross, gross. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Yep, 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 yep. They literally snuck out of the dark.
Oh, I just had a shooting incident. Ew. Get a bit closer. Oh, no, I fell down. Oh boy, you're right here, eh? Ah! And now you're dead. Hi.
Hey. Okay. Okay, nice. Okay, so we've got the loot for the whole place. Healer. What? Oh, the top helper. Helper. Top helper.
I am Cat, I can help.
I am Cat, I can help you. It's okay, I almost got this one. Oh, it's fine, I got it. Because if we hit it too many times, you'll break the whole thing.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, we got it. We're good. We're good.
Ooh, a
So-
leather trunk. This is pretty.
This actually isn't a bad place to kind of hunker down. Like, this actually is probably better for us to hunker down because they have no way of getting over here. Like, they're not going to be able to make this jump. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this actually isn't a bad place. I think we should clear this out, and this is where we should move our bedrolls over here. That's what I think.
Can we use, like, does this move at all? This winch?
Not that I know of. I've
Oh.
never known a way for them to move. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. That just means that I've never known of a way to do it.
Are you auguring?
I am.
Oh, you are, yeah.
That's why we need
Oh, I
silly
heard you.
sounds. That's why we need
Sorry.
silly sounds to be a thing. There it is.
There it is. Nice. Way to go, DJ.
But the squeaking too is great.
Oh my god.
And repair. Dope. Thank you so much.
Oh my god, all the squeaking.
I know. Love it. How did you make silly sounds? I think they had to be unlocked, Franklin.
Yeah, I think it was a time
Or
thing.
DJ didn't do it in chat. DJ did it from the extension. As far as I can tell, they didn't do it in chat. They did it on the extension. Oh, thank you for the scare. I definitely was like, where the hell's this dog? Okay, and we are done. Okay, so we should put our bedrolls over here, and we should put our campfire over here, and then when we can, we'll start do like we can't put our forge down yet, but when we can,
Jump down.
run and jump.
Oh, hi. What are you doing in here? Why are they...
Kaplow!
Wow. Kablow. Yeah, why are... Oh, what are you doing?
Tut 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 tut! Tut 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 tut! Kaplow!
Wow. Yeah, why are there zombies in here?
They'll keep coming.
I thought that with the block down, they weren't able
Yeah,
to... like-
I thought that was like I think that's a safe zone for like the extension / other players. I don't think I don't think you're ever technically safe from zombies.
Oh my god, there's so many!
You might want to get back up then.
Holy shit, where are they all coming from?
Can you come out here so I can hit them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
where are
perfect.
you?
Right in there, you're good. Right there, that's what I needed.
Okay.
I'm above you.
Oh, you're above. Hello. Oh.
Good
Oh,
job.
I'm dying.
Good job. All right, so we need. Okay, so this is how we get up here. Okay. Oh,
I
we
got
did
my
a regen from
bedroll.
Ark.
Nice.
Okay,
Got
let
my
me get.
bedroll.
Yeah, I'm getting
I can't
mine.
get yours, though.
No, you can't. Can't. It's fine. Okay. And I got my bedroll. Perfect. Okay.
Oh, hello. No. This is our house, sir. Thank you.
Our house. In the middle of
Zombieland.
Our house. Our house. In the middle of our house. Oh my gosh, I'm out of gas. Dang. Oh, that's actually not bad.
Can I put it?
The zombies start coming, they don't stop coming. They're like, oh my god, Franklin, I've created a monster.
I can't put it down there. Oh, there we go. It's a little glitchy, but it's fine.
DJ, thank you for sacrificing your points to the Twitch gods. Alright, go upstairs. Put my bed down.
Punch, punch, punch. I should probably repair my axe. But then I would have to go and repair my axe. Which would actually take less time to go do than the kid punching. But why?
But why? Why do the smart thing when you can do the
Why?
not so smart thing?
Exactly.
Okay. Our house. In the middle of our house.
Our house.
Our house.
Our house. So yeah, we'll be pretty good, I think, where we are, zombie-wise.
Yeah, I
For the
think so.
first round.
I think so.
Stop being out of stamina. Why are you such an out of shape bitch?
Okay, so start getting stuff from the stuff downstairs, the containers downstairs, and bring them up because I'm starting to stack
Ooh.
containers up here. But again, these are temporary until we get the upgraded versions, which are bigger and will let us have labels.
That's very exciting.
Yeah, it's a big upgrade for surezies.
I cucumbered, and now I'm doing the waddle.
Hey,
Doing the waddle.
waddle waddle.
What is it? Waddle waddle.
Ooh. It's DJ. For some armor. You know what we didn't do though that we have to do? We have to go back to our first base, and we have to get the stuff that's on the stove. Like we didn't get the cooking
right.
pot and yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, so we'll have to go back and grab that stuff, which is not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Where's storage being? Up here? In here, right?
And you left it? Yeah. All that time and effort you spent on the fucking pot. I know, chat! Why are you yelling at me?
Don't yell.
I'm sensitive. I mean, I could build a ladder here. Do you want me to build a ladder here? Or we go right, it's over here. And then jump. Yeah, I can build a but oh, what? Okay. That's literally not what I did, but sure.
Bye.
Goodbye forever.
Do you want me to just dump stuff?
Sure.
What are we told?
Astro did a redeem that scared me. I did leave the pot behind. I'm sorry. Please don't yell at me. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits. To Isengard, to Isengard.
Aaron told me to pick music the other day when we were like, he was like building the what you calls it, the barbecue.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, and I'm like, should we listen to
Astro,
music?
thank you for the
He's like, yeah.
redeem.
I'm like, what do you want to listen to? He's like, I don't know, just put something on. And I was like, you don't have any suggestions? He's like, no, I don't care. I'm like, okay then. And I put on fucking Bringing the hobbits to Isengard.
No, you did not. What an asshole. Why are
And
you an asshole?
I played the entire thing full blast on my phone while dancing to it
Oh
on the
my
patio.
gosh. Alright, so this is like a broken ladder, but it'll work. It's not broken, but it's like annoying, but it'll work.
That's like me. I'm not broken. I'm just annoying.
Oh, actually, what if we do this instead?
Why am I? Oh my god, that's a butt with poopies.
What?
There's a picture of a butt with poopies on my effects on the things that are going up with me. Look it. There's full on a butt with poopies on there.
Did you eat something? Do you literally have the shits right now? Go into your tab.
The shits.
Go into your tab. Hit tab.
Character.
Yeah.
I have dysentery.
Oh my god, you ate something.
I mean, I've been eating these sandwiches.
Broseph has the poopies, guys.
I got poopies.
Broseph has the
Hello.
shids.
I got the shids and the fards. That's why I'm moving so slow. It's not because I'm cucumbered. It's because I'm butt cumbered.
God, I hate it here. Alright, so I'm gonna put a block right here too. Hold on. Ugh, shoot.
I'm so cucumbered. Oh my god. We have a bunch of those Duke casino coins.
Yeah, that's
too.
money. It's our monies.
We have like 2,000. We're like rich.
Ooh, I mean, wait till you see how much stuff costs, and then you'll not be saying that. All right, why are you being a pain in my ass?
Too. Hold on, I better drink something. Jeez. What's this? That's honey. Don't drink honey. Do we have anything to drink here? We have to. We brought stuff to drink.
There gotta be in the other things. Did you clear out all of the
water?
No, don't drink murky water. That's how you get dysentery.
We already had dysentery.
I know, but I'm telling you to stop drinking murky water, and then maybe you won't keep getting dysentery.
Sip, sip. Yeah, I grabbed like the yucca juice and things like that, and now I don't know where they are. Maybe they're downstairs still. I just haven't seen them. I'm going to die of thirst.
Wouldn't have happened if you had a pot to actually... I swear. I swear to God. The next person who says anything about pot is getting my fist.
So.
I swear! Where is the... Put that in your palm. Punching every single one of you. I'm punching every one of you.
Put that pod in your pipe and smoke it. Ha
I'm punching every single one of you in the face.
I'm gonna have to drink frickin' whiskey. Oh no.
There's water, Broseph!
No, there's no water. There's only whiskey.
You sound like an alcoholic right now. There's no water, only whiskey.
There's water in whiskey, right? So that counts.
I don't know if any of that counts, Broseph.
Count.
There's yucca juice right here. Here.
Oh, I was looking for that.
Here.
Thanks. Hold on, I gotta put away some stuff.
Alright, where's the dirty water? Oh no, we can't fucking do anything anyway. Alright, I'm going back to the base to get our other shit.
Yeah.
What time is it? 3:30 in the morning. I will die, but it's fine. Anything for the alcohol.
Alcohol.
You explicitly, they just explicitly not water and whiskey. That's what distillation is about. You challenge chat, expect us not to bring it. It's true. Who's drinking? Brosep's character is drinking. Brosep's character is a drunk. A drunkard.
All of my for how little I actually drink in real life, I sure do get my characters drunk a lot.
Maybe it's like a like I don't know, like living vicariously through your characters thing.
Yeah, I'm too old to drink now. It just makes me feel like crap. But oh, my characters. Woo!
Woo! Going crazy, fucking crazy.
Why am I still thirsty? Stop being thirsty. That's because of the dysentery, isn't it?
Oh god, yeah. Okay, does it tell you what you can take to get rid of dysentery?
Oh. No. I'm not thirsty anymore.
Yeah, well, it does take a minute to go. Like, it does take a minute to go up, but does it tell you, but still, does it tell you what you can take to get rid of dysentery?
Let's see. You feel sick to your stomach, have diarrhea. Goldenrod tea may help.
Okay, so it's easy to make. We just need to go get our stuff.
We just need a pot.
Yep.
There's probably more stuff to grab anyway, and I got like I hate the voice.
I do too. I really, really, really don't like the voice things.
Well, Bros died dysentery. The Magic 8 Ball says reply hazy, try again. Yeah, because dysentery doesn't exist.
Stop dissing Terry and we won't have this problem.
Mm-hmm. Never dysentery.
Why did that just change my thing? Wait, press F. You're literally, it's like a child. It's like dealing with an actual child.
More like a cat, I think. Like, I literally am like, oh, you're dealing with this? Here, let me stand right where you're looking at the things.
God.
Oh, stop saying that. Damn it, 8 Ball. Hey, you got 1,000 PP for being top helper. Ark. You top helper.
Ark's like,
Hey, yep.
I'm not trying hard enough. Okay, now we can get up. Okay, there we go. It's a little easier than on the side one. Okay, it's morning.
April really refuses.
It's morning. I am going back to get the rest of our shit so we can cook food.
Okay.
Wish me luck, I'm probably dying.
I come with.
Okay.
Oh, I landed in the hay bales. Oh, we can hide in there.
We could, yeah, but they eventually... They could eventually break through, yeah. Eventually, but it might take them a while. But yeah.
But maybe they wouldn't know we're there.
I don't know if that's how it works. If I'm being, like, completely honest.
Damn it. Are you banning my bot? That's great.
I can't make the 4x4 because I don't have the skill, like, the actual skill yet. Like, I have to continue to level up to get the skill. Oh, a big mama attack? We're fucked.
Oh, no. I have a shotgun.
Help you get XP? Yeah, that'll help me get
Iron.
XP, that's for sure. Just gonna swim across.
Oh my god, watching you swim while holding your gun is the silliest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
You too.
Your legs are going, but your whole upper body's just really still.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this game is like, they're like, nah, if it works, it works. Alright, big mama attack? Holy shit, okay.
Oh my god.
Nice. Good job, team.
Ow.
Good job, team.
We got experience. New vote has started. What is it? Dance off, silly sound celebration. They're going light on the votes. They're not as mean. I feel like the votes
no,
are not as mean, despite the game itself being meaner.
No. They'll counter. Like one of us will have a mean one and one of us will have a nice one because we're in a team together. See, I helped. I didn't even do no ranged. We help. You guys are so good. You're doing great at helping. Thank you. Thank you.
A bag.
A bag.
It's got bones in it. Why would someone just walk around with bones in their bag?
Do you not? Where do you put your bones?
I keep them in my flesh. Oh wait, wait, we got dance off.
Yep.
Yes, let's go find a zombie to laugh at while they dance.
Here's one.
I'm coming. Oh yeah, look at the dance. I wish we danced.
I know, that'd be cool if we could dance too. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I need a stone. Here we go. Perfect. Get a couple stones to repair some stuff.
You mean your flesh bag? Yes, I keep my bones in my flesh bag.
Big head.
In my flesh sack. Oh, big head and dancing at the same time?
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, here's one.
Oh!
Here's one right here. Do you see him?
Oh my god, look at this big dancing head! Her? Them?
Yeah, it's a her.
Oh my god. Yes.
Their heads fart when you shoot them.
Yeah, their heads.
Because they deflate.
their heads fart.
I can't move because it's a big head.
Oh my god! Look at the big head lion! Oh no! He dead! The big head lion!
Damn it. I was doing so good too. I was doing so good too.
Funny. Hi!
Sorry, not sorry. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not mad. That's what they're there for. But damn, it still sucks to get fucking mauled by a fucking tiger.
A big head lion?
Yeah.
Amazing. I still got the shits.
I'm clipping that.
I'm crying. I'm sorry.
I can't. I literally can't. Oh, hold on. I have to add
Well,
that
the
one for
worst part
mine.
is there's full on a picture of a butt
Oh.
pooping. That's the worst part. I keep looking and there's a picture of a butt pooping on my screen. Full on butt poops.
Full on
Still got
butt
the
poops.
shit. Thanks.
Guess what needs to go in the next raid video? I'm trying to keep cursing. I'm trying to keep cursing out of the raid video, just in case somebody comes in, like, for a raid, you know?
No, you gotta. Are you pooping? I still got the shit.
I still got the shits. I'm crying. But it's about poop this time. It's true. Oh.
Ew.
You're fucked. Oh.
I made it! I made it! I made it! I made it! Cool guys don't look at explosions! Ah!
That was so cool!
Why are my guns so low? So slow and low?
I know.
Why am I so slow with money backwards? And this is a double barrel. Why am I not double barreling instead? Why am I single barreling? Oh boy, there's another one.
Yeah,
Oh!
yeah, there's 3. It's
Oh, I
eating
know
you.
it was a it was
It's
a
eating
coyote that
you.
got me, though.
It's it's eating you.
Ew.
Wait, hold on, where's my-
Ew.
Shit.
Way to go, Nix. You did that. I'm dead.
Wait, what hit me?
There's
What
a
is hitting
coyote.
me? Oh my god, a bird.
There's a coyote. Oh, a bird?
Yeah.
Fuck. Those vultures. Nice. Oh, right here. Oh god, I still see everyone running around. Ah. There's flowers and plants in here. Oh, oh. A lot of them in here.
The sunglasses really sold the effect as they screamed, "Cool guys don't look at explosions while running away." I know, it was actually really fucking funny. Like, it was honestly actually really funny. They're like, they're running. Ugh. Mag Cargo in chat.
Died. I just saw your naked body go running by.
Don't look at me.
Just you in your underwear, just. Doop, 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 doop. I would like to go into this garden center. Excuse me.
Don't look at me.
I'd like some service, please.
Oh, that's
I'd
too
like
funny.
some
Alright, we have to
service.
make some goldenrod flowers, some flower tea for Brosep's diarrhea.
My butt's gone. It's fine now. My butt's okay
Your
now.
butt's gone? That's a
My
problem.
butt's gone. It's just gone. This is it. Look at all the goldenrod. I almost shot the goldenrod. I don't need to shoot the goldenrod. Oh, there's a box in there. There's a crate. Can we open this door? Oh, I see the light to open the door, but it's inside. How do we get in there?
Oh shit, I fucked
No.
it up. I fix it. Broseph.
Where are we going?
No, I spelled Bros. I said Broseph. Like with no E.
Bros.
Broseph.
Brosf.
Broseph. With no E.
Brust. Oh, I hope you are aware that we are going to have so many potted plants. at our
Oh,
place.
that's perfectly fine because it gives us lots of food, so that's good.
Potted plants?
Oh, potted plants. I thought you were like saying like you're gonna put a bunch of the thingies down, but that's fine. Yeah, potted plants are fine too. It's cute.
But that too, that too, that too, that too.
No, potted plants are totally fine. It's cute. Decorate. I like to decorate. You saw what my old thing looked like.
Oh yeah.
We can make it all cute and stuff.
I'm picking up every plant that's here, so... Yeah.
There was corn in this toilet, and I don't know how I feel about it. Potted plants,
I don't-
arc.
Put the corn
I
back.
will end you.
Put the corn back. We don't need that corn. We don't need toilet corn. We're not that desperate.
We're not that desperate for toilet corn. I don't know. Have you seen our supplies?
Okay, you can keep this one toilet corn.
I think we are desperate for toilet corn. I have to go anyway. It's time for bedtime with Rainbow. No problem, Ark. Thanks for the very fun time.
Oh.
Do you get it?
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Don't do it.
Like my
again.
teenager who refuses to take clothes into the bathroom when he showers, Pink goes streaking by. Toilet corn is still a big lump of knobs. Do you want another bear? I don't want another bear.
A big lump with knobs. No. You want another bear? You want the bear?
You want a bear?
Hi, Chickum. Go, Chickum, go.
How am I over?
I would like to bring a Chickum home, but I know there's only one way the chicken comes home with us, and I'm not falling for that again.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the same thing in this one.
We're not having another pig incident.
The pig incident.
The pig incident.
Yep.
Oh, look at there's our little home over there.
Yeah,
Look
go
at
get
it.
the stuff.
Hi, going.
'Cause I am full.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, music spoopy. Oh, we had a dumpster here. I don't think I checked it. Did you check this dumpster? Yeah, check.
All right, so when we get back again, I'm gonna start walking back because I'm encumbered. You put the bear, I put the lion. Go. Oh my gosh, don't do this to me. Come on. I'm so far away from home. Oh, silly sounds? Okay. I'll take that one. So this is gonna be like every Friday now, right, Broseph?
Are we doing this every Friday?
I kind of want to.
We can do this every Friday. Build a base.
Yeah.
Become fucking awesome. We didn't have very much stuff left here.
Yeah, but you got everything out of the... You got this...
Oh, right. That's what we're grabbing.
Don't forget
fire
again. Don't forget again.
I'm already on my way back, so no.
God. Yeah, get the bike parts. We want the bike parts. Hit R. When you open a chest, hit R. And it takes everything in it. So to do that, you take the pieces off of the side. Like you're gonna like drag them into your inventory. Or did it take it anyway? No, it didn't. See, they're still there.
But
So
how I pick up?
hit E to go into it. And then you're gonna
Okay.
take the, like, on the right-hand side where it shows them, you're gonna take them out of the tools part and put them, like, drag them into your inventory.
Is that it?
Yeah, right
There
there.
was the
Yeah.
cooking grill and the cooking pot. Okay, I
Yep,
think
that's it. Yeah, we didn't have a beaker yet.
Okay. Sweet.
Bear with big head, it'd be funny. Or Buckethead. Buckethead, the only thing that sucks about Buckethead is, like, you can't hit them. You can't headshot them because the buckets.
Can you have big head and bucket head?
Yes.
Oh
Yes,
my god.
you can.
Big giant buckets on
And
the
we've
head?
got, whatchamacallit.
Time for me to cucumber my way home.
Yeah, me too. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm dead. I'm dead. Yep.
Oh no, DJ! Nix! Oh! Oh my god, look at Big Head Bear. Okay, Big Head Bear is silly.
You guys are just raking in points because you're getting all these kills.
Yeah. Yeah, for every kill you get a certain amount, eh?
Yeah.
Oh no, we've got C. Oh, we got a unknown attack coming up.
Oh, geez. Okay.
I am going to die.
The only thing that sucks for us is we go into an XP deficit. So, like, see how my XP bar, which is above, like, my weapons bar, see how it's red right now? I have to regain all that XP back. So that's the only negative thing that happens to us is we lose, like, we have an XP deficit. So I have to, like, gain it all back, but it's whatever.
That... Oh my god.
Oh, thank you for the regen.
Oh, thanks for the regen.
If anyone wants to spare a fast, that'd be great. Feed you small things, then kill you. Yep. That's how it works. You have to put the hashtag. Arc. There you go. Oh, silly sounds. Everyone loves the silly sounds.
Oh, are we dead? Oh, I did it. I did it. Cucumbered and took down like 5 zombies. Everything's fine.
You're good. You're a goddess. You got this.
I got this.
Can't do fast? Oh, because there's a vote. Yeah, you can't do it during a vote. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I forgot that it has to actually say the word ready before you can do anything, which is like, whatever. I get it.
Whatever.
Whatever, I get it. Target and their party have their sounds changed to silly. So now it's ready. Okay. More diarrhea. No more diarrhea.
Oh yeah, my diarrhea's gone. Hey,
Great!
good news.
Great news, chat! Brosif's diarrhea is gone. Jeez. Thank you for
Ew.
fast.
I'm cucumbered, so I'm like walking almost normal speed now.
Mm-hmm. Mixed. I can't take that shit. Okay, hold on. Alright,
Where'd you
so
get a
scrap
machete?
that. In a drop.
Ooh.
That down. Okay. So now I can take this, and
Yeah, so like, okay, why is everything like how long has it been since the zombies happened? Because like everything's really rusty and weird, and like it seems like
I
things are more run down than it
much more dire.
recent.
No, I don't think that it's ever explicitly said in this universe.
Hmm.
Like this doesn't have like. There's no story to this. Like this is quite literally like a survival craft game. Like there's no end game, there's no story, there's no like destination you're working towards. Like it's quite literally like how long can you survive? Yeah.
Not very long, apparently. Oh.
We haven't even gotten our first horde. Wait, hold on. Oh, Brosif, look at our death count. We are besties. Look at us. Hit I.
25 and 26. Oh my god, we're almost the same.
Besties, look at how many deaths. 25 and 26 deaths.
51 deaths together. Amazing. We're pros, and
Brosif brought a whore back to your first base. That's true. Brosif did bring a hooker to our base.
That's true. That's true. But it was an accident, okay? I was trying to run away from the hooker. Definitely wasn't bringing a hooker back. Hee hee. Hee hee.
Brosif has 25 nicks.
You said horde? Oh, yeah. Having the shotgun definitely helps.
Yeah. Thank you for
I
fast.
need more shotgun ammo.
Thank you for fast. Whee! Oh my gosh, I made one fun. Oh my gosh. Twice I fell down both of them? That's absolutely absurd.
It's a cute home that I'm sure is full of zombies. Oh, it's got like half of it missing. Yeah, and there's like, so it's like, I think that this is well after, like, say, like the army has been into bomb areas and stuff like that too, because there's huge holes in the houses and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like,
oh yeah,
my
and like
God.
there's like, you can see that
Was
there's
that-
like stuff that's like smoldering and shit.
Yeah. What was that? Oh, I got a scare. That was
scary.
gross sounding.
The scare was scary.
Scary. Oh, what? Who's yelling at me? Was that a scare too? No.
Okay.
Oh, there's someone actually running.
It's someone actually running. Alright, let me
What was
see.
that wiggle
Bicycle.
she did right at the end there?
Alright, wheel, chassis, handlebars, mechanical parts. Let's see.
Kablow! Apparently I'm hungry.
Mechanical parts.
Can I throw birds' eggs at stuff? Just throw the birds' eggs.
Throw birds' eggs? No, you can't. You can't troll people with birds' eggs. You troll.
Well, that's a nice house across the way there, too. Okay, no bicycle, then Bro's fine. Wait, what? What bicycle?
Wait, yeah, Nyx gave you a bicycle.
What?
Yes, Nyx gave you a bicycle drop.
Wait, where?
I don't know.
Oh, I
you
see it
have
on
to
the
find the
thing. Yeah, I
thing.
see it
Yeah.
on the thing. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just super encumbered, so I'm like really concentrating on just like walking as straight a line as I can because I'm so slow right now. So I did not notice. So sorry, I'll go grab it. I gotta go all the way back. Hold on.
Meds.
Oh my god, how am I going this slow? We're going down a hill.
Only it worked like that.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Where
Thank you for the bicycle part.
are there still parts? Is there still stuff in the boxes out front as well?
No,
No?
no.
So where's all of our bicycle pieces?
I think I have them. I think I have all of the bicycle pieces.
Okay.
Stop, drop, and roll down the hill. I wish.
Okay, so I'm going to...
Because there was some at the thing, and then I have some that Nyx just gave.
Okay. Seeds. This. Alright, I'm trying to somewhat organize.
Do I have food with me? Do I have any kind of food at
There,
all?
there's a bunch of food up here.
No, but I'm starving right now, and I'm
Oh.
slowing down because of it. But it's okay. I'm almost back at the barn.
Okay.
I'm like super close.
Rosa needs a denim jacket for
can see it from
for formal occasions. Oh, it's funny because it's true.
The denim tuxedo is a Canadian tradition. I'll have you know. Thank you.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
Thank you.
Alright, so this is gonna be just stuff. Oh, a dance off. Let's go. Oh, here's pieces. Okay, bicycle chassis. There's this. Alright, where's our mechanical parts?
You know what I've never understood about first-person cameras? Is why they're always from, like, the belly or the chest.
I don't know.
Instead of being from, like, the face.
I don't know. That's funny, though.
Like, unless I'm holding my hands way up in every single first-person game, but I don't...
Okay.
I'm going so slow. I've never gone this slow in my entire life. POV, you are boobs. Yeah. Finally, living my dream as a boob. Oh my God,
I hate to break it to you, but you already are a boob. Like, I hate to be the one to tell you this,
This comes as
but
very shocking news to me.
you have passed into boob territory a long time ago. Just saying.
Apparently, I'm 72% wet. Being completely submerged in a river only got me 72%. So, I don't know.
Some of the things you say concern me.
They should, to be honest. Wait, is that even... That's not even the barn. That's the barn. Oh god, I thought I was seeing the barn and I wasn't. I still have so much farther to go. Oh my god. It looks like I'm like prancing because I'm just like going so slow and my hands are kind of bouncing in front of me and I'm just like... You're also 72% wet because of that comment? Amazing. That's amazing, cheese wallows. Oh no, Franklin is adding quotes. Okay. What have I done?
You know what you did.
I know what I did.
You know exactly what you did.
You know what you I want to get okay. So I want to get into that other building too, like into the granary, because there's like a ladder to get in there. So
Yeah,
I'm
we can work our way through that. Yeah.
Because that'd be cool. Like that looks like a solid. Like because imagine like standing up on the top of that tower, shooting down at things.
Mm-hmm.
Like knock the ladder out. You know, if we really need to.
Yeah.
I don't know how to knock the ladder out once you're up there, but I'm sure there's a way. Oh no, Franklin's adding quotes. What have I done? I know what I did. Great. There's the quote of the century. Oh my god, I'm so close. I'm so close to not being cucumbered.
Joseph, stop saying things.
What? Oh. Oh. Someone please just like remove the right to
Stop saying
speak to me, please. Please. Please.
they just keep making it worse too.
Why doesn't the FCC come and stop me from talking or something? Someone needs to
I'm fucking crying.
someone needs to get in control of this situation.
I'm fucking wailing right now. I can't get over this. Oh god. Oh god. I'm literally like, please stop saying things, and then Broseph's just going on, and it gets worse the more they speak, and I'm just like, I'm gonna get, my channel's gonna get banned.
Maybe. It's okay. It's okay though, because both of our channels will get banned. And they'll go
Right,
down
that's
together.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. If we go down, then we'll go down
We go down
together.
together.
Oh god.
Okay. Where?
All right, I have been organizing like a little busy bee.
I'm trying to fit. Yeah, I'm trying to put things in the right spot so that I don't. Oh, I stabbed it.
I saw that.
Where do you want the bike parts?
Put them in the third one right here.
Who just made that noise?
What noise?
I don't know. I heard.
Oh, it could have been a character. It could have been one of the character. Forgets how to breathe.
Oh God, Rosa, stop saying things. Pinky, you've been quoted over here.
Oh, great.
Wait, where does Rock go? Does Rock go in this one?
Should be the second one on the bottom.
Yeah. Okay. Second. Paper.
Okay, so this corner right here will be money stuff. Monies. Okay.
Money.
Monies. Okay, this is.
Where
okay.
does rotten flesh go?
Over here in
In
food.
this one?
Nope, food on this side.
In food. Okay.
Yep.
What about lights? These headlights.
Put them in the third one with bicycle parts.
Okay. Bicycle parts.
Bicycle parts. All right, that one we
Bicycle.
need. This goes out. This is organized. This goes in.
I got truck
this is a
chassis
piece.
too, and an
Yep,
engine,
put that.
apparently.
Yep, put those all in there.
Okay.
Okay, we are
Like-
organized. Over
Car
here in food, I
battery.
disagree. That's exactly. Where else would rotten flesh go then? Let's be real, okay?
That's a really good question. Is that the fourth one? Is leash?
Food up top here.
Oh wait. Oh my God! Wait. There's more?
Here, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yep. And
Oh, look at all
then
this stuff.
don't forget the pieces that you got from the fire. Go back on this fire.
And I just go blonk, blonk, blonk.
Yep.
Blonk.
Yep.
Yay!
Look at our fire. Perfect.
Where does
Perfect.
there we go. I put the duct tape. No, I put the duct tape into medical, but
No, duct tape goes with supplies.
no. Then I will put with supplies. This is medical. What is this? Where'd shovel go?
Shovel. Okay, shovel goes over here with tools, which is the top here. That's why, like, well, once we get the one that I can actually put like labels on, we'll be good to go. But we need to get there. Oh yeah, let's look at our. We probably have skills to spend.
I have so much stuff. Note from the Duke of what? Why do I have a note? I have a note from somebody.
Yeah, you spawn in with that when you start the game.
Oh. Is there a random spot I can put all of the furniture?
Yeah,
that
there
I've
should
been
be
stealing?
there should be an empty one, like one of this one. Yeah, the second to last one right here is furniture.
Yes.
Go ahead, go for it.
Nice. This is where all the I want to collect every chair in the game. I don't know why, but I feel in my heart that that's like necessary, and also every plant. Oh, look it just okay. So whenever I pick up a potted plant, it just makes it into the same one every time, and now I have 35 potted plants. Interesting. It's not a bunch of different ones. So when I put
Okay,
them
so
down, I guess I
when
can
you put them,
select
yeah, I was gonna say, so when you put them down, do you hold R and change your potted plant?
Oh. Well, that's cool.
So many pots. Look how far you've come. I know, but now we actually have our pots now, so you guys can't judge me anymore.
We have all the pot now. I never
Mhm.
did turn off my camera. I just sat here with my bra being uncomfortable the whole time.
So do it.
I kind of forgot. I got distracted by gaming.
That happens.
Your character's cheekbones are fucking killer.
Cut. They are cut.
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 Cut. I had to.
Cut.
Cute.
Okay.
This is a really nice little room we found here.
Yeah, we've got a
I
good
wish I could
little
open this up.
an airdrop.
Oh, is that good?
Yeah, it's supplies.
Oh, is that?
You see it on the compass
spawn that?
southwest? Yeah, the planes will drop them.
But did someone like spawn that? Or
No,
is it
no,
just,
no, no.
like,
That's
a-
in the game. That's in the game.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm thirsty. Hold on.
Thirsty.
Thirsty. Thirsty Alley.
Thirsty alley. So now I have 35 potted plants. Sounds like Minecraft gone wrong. I made boats. I made boats.
Okay. We are on day 4, so we have until day 7 to finish prepping. So yeah, so let's continue.
I think I'm running for the air supplies, but I don't really know.
It's like a little yellow marker.
Yeah. Oh, I got pipes.
Oh,
It's really far
I
away,
did it, Rosa.
though.
I did it.
What did you do? Does it move?
No,
Or
look,
did
I
you make
got,
a
look,
jump?
I got in the...
Oh! What's in there?
Hey. Let's see what's up top.
Hey!
A
No, but what's in
backpack.
there?
A back. Hey.
Hey! What's in there?
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi. No, it's nice to see you, but like, what's in there?
Hey. Oh, I just broke my fucking legs, though.
Don't do that.
I
just keep
can't.
finding trash.
I can't.
Why is the airdrop so far away?
Yeah, they do sometimes. Sometimes they're close, and sometimes they are not so close.
This is quite far. Oh, Jesus. Oh, new vote. Viewers chose no time. What is that? Move times for a small amount. That moves time forward a small amount.
You have no clue what time it is. That's what it is. This is a fucking joke right now. Like, this is actually a
The airdrop
joke.
In what's his name? Are you stuck?
No, she literally won't jump across this thing. Like, she's just like,
Oh.
she's just
Yeah, that's
like
fine.
falling down to her fucking death. Like, she's just not jumping. Like, she's just not jumping.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm still 400 meters away
This
from
is
this
so
thing.
stupid. This
Jesus.
is so dumb. You have 2 severely broken legs? No shit, because she just doesn't fucking...
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Apparently I'm hungry. Well, whatever.
Jesus.
Watch, I'm gonna get there. It's gonna give us like one piece of wood.
No, it's usually at least like an armor and a book or something stupid. Thank
Ow,
you
I have
for
a
the
zit
book
coming into my
supplies.
temple.
Ooh, that hurts.
Ew.
The hurts.
Heights.
The hurts.
We're in a pine forest now. Jeez, we're in a whole other like biome.
Yeah.
Oh god, why is everything on fire?
Fire.
There's a bunch of cinders here.
Oh yeah, you're in a different in the different biome now. Thank you for the regen. That's a huge help.
Oh, what's this? Oh, I found another trader.
Oh yeah, no, there's a trader in
Thanks.
each like little town, yeah. Wow, that one went real like that trader really went far.
I'm still 100 meters away. This is crazy.
Yeah, but 100's not so bad now.
Ooh, there it is.
You have to travel to trade though, right? Yeah, you do have to travel to trade. You do.
Oh, you get away from me.
Otherwise, you've got shit anyone can get. Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I did
Alright,
not
what
see
do I need
got.
for the forge?
Painkillers, farm bundle, crafting skills, magazine bundle. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Hi, trader. Guess I'll slide on down. I think this is a trade. No, maybe not. I don't know. I saw like a big thing that said open. Judy Witch. Oh, this can't be good.
What?
I found somewhere that's open called Judy Witch. It says open. But the door is locked. And it's a 4.5 star or 4.5 skull place.
Huh. Well, it looks like it's a location. Like it looks like she's like a fortune teller or some shit. Like it's like a location. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if it's a 4-star, we probably he shouldn't be there. All right, so I need this. Let me see if I can finally make the bicycle. All right, this.
Judy Witch. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. Cool.
Okay, so I can make a bicycle. If we have another, if you find another set of bicycle handlebars, I can make another one. And once we get, okay, hold on. What about the workbench? What do I
Got
need to
another big
make the
pit.
workbench?
This one is an even deeper pit. I like it. Oh, why am I red? What's happening? Am I starving? Am I hot? I think I'm hot. Yeah, I'm just hot. I'm fine. I'm just being a little sucky.
Wait, I don't understand. This is different. Wait, this is different.
What's happening?
How you unlock your workstations is different now.
Oh.
Skill 3 out of 5. So do I do that? Where do I do that? Reading Tools Digest will increase the quality of... Okay, hold on. Workstations. Reading Forge Ahead will unlock various tiers of workstations and their tools. Oh, so now there's... Okay, so we need more books now. Okay, so books are a good thing to spawn in for us,
Wow.
chat. Books are
We need
good.
books.
Books are good.
Kablow.
Kaplow. Okay.
A really nice area. Like, this is just
Thank
like a
you
really
for
pretty
books.
game in general.
Okay, I understand now. So Okay, so that's something that's new since the update. Is they added like magazines that just upgrade skills. So it's not like how it used to be, where it's like you read it one time and it's done. You can continue to read them and continue to upgrade skills. Okay, I understand. That's new.
Oh.
That's new. Okay, I get it now.
Yeah, that's nice. That's kind of nice though.
Mm.
Then if when you find repeats, it's not it's good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's good. That's good, actually. That's really good.
Oh, I can see the barn. Ah, I'm almost home. Who's that? Oh no, it's a bush. I just got scared of a bush.
Lol.
That was a bear. Seeing bears everywhere now.
Because they're scary.
They're very scary.
They are very scary.
I feel like we should take out the farm across the way from us, because I feel like they're coming after our corn.
Okay. Whatever you feel the need to do.
I feel like
Oh, I have a new
Yeah.
I have a new chair for your collection.
they probably like have a bunch of stuff in there too. Like
No, Franklin, nobody said that word. Nobody said the B word, don't you worry.
we said the B word. We would never.
No, I don't think that that's what we said either.
I think they said lion? No, no, no. Okay, so do I open these then? These like bundles? So-
Yes.
Let's see what we got. Some more seeds. Some magazines. Amazing. Oh my goodness, it's a dirt raid!
Deutsch.
Dirt! Thank you for that follow, Zoiler. The stinky streamer's still online. Yes.
Wow.
Wow. Well, I'm streaming with Pixel.
Hi.
And because she's not stinky, I am not stinky by
By
relation.
default, yeah.
By default, yeah. I'm not stinky right now. Dirge, what were you playing? Let me do shout out.
Shouty outies.
Let me do the shouty outy. Hello? Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead? What's that?
That sounds made up.
That sounds made up. That is not the real game. You made that up, Dirge. You made it up and put it on Twitch somehow.
That sounds made up. Are you sure
Wow.
you're stinky? I'm not stinky. I'm not. Look, see, I smell like secret cocoa butter.
Secret cocoa butter.
Mm-hmm.
What do I smell like? I smell like Dove. I smell like cucumbers.
Cucumbi.
Cucumbies.
You missed it. Broseph had the shits earlier. It was a whole big thing.
I had the shits for so long.
Like crawlers and then the lion. Why? Do all streamers keep their deodorant on their desk? Do you keep your deodorant on your desk?
yeah, I guess that is kind of a rule. Streamers do leave.
Me and Broseph and you all have it on or by your desk. Listen, we just don't want to burden people's noses by you know, association. Not like you can smell
Yeah.
us, but you know.
No.
I don't like
This
being
is
stinky.
basically
Like I really don't like being stinky. So yeah.
indifferent. Well,
Like I
yeah,
keep
I don't like the smell of stinky, but I don't care if everyone else smells.
I keep it in my purse too. Like I keep deodorant everywhere. But Dirge, how are you? Are you going to after Broseph finishes learning the rules and the regulations, are you going to die 7 days with us? Die 7 days. Get out. Get out of my face. You bully. Oh, I have no
Oh
stamina?
my god. This
Amazing.
is such a good place to shoot from. Look at it. This is such a good place to do 7 days. Our 7th day from.
This is such a
get it.
good
Oh
place
my
to
God.
do 7 days from. What did I fucking just die
Dirge?
from?
Dirge, I hope you know that I can see all those zombies you just spawned on the roof.
You were shidden. Broseph was shidden.
I shot her leg off. What are they doing?
Dude, you should come die with them. Why am I so far? What did I do? Apparently you spawned in some zombies on Broseph.
I can see your name on them, Dirge. I might have accidentally. Maybe it's because of the... Oh, you know what? It might be because it was a raid. I bet you it's because you raided in. Because there's a raid... There's raid, events.
Don't give them excuses.
Why are you not dying, sir? Oh, there. You dropped a loot bag? Oh, I gotta get back over there for loot. The rest are all down. They're going into the barn. These little shits.
Ooh.
They're going into our lovely... They're in our barn.
So kill them. Don't let them in.
I'm working on it.
Don't just let them.
Well, I'm down... I'm upstairs.
Don't just let them. I'm kidding, Broseph. Can you raid without streaming? No.
Yes.
No.
But...
You can't. That would be cheating. That would be cheaty.
Okay, I hear more. Oh, ammo crate. Yes.
No
Who
safe?
sent that ammo crate? Thank you.
Why'd you do that? Who? Why would you no safe?
Oh, don't bite me on my feet. She went for my tootsies.
Don't bite me on my feet. To prove I'm
She
not
put-
stinky. The shield to prove.
My...
She bit your
bit
booty.
my toesies.
Damn, this is not gonna work, is it?
Ew, ew,
Damn.
no, get away from me.
I need the stone to fix my fucking axe.
Oh, I'm very
Damn.
hungry. I better go eat. Time to get the shits again.
No, don't get the shits again, please.
I'm getting the shiddle-diddles.
No save means the enemy go into their safe zone. No, it means that it doesn't count. Like it doesn't count as a safe zone for us. So like you can spawn stuff in.
Sham chowder? I eat a sham chowder. What's that?
Sham
That
chowder?
will make me sick.
No. Can I have a rock, please?
Still hungry, apparently.
It takes a second. It takes a second to.
I'm like groaning. I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah, they're a little dramatic. It takes a second for your food to catch up. It's dumb.
Oh, what this? Dirge sent pills and ammo and zombies.
Aww. Pills and ammo and zombies. Wow.
I swear I didn't. And we got 3 more pieces for the garden. 3 more square garden spots.
Oh, nice. That's actually nice. Okay, so this is different. Dirge, have you played since Alpha 21? Because there's a lot of changes that are, like, pretty legit.
I did the shits again. Thanks, Franklin.
Pills, ammo, zombies. Oh my. I've not played yet. There's some changes. Some of them are like I definitely feel like it's a little bit more challenging. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like I definitely feel like they definitely increased the brutality. But it's been a lot of fun. I just turn the server back on. Well, if you were looking for some pals to play with, Broseph and I might make this a regular-esque thing.
I'm so good at the game now, Dirt. I'm literally the best at this game.
I like pals. You like pals? I like pals too. If only there were a way to, like, be pals together.
If only. If only.
They are the best at getting diarrhea. That's true. They're very
got
good at
that
getting
down
diarrhea. They're very good at getting diarrhea.
What? There was a lot of loot in that one zombie. It was crazy. A new vote has started. What is it? Oh, it's a new horde. So you said you couldn't get your character to jump across this?
Yeah,
Right here?
she had a broken leg and she just like wouldn't jump. Yeah, no, I made it
Okay,
across.
okay, because you had a broken. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So she was just like every time she would like go jump, she would just like not.
Okay, this is such a defensible position.
Where's my spawn coyote? It's locked because Broseph has a vote right now. So give like 35 more seconds or something, and then once Broseph's vote's over.
Getting diarrhea. Yes, exactly. I'm ready. This is good. I like this. I'm ready. I'm ready to take on the 7 days. We're done. We're good. We won.
Well, don't get cocky yet. We haven't set up any defenses or anything yet.
What defenses? We just stand up here and shoot.
Okay.
What is God? Oh my God! Look at all of them over there. Oh, hello. Look at them all just jumping. Where's the big one? Oh, they're in the barn again.
I know.
Why do you all go in the barn all the time?
Broseph
they're gonna
thinks
come-
we're
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so we're okay.
No, look at they're trying to come over here, and they're gonna try and jump across this again, even though they can't. That's so funny. What are y'all doing over there? Are they gonna like bust up the barn?
Oh Jesus. Okay, so this ladder is not not a plan.
Are they up in the? Are they up there?
Mm-hmm.
Good. I got one out here. I'll shoot him and then I'll come down and. Oh, he fell down. Okay. Well.
Okay, it just went real dark and I can't see.
Okay.
Dead. I don't think they realize this is like. That's what I'm saying. Like this is
They're
yeah.
on the roof.
Yeah.
Haha! You can't jump across here. You suck. We tried though.
I need a different weapon because if they can see this doesn't work. That's gotta go. Alright, so across it is.
Trying to jump over here. Yeah.
Where's
Oh,
my
there's a big one.
backpack?
There's a
In
big
here.
one.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Let me shoot you in the face. I shoot you. Oh boy, hello.
Yeah, see, I really wanted to get the workbench and stuff built before our first horde.
I wish I could crouch like in Minecraft and then get to the edge of things without falling over.
Yeah, that would be
That's
nice.
kinda nice.
Oh. They got too far from Broseph, I guess? God, the reloading is so dumb.
This item needs repairs? Ah, my gun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what do you need for
I
repairs?
hear him on me.
Probably nothing I have, so that's...
Yeah, I'm so dead.
You
I'm
know
so
what?
fucking...
It's fine.
fuck. Oh my god, it keeps despawning because I'm too far away from Broseph. I'm dead. So I don't have anything on me, do I? Oh. Down. Oh.
I died.
Yeah, so did I.
I'm gonna Omega die on the 7th day? Yes, I'm gonna Omega die every day, Dirge.
Dirge,
Every day.
they literally like amped up like the damage over time. Like they took this game and like pumped it up to an 11. Like even me, who has played this game and has hundreds of hours in this game, is struggling right now.
Pump it up. Pump it up.
It looks much harder, yeah. But it's like stupid stuff. Like you get like hit and it like staggers you now and you like go so slow. It's just, it's very, they definitely increased the difficulty for sure.
Oh wait, I can just press R. Right, I keep forgetting about that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, are the horde, is it gone now?
Yeah, we died.
When you die, they just disappear?
Mm-hmm. And George gets his
Oh.
points.
Oh. No, that was a vote.
Oh yeah, that's right. But yeah. No, when they die, when we die, they're gone.
Interesting.
And your stuff is broken, yeah.
I need to repair everything.
So do I. Alright, so this is the other thing that's new that's kind of messing with me right now is this like new crafting system here. Like I need the forge, but I need 2 more of these books, I guess, to do it. Thank you.
Aw,
Thank you. I said treasures, okay. Hmm.
Hmm.
Explosives, those are yours, bros. Brosif explosive.
One's
Yeah, if it's purple, it's yours. If it's white, it's mine.
purple. Thank you. Oh, Molotov cocktails. Where do we put explosives?
I put them over here. Weapons. That's where I put them, at least.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so if you can find another bicycle handlebar, we can, I can make you another, I can make a bicycle for you.
Sweet. What else do I need to fix my gun? Repair with repair kit. Oh.
Yeah, we need a workbench for that shit, though.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, that would have been perfect, but no handlebar there. No handlebar there, unfortunately. Who's here? Is that a scare?
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
It's a scare.
Was that a scare?
Yeah, it was a scare.
Oh my gosh.
I think mechanical parts are just regular, I believe. Yeah, we need a fucking workbench and a forge.
Oh.
Ooh, amazing. Repair kits and here's the big one. The big one right there is the impact driver. Yes, continue to give us stuff.
Give stuff.
Yours. There's these yours. I can't. They're in the way. I can't do anything with them.
Am I in the way? I'm in the way?
Yeah. Well, I can't. These are your drops.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
like
I'm
on the
like,
storage boxes.
Sorry, I'm just like trying to fix things here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nyx and Dirge, both. Oh, I just got a machete.
Yay!
I love machete so much. I have a machete here. I have a really nice machete in real life. I have a 44 desert
literally
Soldier.
don't doubt that whatsoever.
No, I can here.
No, I know. I'm literally saying I don't
Right.
doubt that at all. Okay, so keep those. And I want those. I was like, I heard stuff. Here's your armor crate, Broseph.
I will grab. Oh, I
Oh my gosh, having no cooldown is the best. No problem, Franklin. Enjoy your little lurkies.
You gonna get yourself a sword? Cool, next. Badass.
Looks like one of the modded systems.
Which
No,
fusion
there's no
type is it?
mods
Bug
on.
Dark or Dark?
We definitely don't have any mods on, but
Bug Dark.
okay.
Do Bug Dark. Yeah, look at it. My big old machete.
I see you. So you know
Cool
these.
fail.
So you know these dyes that are in here. You know,
Yeah.
you can use them to dye your stuff. So like you can do like this, and now my machete pink.
I can make machete pink?
Yes. The tears kind of remind me of one of the modding. Yeah. I feel like they took a lot of inspiration from the modding community when they like updated this. Yeah, they've updated a lot of stuff because the color used to be kind of like bland before.
Yeah, it's quite bright.
Yeah, they've updated a lot of stuff. I'm really happy with what they've done so far. Like everything that with the exception of like just how much harder it is, with the exception of how much harder it is, I've liked everything that they've done so far. Thank you,
Jump?
Mush.
Oh, I got boink.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, look at you.
Ew.
Oh my gosh, Broseph.
Oh, look at
Look what
you.
I have. Look at me. Look at me.
Oh. Oh, look at the pretty thing. I like that. Look at that.
My
There's a little
cigar?
glue on it. Oh wait, you're holding a fucking. Yeah, you gotta go get a cigar in your mouth.
Cigar.
Oh.
I feel like you need it though here. You definitely need it. It's more up your alley right there. There you go.
Hold on, let me get this in my mouth.
God, the no cooldown on the supplies is so great. It's such a cheese, I don't even care. Like, I literally don't even care that it's such a cheese.
Thank you for the applause.
Yes.
Okay, this is a bike. This is bike supplies. No handlebar yet, unfortunately.
I know, no handlebar. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's okay.
I got nerdy glass. Oh, hold on.
Nerdy glasses increase your XP.
George sent nerdy glasses.
Yeah, I wear nerdy glasses usually, but I don't have any yet. We'll get some. We'll get a bunch of stuff, don't worry. I'm not worried. Right now it's hard because like you have nothing when you start the game, but we'll get there. I'm not worried.
Nice. Oh, more stuff with Nick. There we go. What's this? Repair kit. Yes,
There you
I can
go.
repair my
Nice.
shotgun. Yes.
Nice,
thank
nice,
you so much.
nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's you too. Nyx is dropping you a bunch of stuff.
Oh, thanks.
Oppenheimer looks good. Also, hi. Hi, Master. How are you? It does look good.
Um,
Anything Christopher Nolan does, it's usually good, though.
That just gave us a robotic turret.
Okay. I would put that, I'd put it across on the other side, honestly, facing down. Personally, what I would do.
I would put it into the ammo thing and maybe let you do that. So I
Oh,
can
that's
see how
fine.
it-
That's fine. That's fine, too.
I
That works.
remember where ammo
That
goes.
works, too. Ammo's on this side. It's on the other side.
Ah, yes. Okay. Here we have 30 robotic turret ammo. Oh, an impact driver. I don't know where to put that.
Oh, impact
Where do you
driver,
have the
carry
impact
that.
driver?
That's a tool. You want that. What level is it?
1.
That's cool. That's fine. Yeah, you want to carry that. That's good. That's good. Is this an open
Okay.
world game? Yes. It's an open world game, but the world is not like I mean, it's huge. Like we've discovered nothing yet. But yeah, it is an open world game. It's an open world survival craft game. So pretty much your only objective is to not die. Stay alive. Stay alive as long as you possibly can.
Which in my case is about 5 minutes.
Yes. In your top 10, I love it. I really, really love it. I was kind of like bummed when I thought that like there was a possibility that I wouldn't be playing it anymore, but I literally gifted it to Broseph so they didn't have a choice. I was like, play this with me. They were like,
am very
okay.
happy that that is.
I was like, play this with me, and they're like, okay.
Okay. And now I'm playing it. I'm so good at it, and I've only died once
Mm,
in 7 days.
once.
Once.
Oh, what's broken? Something in my armor is broken. What? My hood.
Oh, that's right. My armor is getting weak. How do I deal with this? Let me see.
Char, thank you for the raid. What do I need? Cloth? Cloth. Char, what'd you play? Ooh, Five Nights at Freddy's. Scurry. That's so scurry. I'll be back in just a minute, bro. So I'm gonna do raid stuff.
Yes, go do raid stuff.
Hi, Raiders. Welcome in. How are you? We are playing some 7 Days to Die today. How was your stream? How was Five Nights? Was it scary? Let me say hello to everybody. Let me make sure I've said hello to everybody. Char, hello. McAwful, hello. Welcome in, friendo. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hope I said this right. Sahersalin? Oh, I probably said that so wrong. I'm so sorry. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Blammy. Hi. Sarah, welcome in. Hello. Yes, it is that time, DJ. It's that time. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. We are playing some 7 Days to Die today with my good friend at Broseph the Mighty. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace that you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see like what we're about, what to expect, what the vibes are. Just kind of think of it like a little movie. There's like a little trailer when you go to the movies before the main show. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the bus. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my mom. He's still rolling. No. I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs! What is happening?
There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
Char, thank you so much for the raid. I am so honored to be blessed by your community. I'm so glad you had a good night. Great video. Thank you, Master. I appreciate that.
Yoink.
I'm back. All right, what would you like to do? And also, I am in no rush. I'm good. I'm vibing. I'm chilling. But I don't know how late you want to go because you've been going all day. But
I was actually thinking about raiding, but I can keep playing and hanging out.
Okay, I am down to stream for a little bit longer, but I think we should end before our first Horde night. So I think we should end before day 7. So maybe do you want to finish? Well, because it's nighttime, so I guess it's about to be day 1. So yeah, so this is actually probably good. So we're about to enter on day 5. So we'll play for a little bit more because I just got a raid. I'm not gonna just bounce on my raiders, but yeah. So we'll play for a little bit longer. And a hydrate from DJ. DJ gets very, very upset if I do not do their hydrate. Day 6 morning is usually when I quit. Yeah. But it's about to be day 5, so we can do another day. What drink? It is the RX Energy Herbal Tonic by Arizona. It's essentially tea. It's green tea with like orange juice in it, essentially. Yeah, it's green tea.
You.
No, you do not have to just because we're playing together. I'm just saying.
No. Either way, I'm gonna raid you. But
Okay.
I think I'm gonna do now because I think I'm good with being perceived for the day.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
But I'm just gonna keep playing. So,
Yeah, and then we'll do like this last day.
Oh, look at you.
Dirge is Dirge, look at you.
Oh yeah. Everyone, we are going to raid the lovely Pink Soul.
Oh my gosh, I am so surprised.
Oh my God, so surprised.
I am so surprised. Please be this book that I need. Damn, I really need. I need the workshop books, and it like won't give me. Did you get the workshop book?
Red tea, beer. I got some beer and some soup.
I need the workshop books. This is what I need. I need this book in particular. I need
Thank you for all these
Forge
supplies. Oh my
Forge
God.
Ahead. If you get any copies of Forge Ahead, don't read them and give them to me.
Got handlebars. Got handlebars.
Yay, put in the thing and I can make you a bike.
I put in thing.
I make a bike.
All right, everyone, we're gonna raid Pink Soul, and I'm gonna keep on hanging out over there, so you'll be able to hear me more. But I'm
Yes.
done being perceived, even though I love you all. Have a happy weekend.
Okay, bye.
Bye forever. Goodbye. Hello.
Hello. Oh, Broseph. Tough raid event has been activated by Broseph. Why would you do this to us?
Oh, what have I done?
Why
did I do this?
Why would you do this to us?
Why would I do this?
Broseph, see? Why would you do this to us?
Oh, can I get that?
I'm kidding, but let me. I'll do my intro with you here because you've heard it 100 times anyway. Welcome in, Raiders. I know that most of you know who I am, but on the off chance that maybe there's somebody hanging out and you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista or Pink Soul. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid. Think of it like a little trailer before you go to the movies, just to see what you're gonna get into here. I hope you guys enjoy. I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the bus. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my monitor. He's still rolling.
Yeet.
No! I was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my god. Dogs, what is happening?
Whoa, whoa.
There's a defrib.
What is this?
Defrib.
Ho-ho, we home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Clucky's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
I would play Jenga,
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
but I
Go, bees! I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working? I'm a cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
Rosa, thank you for the raid.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the All right, so we should be good. So it's late at night, so we don't want to go. Oh, hold on, I need food and water though. Take those. And take that garbage food. It's the worst food in the game. All right, so it's late at night, so we don't really want to go like out and about. But at the same time, there's no reason to like
Run around.
there's like
Be
no reason to like
crazy.
not. Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's go.
I got like 8 guns, so I'm good.
So you're good. I just broke my leg. This is amazing. Is there a splint up there? I don't understand how sometimes like she can jump fine and then other times she's like, no, I can't jump.
Yeah, there is one splint. Would you like it?
Yes,
Are you
please.
coming up for it?
Yeah,
or
I'm
do you want me
coming.
to
I'm
bring it?
coming. Jump it across, because she's not gonna want to jump like a dummy. I love danger. I'm dainty. Yeah, she just like half the time doesn't ever want to jump. Like I'm sure it's me and my space bar deficit, but you know. Oh my god.
Is that a scare? Oh my god. What?
No, it's not a
Oh,
scare.
that's for me. That's for me.
You did this, Barosif. You did this.
I brought this up.
You did. I didn't cause trouble. I'm a good bean. You're a good bean.
Oops. Oh, I'm in the hay.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Oh, hey. Okay.
Oh, I got turned around.
I did too.
Who did that?
DJ.
Oh, hi.
Oh, well, okay. So now here's the problem. Is that all of the stuff is going to be on me. Like, it's not going to be split up anymore. Like, all of the spawns and stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, I'll stay near you and then.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not worried. I'm just saying that now it's gonna all be us. No, Broseph just asked who spawned it. That's all. Thank you for the resources. You can spawn stuff on Broseph, yeah. There's a way. Yeah, you just put the one after it. Yeah, no, I just meant like the votes and stuff. The votes are gonna be all me and yeah. I'm not worried. I'm having a good time. Like, I'm good. Like, I'm having a good time with my bestie.
Bestie. With my best friend.
With my best friend.
No, man. She make her own money. Something, however the song
Oh,
goes.
your brain's so big? Yeah. My brain's so small? No. Your brain no small.
Mm-mm. I'll be one quick second. Like,
Sure.
literally, like, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Small and efficient? Yes, it's efficient. Dirge, I honestly, though, like, no press, but I would be very honored if you would join us sometime, at some point, if you would join us. It doesn't have to be tonight. It doesn't have to even be soon, but I would love to have you sometime.
Oh, yeah, I was wearing your shirt all day, too.
Oh, yeah, my gay shirt, my...
No, the Toasty Strawoo.
Oh, you were? Oh, I didn't even think I noticed. Just let me know and I would gladly make time. I would love for you guys and 7 days. I think Broseph and I would like to make it a weekly thing on Fridays. I think it's
Yeah.
kind of what we're feeling.
Bird, you want to be our 7 days friend? 7 days to
Okay, that works
friendship is
per
what
for
it
me.
is.
Yeah. So I think we're thinking that, like Friday early evenings.
Friday.
And as long as you're not like super sweaty about it, because like we're just here to have a good time, like, you know, like people have killed us like 30 times in the past like 6.5 hours. Like I'm not even upset about it, you know. As long
I
as
don't
you're not
think Bird
sweaty.
is sweaty about anything.
Well, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, some people get in and they're like, this is not what I thought this was gonna be. Broseph said they only died
Why aren't you
once.
taking this seriously?
I know you can, hold on.
Excuse me, I don't know why you're spreading this propaganda. This is propaganda!
Yeah, take a
You know-
take a propaganda at those numbers.
Oh!
Oh.
Did you know that, did you know that I can drive this tractor?
I don't doubt that at all. A new sacrifice dirge. Do you see how they're talking about you? They're out for blood.
Sacrifice.
And that's silly. I'll scream
You
my
blood in
personal
the
chat for
water.
murdering me. I probably will no shit. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Then you're absolutely welcome, and I would be honored. You mean you're welcome to join us tonight if you want to join us tonight, but no pressure. Okay, maybe a little pressure. Where's Snick? Where's Snick?
All the press.
I shot Snick. As a murder leader on the server, I also was the dead leader. Lol. Shit, oh 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 shit.
I'm coming. Oh my god, it's one of the glowy things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I have 8 skill points to spend. Yeah.
8? Holy shit, Broseph. Oh my god! Oh, we're running. Oh, we're trying to run.
Ew. Ew, I'm all greeny fizz.
Yeah.
Ew, get away from me, get away from me.
Wait, where? I can't see. Oh, I can't see this one. I can't see it. It's dark.
Ah,
Shit, I can't see anything. Oh my god. Woo!
wow.
Didn't die!
Woohoo!
Oh, I'm about to die now,
Swan
though.
dog. Oh god, I can't see anything.
I know, I can't see.
Oh no, there it is!
I didn't even see it.
Are you dead?
Yeah.
no.
I didn't even see it.
I saw it leap in front of us, and then I guess it killed you, and then it disappeared as I shot it.
Yes, Nyx, yeah. Lions, I know, but it was so dark I couldn't even see it. Lions. Yeah, so Dirge, we went full like we went full out. We turned off cooldowns. And we turned off the like ranking, so like we turned off like the ability to like lock enemies behind like your world level or whatever. So it's been it's been lions and panthers and demos since day one.
Oh bye. Oh
Yeah.
bye.
Oh bye.
Oh, a
Cooldowns
natural
off is really
forest.
good if you like chaos. Yeah, but people have been like you guys just did spawn, like they've been spamming supplies for us too. Like it hasn't been bad. Fuck, I need more
Yeah.
points. It's funny. I think there's a channel point, DJ, that gives you more points. I think I told you before. Yeah, I told you before. All right. So there's our camp. It's just so hard to see is what the problem is. Ooh, Pinecone. All right, that will have to be
We can go with safety right now. If you
yeah,
want.
let's go safety so I can do Pinecone. I need to spend more. You do need to spend more.
I think the little barn house is a great little area to be in.
Mm.
Maybe it's because I was like literally raised in a barn, and this is just my comfort zone. Ah, I'm stuck.
All right. Saving channel points for Subnautica? Wait, you're saving channel points what? To mess with me while I'm playing Subnautica? Is that what you mean?
Oh, confused. No. Actually, this isn't too bad. I'm used to going reverse on my controllers, so this is actually kind of just fine.
Oh, for the save. Oh, oh shit, it was confused, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
That's
many
what we got.
saves.
You can tell by the way I do my walk. I'm a woman, there no time to talk.
Alright, we can go now. We're not confused.
Did you do your pine cone?
I did.
So quick.
I was so quick. I'm the Pancon Meister.
Maester of the cone.
Oh god. Next to the scare. Man, the Bee Gees go hard, yeah.
Staying alive.
Staying alive.
Living through the night. Living through the night. Wait, where did you go?
I'm going across the
you're
street,
back
yeah.
here.
Hi, we're going here.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, look at you.
Ooh, hi,
Fuck.
Raven.
Hi, look at you.
Ah,
Is this
look
like
at you.
Bob's Burgers?
Bob's Burgers. Get out.
Oh, we need to watch some more Bob's Burgers.
We
I would
do.
like to keep watching it.
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh?
fuck.
Where? Was that a scare?
No, it's a crawler. It's right here.
Oh. Ew, you're yucky. No one likes
Right, behind-
you. You're
behind.
not invited.
It's like stuck. There it is. Okay, got it. Oh, shit, 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 turn around, turn around. As long as this thing doesn't turn red, we're good. Got him. Oh no, that was Broseph.
died.
That was Broseph. Shit.
That was me.
I thought he turned into a loot bag. I got excited.
I'm the loot bag.
You are the loot bag, absolutely. Oh my god. You're running all over the place. Fuck. Why the demos, though? Why the demos, though, guys? Why? Shit. Can't see, I can't see. Ah, the lone pig, I know. After all that, the lone piggy. I lived. Somehow. Somehow I lived. Come on. Can't even heal. Turn around, Broseph, turn around! Broseph, turn around! There's a bear! My backpack, there it is. Okay. How am I? Oh yeah, I'm encumbered. Okay.
found extremely fancy corn in this house.
The golden corn or whatever? The super
Yeah.
corn?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, hello. Where are you? Oh god. Gun. Headshot.
Ooh, this is like a meth
Zombie
lab or
area.
something.
Chemistry station.
Yeah,
Well,
I just looted
think
them
they're
though.
experimenting with corn.
Well, yeah, but like it's just the way that it's all set up here, like with all the chem stations and stuff.
Oh god, get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me!
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, see, there's like torches in here. Oh, I gotta start making us coffee. I think I have that recipe already, hopefully. Because coffee is good for stamina. Corn and meth. Exactly, Dirge gets it.
And meth.
Corn and meth, obviously. Oh, fuck. I think we're in New Mexico. I think that's where this takes place, right?
It's Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hello. What y'all doing down here?
Oh, look, here's more. Why is this not broken? Come on. It is. Why can't I get in? There we go. There it is. Here's our super corn. Ooh, I can't pick it up. Hold on. Let me get rid of... this. There we go. Super corn.
This.
Super corn. Dead corn. Dead corn. Dead corn. Dead corn. Dead corn. Dead corn. Chow. Chow. Are you joking? Get out of here.
Yeah.
Man, they don't even have weed here. You finally finished your calculus? GG's. Let's go, DJ. Fast. Gotta go fast. Tools digest. Literally not what I needed.
This.
What else can I... Oh, vitamins. This is kind of a cool house if this is right next to us.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's more?
That's really nice.
Ooh. Oh, I found the secret lair. Oh, I was kidding about it being a secret lair, but it's really a secret lair. There's bodies on a thing. There's bodies in here. I was kidding about it being a secret lair, but it's actually a secret lair. Look at it. They're like eating people down here or some shit. Like, I was JK, but I was not K.
Oh my god. JK, but no K.
But not K, yeah. Oh my gosh, and then there's more. Alright, we need to go back, because I need to drop my shit off, and then we can come back in here, because there's more stuff to loot. They started the virus with meth
I still have a lot of
corn.
empty pockets. What do you need?
There's that loot pile in there.
Oh yeah.
And then we're gonna have to break down all this. We're gonna have to break down all this
Yeah.
fertilizer to get stuff. Did you do... do you have to put the space? I don't know if you have to put the space or not. Hold on, I can do it this way. No, it's
Why did
this
I keep
way.
hearing them?
Because they're probably close by.
Oh, maybe in this tunnel. Yeah, definitely this tunnel. I think. Where'd the tunnel go, though? Oh, it drops down. Okay. I don't really want to drop down there right at this moment.
Yeah, I'm encumbered though, so I'm going slow. So I'm gonna still...
Yeah,
I'll
here,
still
come
run
with
across,
you.
yeah.
Come with you.
Oh, fuck, where'd you just come from? Shit, where'd you both just come from? Thank you. so dark. Oh my gosh. I literally can't see shit. Oh my gosh. I need to get my pockets up, my pocket space up. A tentacle in chat.
Tentacle.
That's kinda tentacool.
Oh.
Ooh, am I gonna be able to make this jump? Cumbered? Yep, I am. Okay. Do do do. Do do do. Get that. Not encumbered anymore. I wish there was a quick button for that, but there's not, as far as I know, which is annoying. Okay. See, if you hover over it, there's that. Yeah. I wish there was a quick button for that. That joke was tentacruel? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was you're welcome. It was you're welcome for that. For blessing you. Blessing your ears.
Oh my god.
Okay. And my bike.
Like,
Yeet!
oh.
It fucking worked though!
Oh my god. I'm stuck in the hay.
Wait, are you really?
Yeah. How do I get off?
E, I think.
How do I pick it up?
Hold E, and then there's like a little hand.
Oh, there we go. I got it.
No, get off! You live there now? You can't get off.
This is it. I am one with the bike and the hay.
Maybe it is maybe it is not a space. I don't know. I thought it was a space. Oh, we're in the safe zone. That's why, Nyx.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do it when we're in our base. So when it says safe on our thing, you can't spawn stuff in. So you'll have to wait till we go outside. Just give it a second.
Oh, look at the moon! Joseph is lucky. Oh my
Yeah.
god. What? Trying to crawler me. Rude.
Okay.
The moon is going down. Goodbye, moon.
Goodbye, moon. Well, it's 3:30 a.m. So yeah, the sun's about to like come out in the game. The sun will come out in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
Bet your bottom dollar that in 5 minutes there will be sun. There will be sun.
Oh, are you biking? I can hear.
I'm here. I'm here.
Amazing.
I made it. All right, let's
Can you
finish.
just leave the bike and it won't like disappear?
It doesn't disappear. It's actually like, it becomes a waypoint on the map, which on your compass and stuff, which is nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is very nice. Oh god, hi, you're alive. Hello. Oh my god, there's people in here. Oh.
Oh no. People. It's shit.
They killed me.
Oh no. You're gonna kill me.
Well, they hit me once and I slowed down to like literally the slowest crawl ever. After one little hit. I don't know why it's like that. It's so fun.
Why is this? Why is this? I have questions. Concussion time. I know.
Oh. Is this a whole other house? Yeah, there's a whole other house in here.
Oh, it's a duplex.
Yeah.
I see.
Oh, there's a boar sitting here. Why are there boars sitting in random places? Okay, there's a lot of boars in this house.
It's boring.
Oh, because one half is the boar place and one half is the corn place.
Oh, you're so
Right.
smart.
Carl's corn and Bob's
Oh no, the pig
boars.
house.
We're in the pig house.
I am thirsty. I'd rather not be.
Killing pigs is thirsty work, I guess.
Oh, I have to go across the street.
Oh, I have some here. Hold on. I have here.
You have what there?
Juice. Yucca juice.
That works, tea. That works too. House full of boar. It's
Drink
the
of
boar
yucca.
house instead of the whore house. You know, Astro's favorite place to
Oh
go.
no, the boar
Ah,
house.
you son of a bitch.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. That sounds like screams.
Oh my god,
Oh,
a
I killed
zombie
you.
got me at the last second. No, a zombie got me.
Yeah, it like literally it got you at that last little oh, why am I in your backpack? Oh, this is I was wondering what this was. I found this on the other side of the house. There's like this weird red like cage part and I was like, what is this?
Yeah, I
And
did
then
too.
And yeah, that's it.
Have been weakened. Why?
Why?
What are you doing? Knock that off. Knock it off!
That's enough.
You knock that off right now.
I will
Healthy.
take
Oh, this
none
is
of
the
that.
corn.
Just
Right?
stab.
Corn seeds.
Shut up.
Shut up! There's so many corn seeds. Nix, I see you. Meat. How am I gonna get this one here? No, I want to get the meat off of the thing. Oh, Jack's having a dream. I hear him. What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah.
There's this big block thing. I don't know what it was. What, did I get anything for it? I have no idea. It's like breaking down boxes in the closet.
Jack, buddy, it's just a dream. More with bucket. I know the bucket head is new and that's hilarious. That's new, yeah. There's so much new stuff, Dirt. I'm telling you, it's so oh fuck.
What?
There's a demo in the house.
Oh my god. With a bucket head. Oh, he's blowing up, he's blowing up, he's blowing up. Oh, he busted the floor. Holy. Holy shit.
Well.
Huh.
Huh. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Where is it? How did my gun die right now? Give me this meat. Give me this meat. And my gun broke. What? Oh, alright, I need to go across. That's what she said. That is what she said. Whew. That was a lot. That was intense.
Intense. Camping because it's intense.
Intense. Come on.
Oh, look at you.
Ah, Dirge. Ah, Dirge. Was the extra peepees.
Plop. Peepees.
The extra peepees. You get the good boy points now. You're so yeah, that's new too, which I think is so fun. So it's
Yeah,
like
that's nice
you
and
like it like
encouraging.
rewards you for like being good. Like it's yeah. Because there's so many people who would like only use this just to troll. Which is like
Yeah.
it's whatever. Like it's whatever. But there are people who strictly only use it just for troll and you're like, all right, I get it. Thank you, Nix.
There wasn't much downstairs other than a killing floor.
Okay. How do you get
What?
big peepees? You have to be nice. You be nice. Well, there is a channel point redeem, which is really fun. Ooh, that's
Oh, these
nice.
doors are locked.
Repair. Oh, look at you. Look at you guys being all sweet now. I see you. I see you. Ooh, that's a big one. Who did that? The supply crate? Bigs. That's Bigs. You okay?
Yeah, something I thought was dead was not.
It was
Me.
not dead.
Was the opposite.
That one's dead for sure. Right, so this can go here.
Oh, Jesus. Get away from me.
Jesus.
Oh!
Holy smokes.
I just got one shot.
Bye.
Just like some dude.
Just some dude. It do be like that sometimes. It do be like that sometimes.
I have to get back in from my backpack. That is a cute house, though.
But that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, it's still at my.
It's fine. DJ, I am in the safe zone, so it's not gonna be able to. It's not gonna let you spawn anything yet. So hold on. Okay, so. How do I get these? Like, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. So you have to find these. I wonder if the vendor has one. Where is he?
Oh my god.
My God, I was like inside my own head there for a second. Like in the game. Alright, what's the
I
best
was
way
running
to
away.
the vendor? This way is apparently the road. DJ, nice catch. Ow, my leg's asleep. Ow, ow, ow.
Eh.
Yay, did it. Oh my gosh, I went all the way over here without money. Oh, what's up, driver?
Why drive?
Chicken butt? Oh my gosh. You're a chicken butt.
Did you get chicken butted? Oh my gosh.
I did get chicken butted. What? In the butt.
I said what?
In the butt.
In the butt.
What? In the butt.
In the butt.
Alright, it is actually... I think it's time to raid. It's time to raid. It's 1 o'clock, and it is day 5. So that will give us all of day 5 and all of day 6 to prepare. I think that was a good first go.
Yeah.
Are you home? Are you here? Are you home? You are. You're above. I see. Alright,
I'm
I'm
here.
going
I'm
to
just
go
getting away
upstairs. Go upstairs, and then that way when we spawn in, we will be in the base.
from the safe base.
I'll make 100 million quadrillion wood spikes. I'm so excited. Yeah, because then next week... Oh, what happened? My concussion happened. Because then next week, Dirgy will be with us, and he will help.
Oh my.
He's gonna be so good. He's
And
gonna...
a pro.
I know, he's a super pro. Okay,
He's
I
so
want to
good
get up
at
here.
it.
Alright, so how about this time you don't, like, give me concussion symptoms while I'm trying to jump across a gap. Okay. Alright, so if you leave first, and then I will leave.
Okay, oh, I just put my. Hold on a second. I was just putting away some things.
No, you're fine. You are
Okay.
fine. Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye! Alright, and then I leave. Okay, and then let me see who's on to raid. Okay. Rosa, thanks for playing.
Thank you for getting it for me and for playing with me and for teaching me. And being so patient.
Oh, of course, of course, of course. Let me see who we've got. That was very fun. Good. I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm glad. Yeah, so I think we're gonna make this like a thing. Like I think we're gonna do this for a bit. So that's gonna be fun. Let me see here. None of my friends are on? Oh, hold on. Buds is on. Victoria is on and she's playing 7 Days to Die. We're gonna go raid Victoria. You guys can do the same thing to her that you guys did to me, and you can mess with her. Alright guys, thanks for hanging. Tomorrow is my day off, and it actually will be my day off. I will not be doing a surprise stream tomorrow. I've got some stuff to do, but I will be back on Sunday. And we start Subnautica again on Sunday, and I'm really excited. So thanks for hanging out, guys. Have a good night. Stay safe. Make good choices. Have a good day off. I will miss you. I'll miss all you guys too. Good night. Good night. Good night. Kisses, kisses, smooches, smooches. Actual day off. Stay safe. Make good choices.